Said you wanna play your game. You dealt me in, I said I'll pick it up, it's all the same. But don't follow all the rules. I know you don't, you change day by day. Hardly seems that fair. How can anybody understand? How can anybody win? 8 points later, I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later, I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, but showed my cards. I took my talks right from your heart. I laid them down before your eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time. Come on, baby, it's your turn, a time to play. What are you scared of? Why do you keep running away? Come on, just show your hand. Do you even wanna play? It was your idea. You hardly seem to care. Why do you expect me to wanna stay? How can anybody win? 8 points later, I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later, I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, but showed my cards. I took my talks right from your heart. I laid them down before your eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time. You're just using me for fun, to take the win, and then we're done. I thought I meant a little more. Don't wanna play no more. Come on, boy, tag me out. 8 points later. 8 points later. 8 points later. 8 points later. 8 points later, I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later, I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, I showed my cards. I took my towels right from my heart. You laid them down before my eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time.
shame. Think something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No. But they all see is you need help. Oh, but still you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change.
Welcome back to another Radiant broadcast, bringing you some more Women's Rocket League. We've got the Star Chasers Showdown presented by Ally coming in. But, again, I am your host, Ash, and I do have some friends to actually take you through the show with me. We're starting off with the EU region, and we're going to be joined by no other than the Danger Taco and Chixa. Chixa, Danger Taco, how are you guys doing? How excited are you for some more Women's Rocket League coming into 2024?
I could not be more excited for today. It's been ramping up. It seems like teams have been forming. They've been trying out so many different alterations together, and today they're finally competing for something really big, and it's only the first of many.
Yeah, it's really nice to be able to see the return of everything within the women's scene, because I think it's only natural that we have a little bit of an off season somewhat. We don't really have the structure we're looking for, and maybe the corporate speak is like, well, it's Q2 of the new year, like we can start getting started. But in reality, it's almost like it's the spring, because we finally have the Star Chaser Showdown #1 here, and then in July we have a second one, and then a third one in September, and then November we have Ally All-Stars event. So all leading up to that. So we have a whole calendar year that Radiant, Ally, and company have all kind of planned together. So it's nice to see spring, everything blossoming again for the women's scene.
Yeah, the ability to have something to work towards here. Women's Rocket League, there is a lot in the air, and with that also comes with a lot of those roster shuffles, which we'll get to later. We do have to break down today's schedule, though, because we've got a lot of action packed into this group stage. So to kick things off, again, we are starting off with the EU region. Then later on today, I'll be joined by, I believe it's Lemon Kiwi and Bass, there for the NA region. But this schedule is definitely going to be fun, kicking things off with a round robin here, Chixa.
Yeah, it's nice to see round robin. Everyone kind of gets to play everybody in their group, and you really move on forward who deserves to be there, who wins more games, who gets to be the best of the best. And we have really competitive groups today in both Group A and Group B, and we get to see a little bit of both too, which is really nice that you see both sides kind of the bracket per se.
Yeah, and they have a lot on the line that they're playing for here as well, right? Taking a look over towards that prizing, and considering that we do have a cumulative pool of $19,000 and $800 there for both NA and EU, but breaking it down here into the specific numbers for first through that 8th place, everybody getting a little bit of a piece of that pie in that kind of regard, making it there's a bit more to play with here in that kind of sense. Talk about the fact that you get to kind of like level up at every single stage and get a little bit of a bigger of a slice in that kind of sense.
I particularly like that the prizing is very spread out. I mean, that's ultimately what I really do like about a developing scene, that it's not top heavy. Granted, yeah, it's great to be able to win these tournaments or finish highly in them and then being able to just collect a bag. But it's also nice to be able to see that the sustainability is there as well. Even if you come through and maybe you're just not too hot on your day, or maybe day one doesn't go your way, you can still come out of it with at least a little bit of something to spend on. And ultimately, I think that's more important for the scene right now as we kind of slowly build on that infrastructure. So definitely a welcome sight, I'm sure, for both players and fans.
Yeah, a lot more incentive, especially for some of those teams who aren't necessarily always expected to be within that top 4 as well there. But there has also been roster mania within the Women's Rocket League scene here as well, right? And Chicks, looking over towards these round robin group stages, I know that we won't get into direct rosters until we head into our matches later on today. But just looking at these teams in general, is there a group that stands out to you?
Oh, definitely Group A is probably the Cat Jam ECD. Two that you're looking at in particular. Both of them are arguably 1 and 2, but some people say Shorties and 67% Guild can fight with Cat Jam. But ACD certainly is the one that everyone has their eyes on, and in the expected sense of the EU winner as well this week. And of course, we've seen crazy things happen before, so I'm not counting anything out, but both groups are very much stacked in that sense.
What are your thoughts, Taco, on this? Because I've also got my eyes on a team like 67% Guild, which the name I think says everything, but they're also missing out on Joda, which is that player that I think on the Guild roster, while everyone else also had something to say, Joda was always the one leading at that forefront and now is the missing piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, it can be difficult because when you do have roster mania, as we mentioned earlier, and you swap up rosters, the playstyles can change. And I especially think that's going to be missing because actually way back when in one of the more, or the last Star Chasers events that we were able to do, that Guild team actually went pretty far in that EU bracket. So it is a little bit tough to be able to see that team break up, but that's the nature of esports. I feel like at this kind of like merging pro scene in the women's side. So I think it's going to be something that we have questions about, but the whole point behind roster changes is that it's not just as simple as you take one player off and then suddenly everything's ruined. It's more about chemistry. It's more how players play together. Sometimes play styles just mesh. I've actually seen players where maybe I would say maybe pound for pound, one player I would prefer over another. The better player in my eyes might get swapped out, and yet the team performs the same or potentially even better because the whole system kind of gets reworked and maybe into something that is actually a bit more smooth going forward.
Yeah, it's all about finding what clicks, what's able to actually like snap into place once you figure out that perfect kind of chemistry in that kind of sense, and if you're able to find that right out of the gates. But we also saw the fact that the scene has also had a lot of development over the past year, over that past season. The gap has been closing between a lot of these players, a lot of these squads. We do have to get into our first match of the day here as well. We are going to have Cat Jam versus Lotus 8 coming up first, and for Group A here, looking over towards this Cat Jam roster, Chicks is Steven, Ravina, and Crimson. Names that are very, very familiar to all three of us.
Yeah, most people probably recognize Steven and Crimson together when they played on WR, but in particular, Ravina is just a very well-known kind of content creator in the scene. So she's very mechanically gifted and a wonderful addition to this roster. They are a very strong team. They're certainly one of the front-running teams in the entire 8-team main event that moved on forward. So no surprise today, they're going to, I say, do a very good job, and the biggest hurdle for them will be ACD later in the day.
Yeah, that's a matchup that I think everybody is definitely looking forward to. Probably maybe the match of the group stage to actually keep your eyes out on there first. But looking over towards now the opponents of Cat Jam, over towards Lotus 8 Esports White, you got Violet, Rexy, and Nines. And I know Rexy here, Taco, is a player previously from Flying Kitties. They were actually relegated last time we had Star Chasers Showdown down to that disco bracket. But now you see the fact that they're actually able to make it to this main event, and I gotta get your thoughts overall.
I think that's exactly what you want out of a lot of different players. I mean, granted, with everything changing up, you're going to expect some different results. But sometimes there are just some players that always find their way at the top. If you see a certain name on a roster, you're able to see them just immediately qualify through. But at the end of the day, some players just miss out on these tournaments, and some of them do get in. But all we know is that the passage of time means only so much things. And hopefully for all these players, it means that you get better. You marginally kind of make sure that each step up on the skill ladder is going to be at least a steady one. And I think with players like Rexy, we're also going to be seeing a lot of other development about, I would say, from other teams, not to focus on them too much, but particularly within the case of Lotus. I mean, I'm really impressed by how far they've come along, and I think hopefully now they have a chance to prove it in this upcoming match.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how they do face off against Cat Jam, but I think undeniably as well within this group stage, you're looking at some top players going against the underdogs. I think that is the story that we have to tell here, Chicksa, between Lotus and Cat Jam. Like, the expectations here definitely fall on the shoulders of Cat Jam, but that also might give Chicksa a little bit more freedom to Lotus Esports to play a little bit more freely, a little bit more loose in that kind of sense, knowing that they don't have that weight on their shoulders.
Yeah, everyone loves to be the Black Horse team, kind of the team coming out of the shadows, unexpected, proving that they can play with the best of the best. And at the end of the day, in group bracket, in main event day 1, you can't always go with expectations. Everyone's a little bit different. We mentioned how many teams, in fact, not a single roster is the same from last season that we know. There's a lot of 2/3, but no one's 100% really there, which means that everyone is shuffled up. And if someone's having a good day, we've seen plenty of players mechanically pop off and have their time to shine and make the most of it. We're going to see a couple runs today that are unexpected. I know that for sure. But Cat Jam, I don't know if I'll give them more than one game to lose at this point. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, they definitely do. But I mean, Taco, even based off of what Chicks is saying there as well, we're even looking towards Stride Esports have been throwing on those like ladies' nights weeklies for the Rocket League scene and whatnot. And even in that situation, we're seeing a lot of different iterations of rosters that aren't together for this event but are playing with each other for the weeklies, and everyone's kind of shaking things up and testing things out.
I think that's really the baseline kind of default esport mode for a lot of players, where it's like, hey, maybe the full roster's not here, but hey, let's get most of us together and you can throw together. And I think you do see some where the results, ACD is a team we're definitely going to be talking about a little bit later that does that a lot. They're playing very well. However, Steven, for example, over on across the side of Cat Jam, has also been showing up in those tournaments and kind of subbing in for those top teams. So clearly a lot of talent to be shown around. And I would say in those weeklies, I think we're going to use them as hints. We're definitely not the last time we're going to refer back to them, considering that's the more, I would say, consistent events that do get put on. But at the end of the day, I think that those weeklies will hint at performances, but it doesn't really matter unless you show up on the day. And I think that's why big kind of high stakes tournaments like this are really what separate a lot of these teams from good to great.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know we are waiting on the lobby right now, which is why you guys are seeing our faces for longer and not seeing the Rocket League action that you guys want to be seeing on your screens right now. But since Taco and Chicksa will not be here later today, we do have an opportunity to talk about our NA groups as well. And I want to get your guys' overall thoughts. I know there's a big difference between EU and NA Women's Rocket League right now. EU has 0 org support. No orgs currently representing any of these teams within the Women's Rocket League scene, but NA is a different story. You've got 2-3-ish orgs stepping up to the plate here, and Genji have not changed things up really at all here, Chicksa.
Yeah, that's the same roster we've known for a little bit. I mean, you could say arguably all the way last season. They had a couple of switches near the end, but Genji's been very solid moving on forward, and they are such an impressive roster, to say the least. Have they been struggling with the EU ACD team at times? Yes, but in terms of NA dominance, they've done very well. Granted, they're staring against another G named org on the opposing end that has certainly come up to play.
Yeah, and speaking of this G2 Luna, G2 Stride Luna there, Taco, this team previously really wasn't finding any results realistically. Then we see a roster change coming in for them there as well. They keep the core of Karma and Avenger, but Tallybird from previously Misfits ends up stepping up to the plate here for G2, and they're looking much more comfortable now as a squad. Even last night, I believe, managing to take game off of Genji.
Yeah, and that's really the moment I was kind of waiting for. I feel like G2, or really any high-level org within the esports scene, kind of bides their time. It's almost like they're just lurking in the weeds, kind of like, no, don't worry, we're picking our time. Then they just went straight for the jugular. Tallybird, arguably the best, or up there with Courtney, with the best player in North American Women's Rocket League. So being able to obtain a player like that and add to the roster is obviously going to make that team so much better. But obviously Genji, I feel like, is kind of the final boss of that region for a reason. So moves like that might get them closer. Now it's time for them to come through Group B and then maybe show off in that final bracket what they're really made of.
Yeah, we need to see that consistency coming into play as well. The ability to maintain that kind of performance and have it become a new foundation, a new baseline for yourselves, rather than having kind of those peaks and valleys. Not even just talking just about G2, but these teams in general who are all still figuring out, for the most part, how they jive together, what that chemistry is going to be like, and how they can find their synergy on the pitch in that kind of sense. But now, I would like to refocus back over towards EU here as well. We do, again, I know we've been talking for a while. Just in case you're tuning in, maybe a little bit late, we do have on deck the Cat Jam versus Lotus 8 matchup for you guys. Again, still just waiting for that lobby to get all finished up there. But what are your... Oh, actually, never mind. I think we're heading straight into game now. I think we're able to toss that over to the casters. So I'll let you guys take it away and enjoy Cat Jam versus Lotus 8, first game of the day.
Wow, we're here. We're finally here. It is our very first series of the day. It's Cat Jam. It's Lotus 8 Esports White. I mean, Taco, how are you feeling? It's our first EU match of 4 today.
I mean, that's what we like to see on the EU broadcast, is getting all the action, so we get to really hog it all to ourselves within the booth, which is lovely to see. And I think if you are Lotus coming to the one, maybe it's not the most sweet. This is a matchup that they did face in qualifiers. It did not go their way, but that is a best of 5. This is our best of 7 territory where they really have to be able to lock in. And I think with those longer series, at least get more time to kind of sit down and really break things down if it's not working at first. And maybe we'll see a little bit of a change coming in now.
Yeah, I think, again, it's a new day, it's early, it's a best of 7, which are always different beasts than best of 5. There's a lot more variables to a main event for a weekend, and if Lotus 8 has done their homework, understands who they're up against, and they also, again, are kind of going and looking at this match without a lot of nerves, and are kind of saying, let's just do our best. Let's learn from this experience. Let's see if we can take one game, gain some momentum. I think that's the right mindset to take into a match against a team like Cat Jam.
And being able to actually kind of find a consistent play style is probably the hardest thing, I feel like, for most squads, especially when they cut into main event, because oftentimes you want to be able to work your plan. You get into scrims, you get into tournaments, you play a certain way, you have a certain thing that kind of works for you. But I think there are the occasional moments, and I think Lotus 8 ran into this with Cat Jam, as much like many other teams struggle with specific matchups, is that you really do have to kind of make sure you're saying, okay, let's match their pace. I know they're mechanical, you got to get in their face, and if that works, that's great, but if not, you don't want to scramble too much. I feel like being able to find a consistent footing, particularly on defense, for a lot of these squads trying to do their comeback trail here in the main event, that's probably going to be priority number 1, and I think game number 1 is always kind of an interesting feeling out game for that exact purpose.
Yeah, Taco, for instance, Cat Jam, we know is Steven, Crimson, and Ravina. All 3 of those players are very mechanically gifted, very fast, very on kind of the ball at all times. Do you think of the 3, since I'm trying to figure this out myself, there's going to be one kind of player in front, in the lead, and pushing, being that aggressive person, or is it going to be very evenly distributed throughout the 3 of them?
It's tough to say. I mean, typically whenever we break down series like this or talk about these teams and how talented they really can be, I think it's really tempting to look at kind of like those higher level names and kind of point someone out and just saying, oh, that's going to be the person that's the leader. But ultimately, I think you win as a team and you lose as a team. So I think we're going to be seeing a pretty nice distribution of skill, although I'm sure that Steven and Crimson are a few names that people definitely want to be able to see. But right now it's Lotus 8 actually we should be paying attention to, or at least our Steven side able to get that first goal.
Yeah, I think for sure Steven putting on pressure with that Cat Jam roster very early on, just overwhelmed right off kickoff. You see a goal 10 seconds in and just like that, bam, they're on the board.
So, and we talked about really the imposing danger of a team like Cat Jam coming in as one of the top seeded teams coming through into main event. I mean, that's really, I think, what you're looking for, is you let your guard down or maybe just not even quite match their speed within the first 10 seconds. It's going to go poorly for you. So hopefully now, let's say, has got that cold splash of water in their face, and we're going to see a more consistent continuation of play as we head into the rest of the first minute.
More pressure coming on from Cat Jam. You've seen all those orange trails consistently being played time and time again. We'll see if they can find another goal early on. It seems like the aerial control certainly in their favor. Steven almost finds one on target, but a last save by Nines will keep that one out for Lotus 8, and they don't let another goal in, at least not yet.
I really do like that follow through, being able to just stay close enough to the ball. Sometimes on defense, you're going to have to really back up and just try to play the most desperate attempts to be able to get the ball off your line, but that's fine. So as long as you kind of keep it close, and I think that's priority number one for Lotus, or at the very least, managing their boost. That is a nice grab by Nines, but it's not going to serve them too well if they can't combine with their teammate for a clear. That one's close from Rexy, but 0 boost means it's another attack for Nines to have to deal with.
Ravina off the side wall actually gets a secondary touch. Crimson with the demo, and hopefully Rexy can get some sort of clear out. Lotus 8 certainly have had a more difficult time getting those clears out, getting ways to relieve all that pressure that seems to come. A third shot on that offensive opportunity for Cat Jam, and I can't imagine what their score count is at this point of the game, as they've always and stuck on the opposing half. Nice shot here from Rexy, but unfortunately just a little bit off target. That's Lotus 8's first opportunity, and it's a missed one for sure.
And not only that, but just the fact that you can see how quickly it was clamped down by Cat Jam. That shot had to come in that quickly, just like this one from Crimson. That's another one going on through for Cat Jam, and the finish could not have been better from an angle.
Yeah, I wish the challenge from Violet comes a little bit quicker. That's what I would have hoped for at this point. Each second matters when challenging in this game in particular, and little stuff like that when it comes to just orienting your car to find the shortest line to that ball has made everything that much more difficult. And this one, a missed opportunity, and then a finish on the 50. Violet able to score for Lotus 8.
And I really do like this as well, just taking advantage of a brief mistake, but honestly, it's even barely a mistake from Ravina, because Ravina actually recovered super well on that. It's just so hard to be able to whip your camera around and right over your shoulder, try to get a 50, and I think Lotus 8 knew that one. A lot of offenses don't even need the most flawless setup. As long as you just get on those rebounds immediately, really anything can be scoreable. So nice to see Lotus 8 finally get a foothold in this game.
Good challenges. Lotus 8, I think, understanding the pressure when it comes to Cat Jam over time. The rotations are becoming sometimes a little bit predictable from what we saw on the Cat Jam side. And now Lotus 8, all they need is a little bit more boost to find some of these challenges. A great touch upfield, clears this one. Lotus 8 looking for a shot, looking for a setup, and I believe a demo on the back end may have stunted things from happening. Save at the last second on the goal line for Violet, who has been an absolute brick wall for Lotus 8. Keeps this game very close. I can't believe we're only within one.
And actually might be something you do with it, because that was a misread in the midfield from Cat Jam. Luckily, you have someone like Ravina on the backboard, but now you have no one in the backfield, at least for a second. There's a demo. Could open up things for 9. I think that drop down was looking for a teammate, but sometimes those passes are more hopeful, necessarily a well laid out plan. Another kind of fake challenge coming in, but quickly risen to the occasion is Crimson to be able to knock it through. At this point, Cat Jam's offense is really their best defense, as they're trying to mount some more pressure to the midfield and beyond.
Are we worried? We haven't seen Cat Jam on the defensive end really at all, other than the one time they've been scored on. Hopefully their rotations can work throughout it. Lotus 8 mounting up some pressure at this point. A miss here in midfield. Crimson able to get past 2. Nines last back. Dangerous territory in the final minute of gameplay. Does Steven still have a flip? I think she lost hit. And now you have to wonder, can Lotus 8 find something to tie up the scoreline and make game 1 that much more interesting? Because I just don't know. Cat Jam providing more pressure. Crimson getting bumped into this ball. I think she'll get a shot because of it. Crimson finds the third for Cat Jam, and I think they get the goal they need to feel safer.
Honestly, do not adjust your sets. That was not lag or anything. That was just the bump completely confusing the physics engine for a second. And honestly, I would say, oh, that's totally calculated. Wow, what a lucky goal. But we're talking about Crimson. This is one of the best players in the women's scene for a reason. Honestly, bump or no bump, that's probably going on net or in. So fantastic finish, and potentially a great way to cap this game 1 off. Maybe one more for the road. Lobbed up and over. Third goal, 4th shot for Crimson.
Yeah, great catch. great way to stay on it. I mean, how more unpredictable can you get in a play like that? She beat the entire team of Lotus 8 in a matter of seconds and without momentum behind her. Really impressive play coming out of Cat Jam. They're doing what is expected of them. Granted, a lot of this is Crimson, which we have highlighted multiple times because she has the majority of goals, but I'm surprised, honestly. I expected to see a little bit more out of her teammates when it comes to also scoring goal opportunities. But you mentioned how evenly distributed a ton of this team is when it comes to being skilled, and here Ravina will get one to go as well with the final 2 seconds.
Clearly, Crimson has had enough. Like, she's saying she's full. Someone else try to eat, and sure, Ravina will take that one. 5th goal. I think this one was already very much decided, but I very much so want to focus on Lotus 8 on that front half of the game. I think they showed a lot of resilience. They were even getting some decent shots off, but I think the lesson that Lotus 8 can take from this one is that it is going to be an unforgiving task to be able to try to throw Cat Gem out of your half, and then even more important to when you do get those occasional shots, as they've had a handful, they need to be on target. They need to be threatening because you're really not going to get too many of them, and Cat Gem clearly is having no issues with conversion. A solid game 1 from the favorites.
Fully agreed there. I think you're spot on with kind of how this game expected to go, how the back and forth went. Of course, you can tell the points difference, the wide margin that these two teams have. I will like to note Nines on the side of Lotus 8 having 5 saves. That kept this game a lot more in reach, especially in the earlier minutes, that kept Lotus 8 almost, tied with them for quite some time.
I think a lot of times when you see a lot of saves on a player, it can be problematic, but at the end of the day, I think if you are facing the amount of pressure that a team like Lotus 8 against Cat Gem will be facing, then you have to be able to build from the back. You have to make sure you get those saves, and oftentimes, if you can actually solidify the back line, even if you're kind of parking the bus and dealing with a lot of shots over and over and over again, eventually, you will see the opponents have to take a dare in, or they have to kind of go for an out-of-rotation demo attempt, or they have to go for maybe a little bit of an overcommit to try to aggress, and those are the moments where you can start to strike. So a lot of times, if a team is playing necessarily passive, or at the very least they're playing highly defensive because they're forced into that issue, it can be a relative advantage if the other team does not wisen up. It felt like Cat Jam handled that pretty well. They weren't diving in. They understood that they had the lead. They didn't have to build on it too much. And so I think that maturity being shown. So there's that simple kind of solutions are not going to be on the table for Lotus. They're just going to have to be maybe a bit more lethal when they do get those chances. So we'll see what falls us here in game number 2, and a pickup might actually get dismal here. If Steven has her way, that one with a lead demo will pave the way for first.
Sometimes just throwing your body in front of that car and getting that demo does just as much work as demoing your opponent. Great control by Steven across the line. And what more can you do? Cat Gem gets another early goal. The last one in the first 10 seconds, this one in the first 8.
Again, it's nothing more deflating than restarting the game, being like, okay, everything is there, the world is our oyster, let's start going, and then immediately gets in a goal, and you're like, well, okay, we're gonna have to ask for Mulligan, baby, because that's just not gonna work for us. Ravina trying to make that angle work, but it's not really go on through, so therefore Milet taking over, if only for a moment, immediately sent into the scrap heap. Counter Crimson looking for a double near target, but not quite going to beat that to the defense.
Cover up the wall was fantastic, and Steven still able to put on more pressure and missed by Nines. Rexy low on boost as well. The entire Lotus 8 roster doing their best to get a clear out. A boost pickup here, a quick aerial as well. Violet the beat, does she get a shot as well? She does. That quick transition does the work for Lotus 8.
Love this, the immediate aerial, but then more importantly, landing on the right side of the ball. It seems like a minor adjustment, but if you land straight and then adjust the last second, your follow-up shot is weak. You also might get beaten out by the defender. So that mid-air adjustment was everything. As you can see, a game of pixels that were being played right now, and now everything's tied up and everything to lose here for Lotus 8 as they're maybe adding something on as well. Rexy up quickly, but maybe overthought that finish, not enough to beat out the 2 defenders in the line.
Still a good look, especially if Rexy turns here, but Steven the block and a double commit. Ravina last back, one-on-one went 9. Steven pressuring from behind. The speed of this match, certainly unmatched at times. Backboard follow-up, great touch out by Rexy, and 9's the follow-up as well to at least give Lotus 8 some breathing room. especially that demo will allow this game to be stalled and the challenge exactly where it needs to be. Great job by Lotus 8 to keep off Cat Jam. Even after this pressure continues, they're not getting to that goal line like we saw earlier. Violet, the pop, Crimson coming on through. Maybe Ravina can get a piece. She does. In fact, the 50's on target and good. Great job by Cat Jam to keep the pressure on going. It's 1, it's 2, it's 3 opportunities, and the 50 comes on through for the finish. Cat Jam finally gained their lead back after what seemed like such a long time for them in order to find a way to score. I can't believe it has taken them 8 seconds into now 2 back-to-back within 8 seconds. It seems itself. What a look by Steven.
Really nice to be able to play that one that high, then be able to reset off the ceiling. Sometimes the defense kind of loses track of everything. They're looking at a play, it's looking fine, and then randomly, oh, no, I didn't realize it was actually a follow-up on that one. It really just shows how small the margin of error is for playing defense at this level. You miss one read on defense and suddenly it's in the back of your net. Such well-laid plans offensively, and the improvement from Lotus 8 is great, but really Cat Jam not really finding too much of a struggle on offense. Crimson lurking downfield yet again, but able to find the first attempt. How about the second? Trying to make it herself. The double, the triple, the quad tap attempt going on through.
I don't know how you kept track of all the touches. I was way more focused on the fact that she was somehow still there the entire time. A masterclass of mechanics on Cat Jams, and impressive to say the least that they've hit ceiling shots. They've hit double, triple, quadruple taps at this point, that they've continued offensive pressure. They have found so many different avenues to score and be creative. It's been hard for Lotus 8 to answer. I mean, credit where credit's due. Lotus 8 has stopped a majority of attempts, but there's just so many coming, they can't stop them all.
And that's really the biggest thing, is you can play defense well, but after a certain point when you're on defense, particularly within individual attacks, it kind of stays on the offensive third. Eventually you're just going to run out of boost. You're going to start to double commit because there's only so much you can do, and I think Cat Jam is really excelling at that, just keeping the pressure on and just being unrelenting. Another one coming on through from Crimson, showing that doesn't even need teammates. She can just kind of plow on through and just be able to force those solo plays as we saw in Game 1, but really here in Game 2, continuously testing that backboard.
See if we can find one more. I mean, it's an improvement if Lotus 8 can score 2 this game and keep Cat Jam 2-4, but keeping Cat Jam to 4 is going to be harder than everyone anticipates in this last minute, especially when they're occupying that midfield to continue pressure that much more. This one off the corner won't result in any sort of shot. A clear. Steven on rotation, able to pick it up. Actually, no touches found. Nines to pop it, but Crimson is there, and there's the outlet, and Steven to already send it that much more upfield. Burning clock time is Cat Jam. They know exactly how to play this game, especially in front of net. The fake to Steven to shoot it on through, and a 4-goal lead for Cat Jam with 30 seconds remaining.
As a defender, these are the things I absolutely despise, and unfortunately for everybody who works in the esport, this is the meta now. They tap down from Crimson. Ravina goes up, thinking it's going to be a super confident touch high. You just got to set in your paces, and then suddenly, oh wait, there is no touch, and it's a perfect lead to the third. It's so hard to predict, but those feints, I think that's something that really is just another really trick that you can reach deep into your bag for. And I think right now you're seeing Cat Jam varying things up on offense. It's not really just throwing the ball at Lotus until they crack. It's really always bringing something new. I think that's why it's such a difficult task. That one could have been something maybe for the road for Lotus 8, but goal just has to be a little bit wider next time.
I see. Maybe looking for something crazy in the final seconds. This one will roll on in at 0 seconds. A 6-1 game number 2 victory for Cat Jam. And I can say nothing's changed from game 1 to game 2. They look just as strong as they did earlier.
Yeah, it can be a little bit difficult to be able to recognize that, but at the end of the day, if you're Lotus 8, I think the first priority is, okay, how about off the initial kickoff, let's make sure everything is locked down. I think it can be really awkward when you have to start from the mindset of, all right, well, we just gave up the first goal within the first 20 or so seconds. Now we have to kind of dig deep and find out something else. And outside of that, I think the restart has been actually an issue. Obviously, run of play is excellent from our orange side, getting a lot of touches in. Again, it's going to be Steven kind of leading in that category. But overall, I would say that I see the moments where I could see this being a very close game. It's just that I think it's slowly kind of the erosion of the defense from just all of the consistent speed and passing that is coming out from Cat Jam. So I don't really know what it would take and how deep they have to dig on Lotus 8 to be able to get back into this. But I see the general game plan. It's just so difficult because Cat Jam is just solid through and through.
Yeah, I'm impressed to see the switch kind of to Steven. It's a little more offensive pressure. Granted, with Steven's, I think it was 4 or 5 goals, Crimson had 6 demos to boot. 6 of the 7 on her side of the field for Cat Jam. At the other end, it was an evenly distributed amount of demos in order to try to gain some pressure. So strategies, I think, are certainly still ticking in the background of these players. They're still testing things out. I mean, it's better to play your best instead of get and make lazy habits throughout a series. So I'm very impressed with what we've seen so far in Cat Jam. Now they're looking to be as perfect as they can when it comes to this series. And again, within the first 10 seconds, get a shot and a goal.
That's a tough one from Rexy, too, because I can see the idea there, but that's really should be your last resort of anything. Off ceiling, then a heavy touch into the sidewall. And unless you get a double on that one, it's not going to usually end well. So Cat Jam assures us of that, puts that one through. So off the restart, we will see kind of Violet get something interesting on the pinch, but going to go well wide. I think Lotus 8, for some reason, these kickoffs, they're just not quite positioned where they need to be. And maybe it's just overcomplicating it. Maybe sticking to the simplistic 50s or something, keeping the ball close is a little bit better than trying to go for these more creative ways of getting the ball out.
I would say always stick to fundamentals, especially when you're struggling against a team that will beat you when it comes to mechanics and speed a majority of the time. With how much they're controlling this game, Cat Jam, they're going to consistently have more boost because they just own so much more of that field where boost is prevalent. Crimson, upfield the bump onto Nines, but both her and Rexy ready, at least to get this ball as far outfield as they can. Steven, the backwards challenge, the turn by Crimson. Both of them are up trying to make a play that quick. Even Ravina challenges, and this could leave the net open, but that rotation by Crimson, the touch back into her own corner. Well done to prevent a shot from Lotus 8 on transition.
And with Steven again bearing down on the goal, the crossbar sometimes comes to the rescue. That fourth defender, always reliable when you need him most, it seems. Rexy trying to make do with that mid-boost pickup. That's going to be a 50, actually straight down in front, but apparently you can only do so much, not able to trigger that jump in time again. So to encounter the back post will be met by Violet, but Crimson again there to always shove it right back in.
Ravina getting through a couple, but Violet on this back wall, able to get it out towards the side wall. Lotus 8 looking for something. Shot will maybe come through, but Steven ends up finding a way to deflect at the last moment. Crimson as well misses that touch, and Violet actually was going for it as well. Steven, one-on-one, running out of boost. This one's back. Well, can Violet get in front of it? She does. Somehow Lotus 8 managed to just be picking away at all of these opportunities that Cat Jam is putting at them. Incredible. How we didn't see a goal, how we still haven't seen a goal in all that time, completely surprises me.
Well, part of the reason we're not seeing a goal on the other side is these demos in the counterattack, as if life isn't already difficult enough. Steven off the backboard, the putback from Crimson. It looks so simplistic, but really it's just Cat Jam being that smooth on the read.
A lot of really crazy demos, bumps, 50s, but somehow all it takes is a little bit of passing action between the two on Cat Jam. And they go up by 2. A quieter game. I'm gonna say it's quieter, at least to start in game 3, but still You're seeing the mechanics, you're seeing the passes, you're seeing everything on the side of Cat Jam. They're constantly challenging. It's a wonder Rexy even has the opportunity to make that play. It's the best we've seen from Lotus 8 all game long, and on the transition, there won't be a goal to come from it from Cat Jam. A couple of misses. This one off the backboard. Violet put it out to the sidewall, and that one will also be off target. That one, though, is not. Cat Jam stays in the half of Lotus 8 for almost a minute of time.
Yeah, sometimes you're going to get some second chances. There's going to be some rare misses, a fantastic infield pass leading up to this eventual goal. But yeah, Lotus 8, I think right now they're kind of just straggling around because they just can't keep up with Cat Jam on a lot of these plays. And I got to say, one thing I haven't been paying as much attention to is really the cyberbullying aspect of Cat Jam right now. There's so many demos, and they don't even seem necessary all the time, but they're not going out of their way to get them. It's more or less just if they see a Lotus 8 player kind of in their path, they're just going to take a slight detour, take them out. It really resets the rotation. I feel like that's got to be so frustrating for Lotus 8. Just getting onto offense, getting a pass forward into a shot is difficult enough, but when you're constantly hearing your teammate, oh, sorry, I got to reset and go all the way back to my half, it's got to be something making you want to pound your head against your table.
Yeah. I do think the Cat Jam playstyle is just pretty much that. It's very aggressive all the time, very challenge heavy, very demo heavy. It's overwhelming, to say the least. I certainly wouldn't want to be against it. Granted, I'm not that good, so it wouldn't matter anyways, but it can feel like very powerless in this sense with how these shots just keep on ringing. Even if they're not on target, on net, they're threatening, and they're keeping the ball in the half of Lotus 8 constantly. With time running out, at this point, Lotus 8 hopes to just close off this game as quickly as possible and maybe get a transition goal to give yourself some momentum, something to be proud of before this game's over.
Yeah, except the problem is, as quickly as those chances go, they go right back on through. So when looking at Lotus 8 on defense, I think generally it's looking a little bit better. Granted, I say that in a 3-goal lead, but granted, based on the games 1 and 2, that's saying a decent amount of improvement. They're keeping a lot more saves out, or touches out with these saves, but I think, yeah, the problem still is just when you do get on offense, it comes from an angle where, okay, we have to get past that last 2 defenders. Oh, wait, we don't have a backboard control. Actually, we don't have really a boost for that. Oh, we're getting demoed a lot, and right now, I feel like it starts at the backfield. Obviously, the goals off of the first kickoff or so are problematic, but overall, the improvements on defense have me feeling somewhat optimistic. Is that enough for a reverse sweep here for the first match of the day? Guess we'll just have to find out.
I like the optimism. I really do, Taco.
What can I say?
But I think the shot differential is going to tell like the entire story. 17-2 on this game in particular. I didn't even keep track of the previous ones at this point. It's been too much for my brain to mentally handle math-wise. So it's crazy. Everyone on the side of Cat Jam has found ways to be productive, and shout outs to Lotus 8, someone always being very save heavy. This time Violet with 5, able to keep a lot of it away, but they're unable to transition out from defense into offense, and I really think Cat Jam sometimes does tend to overcommit. They're very demo heavy, they're very aggressive heavy, so they are going to leave their back end open. You just need to take advantage whenever you see it.
I think the biggest issue when it comes to Rocket League is being able to broaden your horizons as a player and be able to look beyond just the initial first touch. I think right now it is very much survival mode from Lotus 8. I'm seeing a lot of plays where it's starting up pretty promising and it looks fine, but then when they get locked into defense, it's almost like they go into the lizard brain. It's kind of like the hindbrain mentality of just saying, okay, I just need to hit this ball, but I would like a little bit more of taking some slow 50s, buying time for your teammate, or maybe just being, instead of just launching that clear as far as possible, maybe laying it off to another player for a different angle. And I think stages of play like that could do them wonders. And at the very least, it's going to keep their goal line clear, at least headed into the beginning of this game. First goal a game in a while in which they're not immediately giving something up.
Yep. 10 seconds, 8 seconds was Cat Jam's goals when it started in the previous games. Now we're going on 30, which is really good. The challenges coming from Lotus 8 in midfield, preventing a lot of the pressure coming. Violet to go on through, but Rexy the challenge underneath. This one's still on the Cat Jam half. Good outlet pass. Will fall in midfield. Violet there. We'll find the 50 as well. Still midfield ball. Nines to put it out to the corner. This game has calmed down a little bit, at least in the starting minutes.
And right now, I do like Lotus 8 immediately getting on a lot of these reads. That's a really difficult one for Violet, especially with not too much of an angle to deal with. So the pre-flip in the first save. Now, can her teammates do the rest? Rexy, another goal line touch away. Nine's going to get beaten out, but that means Rexy does have a chance to maybe get on this one. And that's actually the overcommit that you might have mentioned. Catjam did commit 2, but the third impeccably positioned to throw it right back into the corner.
Corner can be that safe space for players, but it can be also a setup space. So you saw Ravina there doing her best to set up her teammates. Granted, now Crimson can't follow up on that touch either. Shot for Ravina is deflected away. Desperately needing a clear is Lotus 8, and they haven't been able to find it just yet. Granted, they've been holding off a lot of these shots coming from Catjam. The first clear comes into the corner. It pops pretty safely too. Rexy you see flying to it, but can't find the touch.
That's a nice last second read from Ravina as Nines is going to continuation, maybe a little bit of a double tap, but it will leave something open. I think Steven wants that one back, but that's fine. Here's try number 2, off sealing the attempt. We're not going to live through it. Violet with another pound downfield. No second read. It was a slight danger, but seems like everything is going well for Lotus 8, and certainly the defense is staying at the standard that we've expected from them as they're continuously facing these barrages, but this time turning most of them away. We're hitting halftime, and we just might see our final goal here. Crimson coming in at the last-ditch effort.
Yeah, you can't hold on long enough. Crimson playing it to herself as well. You see both Rexy and Nines in the same corner getting beat by that single touch. Someone needed to challenge, find a piece of that ball because Violet wasn't set up and ready to get the needed save. Catjam now with 1. Can they extend their lead further? Crimson down. Another save is made by Lotus 8. Can they transition though? Great cut by Rexy on top of the car. The pops here. The goal line demo is there as well, and Rexy scores 1 for Lotus 8.
It is a team game, but sometimes you don't need much. However, it does help. It looks like Nines was actually going for the demo play, and that froze the defender, which more or less just put him on a tee for Rexy to send into the afterlife. Lovely play from Lotus 8, and that's the opportunity they're looking for. They didn't get much in other games, but now everything's back on the table, 1-1. Maybe not for long if that double goes undefended, but Violet, kind of that stable backboard presence for Lotus 8, gonna be turning away another.
Everything's heating up, but a little bit too late in this series. Catjam knocking on a sweep. They're on match point right now. Crimson gets challenged. This one, it's right in front of net for the taking. Good thing it's touched away. Transition for Catjam off the corner. No shot will come out of it. Nines challenged on this one, and Violet able to clear it upfield all the way to the opposing end. Touch is made by Steven, but every little touch matters at this point. Make a mistake and you could potentially cost this game. For one end to the other, a demo was made. That net's open, but Crimson able to save it away from Violet.
Rexy slowly taking it down, but a nicely followed 50 from Nines. That's a flip reset potentially in the classic Batmobile. The pinch attempt is going to take way too much time. Catjam not going to allow you to get away with this one. Steven, he tried to show her how it's done through the air, deflection straight down, and well, also Violet on that back wall to send it to the side once more. Back into the middle, though. Will be a close one, but looks like Lotus 8 able to handle this one. Final minute. What is going to befall this team? Can they have one more effective offense in them? If you're Nines, you're certainly hoping so. All the way around the corner to the back post, just too far away.
Violet committing on that play as well. Catjam, they have one another. Crimson going one end to the other. The flick not exactly where it needs to be, and Steven on the challenge can't set anything up. In fact, Ravina may have an opening. Just the touch needed to find the save for Rexy, but now commits. Cars are flying. Nerves are happening. This one bar down for Steven. Gets a bump in front of her to open up that play, and Catjam with their second. Very near the end of game 4.
Almost like Steven had blinders on, just not necessarily oblivious, but couldn't be bothered with half of the things going around them. There's cars flying every which way, a teammate flying in front of him, but instead just making sure, let's just put this one under the bar and we'll be all good, and maybe take an effective kickoff as well. That one nearly going right on in through Lotus 8, but Instead, we're going to be seeing our final 20 seconds tick on down, and it's got to go coast to coast for Lotus 8. Crimson trying to make sure they wrap this one up. A brutal fake to secure a 2-goal cushion.
Yeah, there's the bow on top of it. Or the cat, I guess, jamming out to a 3rd goal here in this one. Really, really great play for Cat Jam in the final seconds. They hold on. I say they hold on to their series, to the win, to the lead. Time, I think, has run out for Lotus 8, but a valiant effort. The improvement, even within one series, very, very tangible. You could see everything that has happened for them, and you have to hope that this is a pretty good warm-up for them when it comes to the beginning of today, and maybe we'll see more out of them later on.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that I really do like about the best of 7 is obviously any longer series, you have a lot more times to be able to take a loss and then talk it over and then adjust. But that's exactly why I like these longer series, because in qualifiers, we did see this as a sweep for Cat Jam. And I was thinking, okay, yeah, that can be tough, but we'll see how they adjust in the main event. I feel like there was still a lot of struggles. They're not quite there in figuring out how to play against Cat Jam. Admittedly, I think few teams really will be able to, as they're a highly talented squad coming into this from the EU side. But as you mentioned, that 4th game, that was completely up in the air for a while. I really did not know which way that was going to swing, and I think you just got to take that silver lining as we move into the next game of the group stage if you are Lotus 8.
Yeah, it was close. It was back and forth. It was what we wanted. We wanted to see the improvement. And for a time, you were rooting for Lotus 8. You're like, oh my goodness, they almost did it. They're doing it. They're playing as they could as a team, and they're keeping Cat Jam from scoring. They're being that brick wall. They're putting on their own offensive pressure. It's a very impressive early showing for a team that we're saying is in the top 2 and a team that we're saying is in that bottom 4 of the 8 that made it. That's the gap between them, and it's not as wide as most people would expect.
No, I think that's really why tournaments are so important to be able to show up, because you can dominate weeklies, you can dominate all these qualifiers, you can dominate everything. But at the end of the day, I've seen a lot of teams come into tournaments and they're just feeling a little bit off, or maybe the other team, they just practiced well, they ate something well. I don't know, maybe they just chugged an energy drink right before. Who knows? Like, they're just locked on through. So I think those opportunities will come, but unfortunately not going to happen for Lotus 8 this time around. So that's going to do it, at least for our first series, Trixie, but thankfully we have a lot more to go. Before we send away for this first series, we will be back after a short break to join Ash back on the desk, maybe talk to a player from Cat Jam after that one. So we'll be seeing you on the other side of this commercial break.
I don't mean to speak this up a line, but the way you move is perfect by design. You look just like you fell down from the sky. Yeah, you're on another level, and you got something special. If I could let you fall in love with me, you know I would. You got me with your hook, and all you got to do is walk. It's your move, your move. Now it's all on you, on you, on you. If you wanted me, you just gotta say please. But baby, it's your move, your move, your move. Baby, it's your move, your move, your move. Now it's all on you, on you, on you. If you wanted me, you just gotta say please. But baby, it's your move, your move, your move.
think that first series of the day here within Group A between Cat Jam and Lotus 8 went just about how we expected. Taco, I think it was pretty difficult for Lotus 8 to really find themselves into the other half of the pitch, playing more aggressively and whatnot, because they were quite suppressed, I think, onto the defense.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, that's sometimes just how series go. You're just not really ready for what's getting thrown at you, so you have to kind of improv. And I think at times, if you're listening to the comp, there's probably just a lot of hyperventilating at a certain point, even if you're just sitting at a desk, because you're constantly just having to say, oh, you know, I'm dead, I'm off the field, I don't have boost, I can barely get this one, can you reach that one? And just, it's really uncomfortable. But I think you saw really the maturation of the series start to develop with Lotus 8 as well having to handle that one. So Cat Jam clearly going to be a handle for a lot of people, a difficult thing to be able to tie down, and I think we saw that really all throughout.
Yeah, I mean, a 4-0 series is a comfortable way to start the day here, and anticipated here for Cat Jam as well. But Chixa, Taco was talking a little bit about how Lotus 8 started to sort of get a handle of things as the series went on. Obviously, some more stuff to work on as we continue forward within the competition. But at the very least, I feel like Chixa, it might be an advantage to also start off with one of those really hard matches to kick off the group stage to kind of warm yourself up for the rest of the competition.
Yeah, I said I run at the end of the series. I think the improvement was very tangible for them throughout the entire series long, which is crazy to me to see them get better and more comfortable against the level of play that they were up against. But you could tell they were starting to mix and match the pieces together. Their challenges became better. Their defense was solid the entire time, and that was a great base for them to build on. They just needed to find more ways to transition upfield into offense and find a lot more challenges before the shot counted as a shot in that midfield and back farther line. So I think, yes, it's a good idea. I don't think they have an easy group, though. They're arguably the lowest in this group, so it's going to be hard for them to face the next matches to come.
Yeah, definitely tough in that kind of regard, but looking forward to seeing how they get to continue to change up and adapt as the series goes on. And as we move forward within the group stage, we do have our ally MVP of this matchup here. It is no other than Crimson on the side of Cat Jam. She went absolutely insane here, Taco.
And really, you can see, I would say, also a clip of the series as well, with the nearly flip reset, quad reset going into the goal. But other than that, I think the presence of Crimson is definitely one of the best players in EU Women's Rocket League from the past year as well. I think you're starting to see exactly why such a valuable pickup for the Cat Jam roster. All over the place, getting a lot of goals, but also there were moments where there had to be some close saves, and she was able to make them on both sides of the field. So a player that can really be able to secure your team's victory on both sides of the pitch is also really nice. But you see the 4 assists. I mean, at the end of the day, they're just doing it all as any MVP should.
Yeah, a well-rounded all-star in that kind of regard, Chixa. And when you're looking at the Cat Jam roster as well, you've got that core within Steven and Crimson previously on Resolve together, and then kind of flip-flopping around a couple Pug rosters in that kind of sense, still like working together in that kind of way. But Ravina's also that kind of new addition now, heading into this core that Steven and Crimson have built for themselves. Chixa, how are you feeling about Ravina working in within this team?
I think she works out great. I think they're very aggressive, offensively heavy, and Ravina works with that style of gameplay. She's very mechanical herself. In fact, I was kind of surprised she was the quietest in this previous match that we saw, but when it comes down to the line and we see her against those teams that are quote-unquote the higher rated in this group, you're going to see her come out a little bit more, and why her presence and why her value to this team is really known. I think Steven and Crimson do very well against teams that are very struggling on the defensive end, but here when Ravina has to make more targeted passing plays, better shots, the flip reset mechanics, the backboard reads, you're going to see that all come out later on, and this team will flow a lot more like we expect.
I'm looking forward to seeing it, because I think, Taco, everyone has something to say on that Cat Jam roster. I feel like it can vary so much match to match which one of those 3 players will be at the forefront being more aggressive, and I think with these 3 players as well within Ravina, Steven, and Crimson, they all kind of flex into every single role very nicely with those rotations.
Catchem definitely gets really lucky, or rather fortunate, or just in general, just well planned out, because a lot of rosters I find, especially in the bubble scene, whether it's kind of the RLCS Pro play or whether it's kind of more bubble play, or regardless, sometimes you see rosters where like, man, that team is fantastic. Maybe they could get a better third, or maybe it's a little top heavy. Maybe if like that one player's playing well, then they'll play well, but otherwise, no. I think this team is very much something where you can have Crimson pop off, get 4 goals one game, and then take a backseat for a couple of games, and it's fine because Ravina and Steven step up. So I definitely think that Catjam is capable of everyone being able to play that offensive threat, and I know Ravina, at least from covering a lot of NA Women's Rocket League last season, playing on the Misfits roster, just a menace in the air. A lot of practice, the flip resets and the air dribble, so clearly, even though it's a quiet series, I would not anticipate that being the case in their next matches.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what she's able to bring to the table going forward, but we are just waiting on an interview right now for everyone at home, just as a heads up for you guys. But while we are getting that all sorted and whatnot, I know we've also talked a bit about Lotus 8, of course, how their journey does look a little bit more difficult going into the remainder of the group stage there. Chixa, if Lotus 8 do want to manage to find themselves out of groups, knowing that they are kind of anticipated as that underdog of Group A, what are you looking towards them as far as being able to accomplish? Who do you think they'd actually be able to take down within the competition within this group?
I would say ACD is a similar story to this one, but the Dino Nuggies roster that's also in their group is kind of the closest matchup I think they'll get today. Has that endpoint into Kara mainly, but then there's other new players on it. So I think at this point, that's the match they're looking at being the most competitive, the most back and forth, and the one that they should really keep their eyes out for and make sure they're feeling optimistic about it in that sense. A lot of times when you're playing in these group stages, if you lose your first 2 matches, you kind of feel very deflated. You're not feeling motivated, but they need to look at who they're up against, understand that they aren't to the level yet of their opponents, but they're making the right steps, and a team later like that Dino Nuggies roster is a potential win for them that they have to focus on.
And what do you think, Taco, based off of what Chix has said here as well, that Lotus 8 really have to look towards working on now series to series, and even between like match to match, when it comes down to what they can take away from this game up against Catjam and take forward into the remainder of this group stage?
I think obviously on the overall, you have to say, okay, that's a loss, but in single round robin, you have to just kind of deal with your losses and then hope for the best. At the very least, if you continue to win out some games, you're at least keeping yourself somewhat competitive, get yourself into prizing and all that good stuff. But I would say game to game, I talked about it a little bit near the tail end of that first series in the day, in that I feel like Lotus 8 has a decent thing going on defense. They're actually coordinated enough to get those touches, but I want to see more combination. I felt like I wasn't really seeing a lot of passing. If it wasn't necessarily as deliberate as I'd like. Maybe it was like a deflection that carried its way into a player, but you can use that obviously on offense to set up shots, but more importantly, when you are being hammered by defense, if you're reaching for a clear, you can barely reach it. Sometimes it's easier to say, hey, someone on the back corner, I'm just going to tap it down, someone else follow through. And it's those tiny coordinations I wasn't seeing, which kind of felt like it was pretty much just slap the ball away and then just say, okay, I guess we'll just wait for the next rebound, whereas you can control the engagement by being a little bit closer to the ball. And I feel like they were lacking that. Hopefully that's maybe a note they can take forward.
steps back. So tonight, I'm just gonna let this one ride. You know what I mean? One unique, one special night.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Star Chasers Showdown presented by Ally. We're heading into now the second group. First match for Group B, coming in hot. And when we're looking over towards this next matchup between Shorties and Anonymous, looking towards this round robin group stage here, we've already had the first match for the group played off stream. I believe we do have a co-streamer watching some of the off-screen matches there. But Taco, what do you have to say about the results here within Group B after that first game?
I think at the very least we're seeing what is to be expected for the most part in Group A and Group B. The teams that were able to play in that qualifier, get through on the upper bracket through quals, is exactly what's happening with Catchem and ACD, and then respectively Guild Academy or the 6-7% Guild Academy, and then Shorties being able to get through with the 1-0. So at the end of the day, yeah, it might be expected, but this does not dictate the final standings. There's still a long way to go for these teams to lock in their spots.
Yeah, there's 3 more matches on the line, right? Heading into this second match now, Chixa, between Shorties and Anonymous, what are your expectations between this next match?
Yeah, I would definitely say looking at the Shorties roster, two-thirds of endpoint that we know of on there in particular. We know of Slumpy. She is very familiar on, the Twitter and scene of Rocket League. She is one of our biggest women's supporters and someone who talks in the scene a bunch. So big names on the Slumpy, Sarek, and Alanis roster. I really like the Shorties roster. I think they're battling with the best of them in the bracket, and they're looking to make a good run.
Yeah, it's so weird looking at this roster, I think, thinking back towards those endpoint days and seeing that Takara is missing with it. I feel like Slumpy, Alanis, Takara were such a team that were just so well known, and they're very difficult to forget in that kind of sense. But Sarek's also been within the scene for quite a while now, Taco. So big shoes to fill in that kind of sense, but I feel like she's definitely able to do it.
Yeah, it can be difficult to see a team not only that plays really well together within the EU scene and point and break up, particularly one that's just such good friends. So you say, oh, well, the chemistry might be a little bit different, but yeah, you're taking a player in Sarak with RNL Roar, previous team playing through, and then swap them in, and honestly, they've been having a good time. I've been seeing them kind of come through, and they seem pretty confident coming into this event. So I would say if you're looking for the endpoint synergy, you're probably going to still see that, but with a new flavor, I would say, added in, and I'm excited to see what it looks like.
Yeah, and heading up against Anonymous for their second match within the Group B here. Arena is a name that stands out to me, a player, Chixa, that I was really familiar with back in the 2023 season. But when I look over towards Aurora and Shans, these names, I don't know as much about, so some question marks there.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a question marks with new rosters form. Aurora and Chan, certainly people you don't want to underestimate. I think anyone in particular that has made it to main event, who has made it to top 8, you shouldn't underestimate. And, they're named Anonymous for a reason, because you might not recognize them, and they hope to show you what they're really made of today. So again, a little bit of a one-sided matchup, but not as one-sided, I think, as the previous series that we saw.
Yeah, so I mean, overall, all things considered, again, it is like a little bit more, again, of that kind of underdog story on the side of Anonymous. Then you're looking over towards that Shorties roster, which I think a big point that we have to talk about here as well, Taco, is the fact that Shorties within the EU region is actually the only team that also has a coach on deck for them. And I feel like I just got to hear from you what difference that can really make here for these teams now heading into the main event.
And I've coached some squads before, and I feel like the biggest influence that I hear from players about that is that when you're talking it through as a team, it can be kind of nice to have this like disembodied voice that isn't on the pitch, being able to say, hey, you need to focus on this. If there's someone who needs to be singled out, not necessarily to say like, hey, you're screwing up. It's more so just to say, hey, let's maybe a little bit more mindful of that. It takes the pressure off the players. They don't have to worry about interpersonal conflicts. It's about the coach trying to do what's best for them. And on top of the fact that sometimes when you're in the thick of it, you can't really understand what's going on. But if you're a coach looking over their shoulders or maybe being able to spectate the game, you're able to kind of break things down on a broader scale. I think that perspective really helps with those mid-game adjustments, which is why I think in other competitions where we see timeouts instituted within a lot of the formats, those actually really help. And there's like kind of the quote timeout buff, where oftentimes teams will take that timeout, talk it through with the coach, and then the next game they win, I would say, more than chance level, like 65% or something like that. So definitely the influence of that can be helpful. Some teams don't like it, but I think it's in their benefit to at least try sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, just having that kind of added experience to be able to speak. And again, the fact that there's going to be that lack of like, I feel like when you're on the pitch and then sometimes there can be a little bit of conflict. So again, having that kind of fourth person, I was going to say, it's third person POV in a kind of way, though, being able to bring that kind of perspective to the table. But this is also a rematch from the qualifier stage as well here, Chicksa between Shorties and Anonymous, where last time Shorties ended up taking them 3-0. But every single match here within the main event is a best of 7. So there is a bit more opportunity, a bit more wiggle room to make those adaptations on the fly within a series.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult one. I really think, Anonymous are in that like 6th or 8th team range of the 8 going in, and they're fighting for each game and each win that they possibly can get against these teams. It's a similar story. At the end of the day, in order to kind of show yourself a little bit more, even 1 or 2 game wins in a best of 7, make the most of it. So I don't know how these teams are feeling. I haven't seen in particular Anonymous play together. I just know on the other end of things with Stumpy's team, they're feeling very optimistic. They're feeling like they're the best in their group, and I think that mentality is going to go a long way for them.
Yeah, it definitely means a lot in that kind of regard here. But I mean, overall, Taco, when you're looking at the grand scheme of Group B in general, I think everyone's eyes, again, towards Shorties, towards 67% of Guild in that kind of sense. But if you were to put maybe Shorties and Guild head-to-head, which we will be seeing at some point within Group B, what are your expectations for the outcome in that kind of match when you're looking at the top dogs here within Group B?
It's tough because, like, obviously I'm so tempted to just think back, well, that's more or less asking like what Endpoint and Guild back in the day looks like, but that's not the question, because obviously we swapped out these players. We don't have Johto, we don't have Takara, so there's a little bit of an awkward situation there where we're saying, okay, where does one really shake down? And I think the answer is kind of the honest one is I don't actually know how that one is going to look. I think there's times where we saw that Guild roster, or at least 2/3 of them now playing with pads coming in, a phenomenal player from last season, kind of in that kind of mid-tier range in EU. I think there are moments where we saw Guild really come out strong and they were just like one of the best teams in the bracket, and other times they didn't live up to expectations. I think Endpoint is a team that has always been around right at the top. I feel like if you took out maybe some of those top dogs through EU, they were pretty much the team to beat throughout EU, or very much kind of the gatekeepers for that kind of podium finishes throughout a lot of tournaments.
That's for sure. I think it's a lot that's really good to keep in mind, just to have those kind of expectations set here on the desk and also on for the audience there as well. But we are just about ready to head into our second match of today. So take it away. It'll be Shorties versus Anonymous.
Well, it is our second series of the day. I can't believe series 1 flew by so quickly, but it's nice to be on the other end of the bracket in Group B. I'm saying bracket, the other end of groups per se, and seeing little bits and pieces of both. I mean, only 2 teams move on to tomorrow from each, and as we mentioned, every game matters in the best of 7, because I'm sure we'll see tiebreakers.
Yeah, being able to deal with tiebreakers is awful, and I always hated that whenever I play in these types of formats, but at the very least, when you are a team like this, you have to make the best of it. And so I think Anonymous coming in at 0-1, I think they kind of understand that Destiny is in their hands. It's not going to be easy, especially with Shorty shooting like this one. That one's not going to go through, but certainly going to be pelting off of the frame more than enough times. Slumpy trying to make up for it. It looked open, but Arena more than quick enough to be able to tap that one.
Slumpy, this one taken away. Alanis, backboard follow-up is not found. A lot slower of a start than what we saw earlier in the day today. A couple of misses, and this feels like the Game 1 filler outmatch we were kind of expecting. Alanis passed one, but here comes Arena. Come on through in rotation and get a touch. It's certainly been a couple of demos, a couple of trying out plays. It feels very exploratory in this first minute and change of gameplay.
I think sometimes that's really how it has to be. I mean, played teams like this before, but how teams look qualifier to main event, or really just even series to series, can drastically vary. So I think right now we're starting to see that one where you don't want to just throw the ball away. You want to keep possession. Maybe Aurora wants to keep it a little bit better that last time. I think taking off had a different idea in mind, but kind of harmed them as sitting around the midfield. You mentioned exploratory is kind of the main way to describe it. And I think right now it's more or less cautious as well. There's not really a lot of diving in, not a lot of passing plays, not even a lot of demos. It's really just trying to take solo plays and see how the other team responds.
Very awkwardly kind of quiet. I don't think we've even registered many shots to start off this game at all, maybe one or two. But most of the touches have been in that midfield or quarter line marks that haven't gotten dangerous. That's the first we've seen around that area. Slumpy can't find the angle to put it on in. Aurora, a good challenge and a good touch out. Fortunately, it bounces way too high for her to get to it, and Slumpy able to clear out in that midfield line. 50 there into midfield still. Arena on the turn, gets past one. Shans can't find the touch. It'll be a one-on-one and a huge clear at field for Aurora.
Unfortunately, Aurora won't be able to join that attack, so we're going to have to respawn and see what maybe in kind of awkward double commit coming to bring out, but doesn't really hurt them much because Shorties does get the immediate clear, but the follow-through is there. Now we have Zarak trying to throw that one in an awkward position. I kind of like that one, throwing it low on the backboard, but looks like the defense was ready for that one, so not too many surprises coming out. Still seeing double commits, but maybe this one could work out that time. Off of the bar, off the bounce, and we're still going to say scoreless.
Follow-up. Maybe found. It's a shot, but Aurora all the way sent out in midfield, challenged by Sarek. It's bouncing dangerously. Arena almost has the read. Back on down 50. Doesn't make this any farther in the midfield line. The corner. Alanis can't find the touch. Sarek, Alanis up. The 50 stays in front of net, but still nothing's found. A very quiet game number one. You just know you're waiting for a mistake. A double commit on that play could have caused harm, but still nothing for Anonymous to get out of it. These teams, both of them, mistakes have been very apparent at times, but no one's been, I guess, like you mentioned, headstrong enough because everyone looks cautious.
Yeah, but I feel like this is the part where we start to see foreshadowing in the script because I'm seeing some double commits. So even saw Shorties go up for a play that I don't really feel like they needed to, and they barely went out that 50. So I think that's going to be the tail of the tape if we look back at this game. If I had to make my prediction, at the very least, making sure you have that solid contact is one thing. How about contact on the car? Bump to almost open up the shot, but going to be slapped to the side. Maybe not this one, though. That's real awkward from Aurora. Shans is the first to that one. Shorty's too deep for rotation to do much with that one. Miss off the near post. Also going to deflect off that post twice in a row. Another save on the goal line. Anonymous keeps it 0-0 in the final 30 seconds.
Slumpy puts this one towards the back wall. Arena looking to get a clear out, can't do so. Alanis' touch still doesn't fall in front of net. Aurora miss, may open up the field, but instead the ball will just stay on the Anonymous half. At least temporarily. What a clear up field. Aurora can't stay high enough. Is there a shot potential? Shans puts it on target, but Alanis finds the save. Couple seconds, maybe one last opportunity. Transition shot still too high. And this one will be going into overtime with a 0-0 scoreline.
Almost felt like I wanted to reel you back there. I was like, oh, we don't know until this ball hits. But unfortunately, Shorty's not able to wrangle that. You can see the catch attempt and then saying, well, don't have much to do with, so maybe we will just take that OT. And I gotta say, Anonymous, they're looking confident. I definitely feel like I can see them slowly coming into form. They're diving in on a bit more plays, and maybe that's a downfall if they're not going to make that contact, but right now, I do like their ability to just kind of get right up into the face of Shorties. This one, I think Slumpy might have wanted back, but instead going to work her value into a demo. It's Sarak, it's Shorties with the dub.
What a almost anticlimactic way to score in overtime. It's in the first 23 seconds, and it's a demo to open up the net and make an open play. But this is what I mentioned. It's a much closer series this time around instead of last time. Between the two teams, in Shorties and Anonymous, they aren't that unmatched. Again, you're just having the experience level of Shorties being on those other rosters previously shown in the shots and aggressiveness and the cohesiveness a little bit more, but the talent level is still there on the other end of the field.
Yeah, I think there was almost like an awareness of both teams at times where there was moments of touching the ball and then kind of just tapping it high and saying, let's take another touch and just see what the defense gives us. And then eventually I feel like everyone realized almost the same time, around 2 minutes remaining, where they were like, this is not working. We just need to try something and maybe try to dive in a bit more. Once that aggression started opening up, I felt like the play styles from both teams started to come out in more relief. You saw a lot of attempted combinations from Shorties. You saw a lot of kind of those high lobs or kind of those quick cuts trying to come in on offense from their opponents. So being able to see that happen and see these teams kind of come into their own is encouraging to see in game number 2. Yeah, we didn't have maybe the most satisfying way to end the overtime. It was a pretty short one, but we'll see what game 2 leads into. I think both these teams starting to get a bit more warmed up.
Yeah, with the second game of the day, groups can sometimes be long, but with there only being kind of 4 teams in each group, you're only getting 3 matches. So it makes the most of every series. Interesting kickoff to say the least, as that ball is stalled in midfield, but a great initial save and a follow-up touch out by Anonymous. Granted, I'm watching Alanis on that backboard. She is fed. It's a drop down for Slumpy, who can't find the last touch there. I wanted that play so badly, but the creativity, the extra bit of confidence from Shorty is coming out very early in this one.
Also, just really nice to be able to see the confidence of the players to be able to say, no, I got it, and be able to leave it there. You had someone on the backboard. I think a lot of players are tempted to kind of knock it away, get a deflection, knock it on the defense. But instead, just being able to say, no, I believe if you have that, then we'll just see where cards may fall. Either way, not going to go on through, so can't really be wringing your hands too much about that. No time for that. You got to be able to get right back into it, which is exactly what Anonymous is attempting to do. This lead demo, Marina trying to get that early flick past one, but that's why you need a little bit something higher. Maybe something on the follow through from Shands. Really awkward on the deflection, but turned away on the goal line.
Desperately needing a clear right now is Shorties. They're not able to find one just yet. Sarek in the corner, low on boost, doesn't pick up that 100 boost as well in the corner. But the clear does end up coming on through, and almost a shot to boot because of it. Aurora, only initial touch, does get fed this one up into the other end of the open field. Alana's taking her time, is challenged, in fact demoed. Ball open in free air. If only Aurora could have started a play off of it. I wish the players would keep this ball closer to themselves, allow for 50s or plays to be made, because they keep giving it to the other team, and because of it, Alanis takes advantage.
You're taking the words right out of my head right there, Chicksa, because that's exactly what I'm thinking about, is a lot of these touches, Anonymous is getting onto the touch. It's about the quality afterwards. You can't just keep throwing it into the corner. You can't just keep throwing it high into the far side, and especially you can't allow those deflections. I feel like it's tough on those waterfall reads straight down, but at the very least, they have a attempt to redeem themselves somewhat off that kickoff. It was a little bit awkward when he saw the Shorties team not really, truly ready for it, but seems like everything is pretty settled down. And I mean, honestly, first goal coming in a lot earlier than game 1, but I wouldn't say that's going to be deciding anything quite yet. Certainly a lot Anonymous still has to play for, especially now with potentially a boost steal to start the attack.
Sort of falling in front of net. Sarek hitting up Alanis, who almost puts a missile on target. If only it was on. But instead, more 50s come through. They ring, they drop down. Shorties seem to be getting their momentum as a team much better. You're seeing more connections when it comes to the offensive pressure in the forms of passing plays and demos and little touches like that to extend it further Something getting over 2 there, but it initially comes from a teammate. I'm liking all kind of those triangle passes being made.
I think that's the bread and butter of effective offense, is making sure everyone stays involved. But more importantly, it keeps your options open. The defense doesn't really know what to anticipate. The better you pass, the more you can maybe catch them slipping a bit. Looks like Slumpy is not one of those players. Excellent save from her to be able to keep that goal line clear. Always scary on the rebound. Aurora terrifying through the air, but somehow Shorty's still finding these saves.
That cohesiveness as a team, as an attack, when one goes, another follows after the fact. Alanis controlling underneath one, trying to cut the ball, send the pass through. The pass is made to Slumpy, and Shorty's now up by 2.
I like this from Alanis. The fake is devastating, but then even more so, baiting in the defender. And I really like pass like that because, yeah, you can throw it immediately, but it's much more effective when you know that player is shadow defending you specifically. They're waiting on your touch, and then you see them tap that break. That's the perfect moment to throw it to the side, and Alanis makes sure that she handles that moment with care.
I like the Shorties offense continuing to get more and more consistent throughout this game. A miss there. I think the defensive troubles have plagued both teams. Aurora's shot off target. Zarek with time, using that time and control to her advantage, cutting it here as it pops up, and Aurora will be to it first. The challenge does come on through, and Slumpy looking for an angle will allow Zarek to go instead. Nice pass here. This one actually back into Zarek. Say calculated or not, it doesn't matter because that just looks beautiful.
I'm just going to say it's on purpose. Sure, that's definitely in the comms. Brilliant redirect, but I got to say, it's coming down to this infield passing. If Anonymous is going to keep giving up that open net in front of, or rather the open space right in front of the net, the top of the key, then that's just going to keep on happening. I think Shorty's right now in comms. If I'm them, I have to be thinking, let's just keep peppering this ball across, because if you get back on defense, you're just crowding the goal line. It leaves everything else for the taking.
45 seconds. Anonymous doing their best to find one. Granted, Shorties have looked quite creative when it comes to their own offense. Shan's almost hitting a net here. It's open though as she gets through the entire team. Narina finds the finish for the first Anonymous goal.
Really do like the mechanics coming out from Anonymous. We haven't seen too many opportunities to hold it, mainly just because I think what we were talking about with their defense and trying to clear the ball, keep possession. But when they do get a chance and they have more than, I don't know, 40, 50 boosts in their tank, it's going near the Shorties' goal, and it's really something that they need to be mindful of. Granted, it doesn't much matter if kickoffs happen like that, but I would have to say this game number 2 was more or less kind of in control of Shorties. Now it just seems like beyond any measure of a doubt.
Wow. I look away for 1 second and another goal's been scored. What just happened? Shorties right off kickoff? What happened? Anonymous finally gaining some momentum for themselves, and it's quickly taken away. Shorties looking impressive. It's like they wavered for a quick second and then right on back. Shorties bring it back to them. Time has certainly run out for the Anonymous roster in game number 2. Shorties successfully winning in convincing fashion, and happy to see the improvement again of both teams throughout these series. That's what makes best of 7 so nice. It seems like every game just gets better and better and better.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see them also recognize exactly why when we mention coaching. And I don't necessarily want to put it entirely on the coach. Obviously, these players are aware of things that have been around the block quite a while. And it's almost like they started to realize, hey, we're seeing a little bit more space in the midfield. Let's try to work that a bit more. Let's try to kind of build these team plays, and that's where I think we started to see obviously the play style open up, but also the offense just be a lot more lethal. Granted, they're still knocking down double-digit shots, but at the very least, putting away a lot in the regulation, not having to be forced into OT is great. Anonymous, I feel like I see everything that they're trying to do, but I think, as you said earlier, Chicks, it really has to start with possession.
I like Shorties, again, 4 for 4 when it comes to goals and assists. When it's upfield, Anonymous, we haven't seen that as much, but I really think, again, it kind of comes down to the experience between these two in experience, I mean in tournament experience, competing together as a team. You have 2/3 of an old roster, 1/3 of as well a quote unquote old roster, both that were well known, that played a while, and then you have names that you're not so familiar with, the quote unquote anonymous players on the field, and they're learning in these experiences. It's so valuable to hold tournaments like this, because down the line you're going to see those players that may be competing in the tournament environment for the first time just continue to improve.
And so, of course, obviously, shout out Ally, shout out Radiant for helping organize all this stuff. Shout out to Epic, obviously, for helping improve tournaments like this, because I agree that a lot of weeklies that we've been seeing in the scene, also a lot of kind of these smaller tournaments, that's all great. But when you have tournaments like this is where you really test your mettle. This is where it gets the adrenaline pumping, because there's nothing quite like playing in a super high-stakes environment. I feel like if you're shorties, you thrive in moments like this. Certainly they're thriving off offense in the beginning, getting quite a lot of shots, maybe even a goal if they're not careful. Sarek able to be turned away just barely.
Pop up here. It's time before anyone touches it. In fact, we still haven't found a touch, and Sarek takes full advantage of a perfectly floating ball in midfield.
It's got really sting if you're up for that ball. You pretty much have the read, but then you realize you really do not have the boost at the end of that play, so gonna be an open shot, and you're gonna give shorties an open net there. He'll gladly take that one. Still has a lot of awareness though. They could have just rotated all the way back, but Sarek able to sense the danger, throw that one right into the net, so now something to work off. Slumpy maybe making it 2. That's a hefty deflection into the midfield, maybe a bit too much actually for Sarek. Maybe Anonymous taking advantage of this one. Underneath one, Aurora quickly up, no more boost. How about a third? Where's the rotation? Coming in is Shans, another double tap, it's just too slow.
Building up pressure is Anonymous. A great clear up field will relieve all that pressure. Shot comes through in quick fashion, and midfield pressure still there for shorties. Alanis, she's creeping through in that forward quarter. Slumpy towards the back wall, well read by Shans. Puts this one out, only for it to be challenged yet again. Arena and Aurora, the double commit, pick up by Slumpy. Corner bounce, does she have the read? It's a pass instead! Alanis is there, and shorties find a second.
Obviously a fantastic read off the corner from Slumpy, but it's the longtime teammate that still is aware that it might not be, and that's a difficult angle. Let's just be on the back post just in case. Proven right on her suspicions. 2-0 to the good for shorties, and right now Anonymous got to be kicking themselves. It wasn't necessarily entirely due to it, but double commits like that on defense, they don't seem too big of a deal in the moment, but they can build to something that the other team can take advantage of.
Here, trying to poke it on through is Sarek. As pressure keeps on coming for the shorties roster, it's nice to see them continue to build pressure, find their teammates. This one 50-1 by Anonymous, but it's quickly back on the opposing half. Off the corner, Sarek, the pop, the bump, the finish. Alanis there again, has been an absolute cleanup machine. Now finds the second for shorties, or third for her team.
Really nice to be able to be that role. Sometimes it doesn't look the most glamorous, but I mean, goals are going to be winning you their games, so sometimes it's nice to be able to say, hey, first players come through and just plow through, get some 50s, get some awkward saves, and then I'll just do the rest. And it's a nice thing to do for Alanis because she's incredibly good at it. You can see on the positioning, not really going too far forward, not trying to ricochet back across, wasting a bunch of boosts on half rotations. She just always plays exactly the distance that she needs to be to cover the defense, but more importantly, be there when the offense needs her most.
Get in front of that ball, trying to get the cleanup play, but Alanis retreats and Slumpy follows up for shorties. Bounce here. This one in midfield. Sarek finding the challenge. But instead, the backwards touch may be problematic. If only Aurora was able to find contact, but this ball just rolling aimlessly. Alanis picking it up, trying to fake out, but it won't happen again. We saw it occur earlier. Slumpy, back wall, setting up a teammate. This one deflected away. And more pressure comes from the shorty's side. The pop-up on target, trying to get it. Slumpy wasn't ready. There's still this ball in front of net, but the save's made by Team Anonymous, and a net that's open no longer stays open.
unfortunately, it seems like open nets don't really exist. It's really just trying to make sure you can pry it open. You need a can opener, you need something. And right now, we're not seeing any player kind of fulfill that role from Anonymous. I think you see those kind of glances at goal, but that's really all they are because Shorty's rotation is locked on through. They're getting in front of everything. And if you're not scoring on the first shot, Anonymous might as well just be gathering boost and going to try again later because they're just simply not getting these rebounds. Granted, it's probably hard enough just getting out of their half right here. A lot of 50s from Shorties and maybe some misses into some maybe, let's say, tactical fakes to keep the possession with Alanis.
Alanis dropping this one down to Slumpy, who can't find the touch. Rotations keep on going through. That's a double commit. That net should be open if only Shans had more boost to work with. Instead, Slumpy comes from behind her. Misses that touch, though. And I don't know if Sarek was ready either. The save by Alanis made an open opportunity for Anonymous there to make something out of nothing. But instead, still, they're searching for a way to score. And each and every time they're close. But they can't find the finish until now.
That's a brief window, starting off by Aurora. Nice save, but you can see Sarek trying to throw that one to the corner, and that's the problem. If you hit it a little bit too hard, especially too high off that corner, it's just going to go right back into the blender, and you're going to get torn up by Shans. A couple times now, Shans has been around the ball with a scoring opportunity. Nice to be able to slot that one just in between everybody else. Right off kickoff, maybe Aurora had that one, but the cheat up was not lined up in the way that she intended. Deflection off the corner, going to take it all the way back to mid, and unfortunately, there's just not enough time. There's not enough pacing to be able to contend with Alanis. One right back.
Incredible. Honestly, this has been an incredible game for Alanis in particular. Always upfield when it matters the most. The positioning is really the impeccable part of it. And a lot of times not what's looked at for these players. It's, you know, mechanics is always at the forefront of everything it seems, but her positioning has been the most influential part of the success of the Shorties offense, and at this point it's a domino effect. They found a couple early on, they keep that momentum and they bring it through, and now 5-1 is that scoreline.
Yeah, if you're Anonymous, this is where we talk about in esports, you kind of have the memory of a goldfish. You kind of just put this game out of your mind. Maybe not completely forget about it. You want to make sure you take the lessons, particularly with how dangerous Shorties can be on this offense, and particularly off these kickoffs, as number 6 going to slide through. But I think this one kind of got away, obviously, from Anonymous, but you can see kind of the downfall. I think you just got to forget it, say, nah, happens, and then kind of focus on game number 4 going forward.
Game number 4. Wow. This series is flying by.
I thought the same thing.
Shorties, hello. I guess eyes wide open at this point. A continuous pressure, continuous effort. 3-0 at this point of the day, at this point in the game. They need one more to move on forward, and that's our second match. Wow. Again, performances have been incredible for EU to start today. The talent is there, and these games seem close at the start, but then quickly peel away.
I think it's such a brutal way of looking at things, but at the end of the day, there is a reason why we come in and say these are the top teams, because they play like it. Shorties is coming in, definitely in Group B, looking as probably the favorite or one of the favorites, but you don't really see it at first, but then over time, it seems like, oh, we actually do know ball. We actually do understand that this team is pretty lethal, because Anonymous can make all the saves they want. They can grab all these great air dribbles, but at the end of the day, when Shorties is on a roll, they just look like they're pile driving through teams.
Yeah, I agree. A little shaky of a start, a very quiet start. Remember when we had overtime in game 1, Taco?
What a quaint memory.
That happened. It was 0-0 with a 23-second overtime. But now it was 6-1. I'm kind of like backtracking here in my head. What is happening on the field, and how has this team looked so good in the past 2 games?
We can say that there's some coaching buff, but it doesn't mean that Anonymous is helpless. What a play to start us off from Shans, from the seal into the back post.
Highlight moment. We like the clip moment. That's a crazy real moment. Woo! Wild.
Slumpy giving a little shade in the text chat in the lobby. Apparently playing together, saying, where was this in ranked 3s earlier? But either way, they show up when it matters. And Shans Well, maybe not playing that same clip-heavy mentality within ranked, but in the private match, showing up big when they need her most in this reverse sweep attempt.
I just think every game in this series has been very different, and that goal to start it off, certainly a very different experience for Team Anonymous. Maybe they can get another one here. Arena looking up the ceiling. Aurora now sending it towards the other corner. Arena there. Shan's lurking in the backfield, waiting for this touch. Aurora to challenge. Arena and Shan's both there. Shan's to pick it up. Has enough boost. Will play with it. Looking for a follow-up. In fact, it's on target. That's save off the crossbar and down. But Shorty's feeling the pressure. Certainly struggling more than what we've seen in the first minute of this gameplay.
Yeah, that last defense almost looked like those moments when you're in the hallway and trying to get past someone. You're like, oh, sorry, no, you go. No, it's fine. And you can't do that on defense. Shorty's almost giving up kind of an awkward one. And almost this kind of passive, laid-back approach might be harming them if not playing offense like this. But when you have Shorty's just slapping people into the back of the goal, it's going to be pretty easy to score a wide open one for Milanis.
Yep, that one is exactly what is needed. A little bit of bump, a little bit of blocking in front of her does exactly what's needed as well. I have felt today that EU is definitely a lot more bump and demo heavy than I remember, and every team seems to use bumps and demos to their advantage. I don't think NA decides to use it as much, and I'm surprised.
I think that's also just the mentality switch. A lot of people have kind of taken the assumption that for some reason in the EU culture within esports, it's very team focused. It's very much about how you can create plays together. Not to say NA is devoid of that, but I agree. I feel like sometimes when you have those moments where you're dribbling one-on-one and you have maybe a player there, your first thought is maybe to try to solo play or take a 50 or something, but EU just seems a bit more straightforward in the best of ways. Hey, if we have two players and they only have one, let's just get them out of the way. Let's not try to finesse our way through a situation that we definitely have the man advantage on.
We'll see the changes and the differences each scene has developed over time. We touched on it very briefly and certainly excited to tune into that later today. But with EU right now changing things up, Team Anonymous looking to pull a stunner right now in Game 4. Aurora scoring the second there, and they have a lead in Game 4 against a Shorty's roster that is currently on match point.
I gotta say, in the prior games, I was looking at Anonymous and I'm thinking, I really don't like how they keep throwing the ball away. And typically, that comes from a lack of presence of mind, where you're not really able to focus on the next step. But Aurora right there got a chance, realized the defense is probably gonna have to dive in, plays the fake, and then doesn't waste time, rolls it into the open net. Don't get fancy, just take the goals when you can grab them. So as we cross half time in this Game 4, obviously something that is a must-win from Anonymous, being on that match point, or facing that match point. I think it's decisions like that that's probably gonna make the difference. Now it's about making sure their defense can hold up, something that Sarek is definitely not going to let them off the hook easy with. That's an awkward roll, but nicely followed through on the clear.
Juanis, the 50, in fact, is right in front of net for Slumpy to take. How was she just waiting there? The ball perfectly falling on her lap. The initial 50, in fact, made by her against two players, but good positioning to tie this game up for Shorties.
I was going to say great assist, but not much of an assist when you just pass it to yourself, taking on two players. And I will say the double commit has part of it, but it's also just the angles, not really able to get in front of that play. Speaking of angles, Sarek almost getting the redirect, trying to put this one into the lead with the lightning quick turnaround, but something that is dangerous about Shorties. When you have a team with this much chemistry, this much experience, you're going to have those moments where they are not going to be too rattled by some of these plays. They might be rattled if you get another double. Shan's apparently limited to one clip a game there, not able to get another as the crossbar says no.
Don't limit her like that. She can hit the next one, all right? All right. It was a great attempt. And you're just seeing, again, the bits and pieces of how good this EU scene can be. So close to making so many of these opportunities. You just want more. Arena off the corner, pushing for Team Anonymous. Can they sneak it in? Chans can't. Now Alanis, gifted with this one, uses Sarek to help her. Can she fall on it? No. Instead, the touch isn't made, but Slumpy drops one in front of net. No touch again. Follow-up, Alanis, this one, Sarek as well, waiting, finds the challenge but can't get anywhere with this ball, bumps a player, this one too high though, it's find a touch, and Shorty's on the offensive end, struggling to find the one touch they need to gain a lead. Still holding on to possession. Midfield presence there. This one back down, but everyone on Team Anonymous ready on the defensive end, positioned for 50s or touches out, upfield, or into the corner.
Not able to off the corner, off the ceiling. Nice tap down for Alanis. That's a flick and a half, but that's going to be too high. The follow through is going to yield a temporary double. Good comms from Anonymous to be able to prevent that one from being even worse. However, you can't delay the inevitable. 11 seconds remaining. It's Serac with a potential dagger.
Wow. It only took 10 or more setups to find that one. Team Anonymous doing their best to hold on, but didn't find the clear they desperately needed. Now a kickoff goal could have done something, but playing keep away is Shorties. In fact, maybe another goal does just as well. 2 seconds on the clock. Do we see extra time? No. Shorties take this one in a sweep, but a very interesting back and forth game nonetheless with what we saw from both teams.
A little bit of Pepe hands, I'm sure, from the side of Anonymous at the end there. It felt like everything was starting to come together. They're starting to play a bit more even, but when they get that rough 50, things get tied up. And then you have pretty good offense even leading into things, and then it falls apart because you just give away too many shots in a row. But not to say that they're throwing that game away. Phenomenally played by Shorties all throughout. Even in those closer games, felt like they always had at least somewhat of a foot within the game. They weren't necessarily playing from behind too much. So I will say that is encouraging. If there's anything such as a good loss from Anonymous, I feel like we kind of saw that one in the last game.
I was trying to, again, remember our game one of the day. That was an overtime game. It was that close. And then we had 2 games that were a lot split apart. I believe it was 4-1 and 6-1, around that range. And then we saw that last game that was more back and forth. And Team Anonymous had clip moments. They just weren't consistent enough throughout the series to really play game to game against that kind of maturity and experience that we saw on the other end of the field. So over time, I think this Anonymous team will get better. We see that they can do it, but if only they could have played games 2 and 3 like we saw out of them in games 1 and 4.
Sometimes that is the most frustrating thing, is that Rocket League is a game that gets reset every 5 minutes, so you have to play a completely fresh game. And sometimes you're just playing Elite, everything works for you, everything clicks, you're getting all the boosts, you're not getting demoed, like everything is just kind of in this flow state, but you can't always play like that. And I think we saw it got real bad in some games, but I would say the rebound is nice to see. I really felt like we were on the verge of seeing our first game go past that sweep potential, but unfortunately, it's just too strong on the side of Shorties. They have the chemistry, they have the mechanics, and right now they definitely have the clutch factor. Even backs against the wall, they just look so solid all throughout.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how that group in particular shakes out. I think it's a little bit closer again, Group B than Group A when it comes to those skill gaps. So hopefully Group B has more exciting matches to come.
And certainly we can see maybe if that's in the cards. At the very least, I would like to see Ash again, and hopefully a player as well on the winning team of Shorties on the interview. As we set that up, we're going to throw you to a brief break. Do not go anywhere. Still back with some more Star Chasers Showdown number 1 after this.
Rose-colored lips, 1,000 candles glowing face. Music play, wind is blowing. Light as a feather, bright as the morning. Music play, the fists begin. Fills the air, steps quicken. Rhythm beats, high fresco.
is never gonna be any good for you or me.
What a match coming in for the second match of the day there for Group B, with Shorties taking that W 4-0 against Anonymous. But Taco, I think what's really cool about the fact that we are seeing again these best of 7 series throughout the entirety of the main event is that you really get to see the progression within one match, within one series, of how Anonymous in this particular case was able to adapt and make it really close by that last matchup, something that you might not always get the opportunity to see in a best of 5.
Yes, and one thing that I really like about those longer series, as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, is that exact point. The issue is with that is that when you do adapt and you're saying, okay, let's keep the ball closer, certainly using their mechanics a lot better down the stretch, that's all great, but the other team also had a minute between games to think about things, and I think the Shorties also showing their flexibility in their play style. They were aggressive some games or really passive other games, but they're always doing what they felt like was working best for them, which is, I think, a huge part of why they were able to end this series with a sweep.
Yeah, and Chicksa, I think at the beginning, when we saw the first match of this series, it was almost like both teams were starting to feel each other out. And then what was the big change for you looking at how Shorties were able to then look so dominant in the next two before getting into that really even last match of the day?
I really do think it was those passing plays that we saw out of them in particular. It seemed like each and every time Alanis was upfield, was in the proper positioning to finish off a play, or Slumpy made a good 50, followed up her own shot, made plays just like that. It seemed like each and every time there was a shot going on for the side of Shorties, there was a follow-up shot if it didn't go in, or a follow-up in the pass that was made. Someone was always there to keep that pressure going.
Well, the pressure was definitely up there for the side of Shorties and how they were able to continue to push forward, but we've also got to talk about our ally match MVP. On the Shorty squad, it's going to be Alanis this time around. And as a heads up, if you guys have some questions about how this ended up being tabulated there, we did unfortunately miss out on that last game. So this is games 1 through 3 as far as the statistics go. For clarification there down in the audience. But hey, Taco, what have you got to say about Alanis' performance today?
Just a poacher in front of goal. She was solid. Every single time the ball bounced out, it was like Alanis is right there waiting for it. And a lot of people are saying, wow, pretty fortunate you're there. But no, there's no accidents in the highest level of the esports scene. When you are in front of the goal, you have to make sure you're playing predictively. Alanis has always been a really solid player on that. Back in the day with Endpoint, that's really kind of the main role that she was satisfying. And I think it's continued here with Shorties. It's so difficult to get save after save. It's even worse when Alanis is just lurking there in the shadows, just out of your field of vision.
Definitely difficult to deal with a player who's just so on the ball within a series in that kind of sense. But we do actually have an interview this time around. We'll be interviewing someone over from the Shorties squad. It'll be Sarak. And GG's, congratulations on your win, Sarak. How are you doing?
I'm great. How about you?
I'm really good. Thank you for asking. I was just curious, like, when it comes down to the Star Chasers Showdown here, I wanted to hear from you as one of the players what this event means to you and just, like, the opportunity for more Women's Rocket League to be happening here in 2024.
I mean, by looking back, like, almost half a year now, we had barely anything to play, so I'm really grateful to get the opportunity to play tournaments again. So thanks for everything.
Yeah, definitely a big shout out to Ally for that, and to Radiant, of course, for powering up the broadcast in that kind of sense. But Sarak, last year you played on, I believe it was, oh my god, my brain right now. Were you on RNL Aurora Lionesses?
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
Okay. I was like thinking, and the Lionesses went through like several name changes, and I was like, am I gonna say the right one right now? But how's the transition for you now playing with a new squad and it being the core of Alanis and Slumpy as well? How did that feel for you as kind of the new player coming into the core?
I mean, of course, we gotta adjust some things still, but I'm feeling quite good in this roster, and I'm having a lot of fun playing with those two. So yeah, let's see how far we can get this weekend.
I love to hear that. Did you play with Alanis and Slumpy kind of just like outside of officials in that kind of sense, have you been friends with them for a while, or how did this roster like come together with you joining them?
I mean, it was kind of a last minute decision because I was traveling around going to the major in Copenhagen and everyone was doing tryouts, so I was just there like, okay, who am I gonna end up teaming with now?
Well, I love hearing how it's kind of interesting how everything kind of comes together within like that roster mania and everything like that. But currently in the group stages, we know that within Group B, your team, the Shorties, is one of the top contenders for Group B. I think a lot of eyes are towards you and also towards Guild Academy as far as like the two teams that we're expecting to make it out of Group B in that kind of sense. How are you feeling about the Guild Academy matchup, knowing that they're kind of the other team that people have their eyes on?
I mean, they are in a quite same position as we are. They're playing with pets instead of Jota. So yeah, I think it will be a pretty close series. Of course, I hope we win. I'm quite confident. We scrimped them a bit. It was quite even. But yeah, I mean, at least it's best of 7. So I'm pretty sure it will be a really nice series to play.
Yeah, the fact that it's best of 7, I think, is a pretty big format change when it comes to Women's Rocket League events in particular. I think most of the time you see it like best of 5s for the group stage, and then it gets into best of 7s usually for playoffs or even late into playoffs. How do you feel about the longer series? Because I think there is that give and take of it being the opportunity to adapt within one series, but it also makes the day much longer for that stamina overall.
Yeah. I honestly love best of 7s because sometimes I feel like in best of 3s they're way too short, and in best of 5s you might have the chance to win the series. I'm pretty sure the better team in those 5 games is most likely to take them, but in a best of 7 it really shows which one is the better team, and if you have one game off it doesn't really matter.
Mm-hmm. Well, I love hearing your thoughts on that in that kind of sense. And before we go, because I know you have more Rocket League to play today within the group stage, I don't want to keep you for too long. Are there any thank yous or shout outs that you want to say right now with the opportunity on stream?
To be fair, for right now, I want to shout out to my teammates because they're amazing and I'm really happy for the chance to play with them.
I love that. Thank you so much for the interview, Sarak, and good luck with the rest of your games today and hopefully tomorrow as well.
Thank you.
Take care. Well, what a lovely interview with Sarak. But we do have to head on with the remainder of our broadcast. And again, the Star Chaser Showdown is presented to you by Ally, and Ally is on a mission to provide more opportunities and events for women in Rocket League esports, aligning with Ally's 2022 pledge to reach a 50-50 media spend across men's and women's sports, including esports. So you'll love to see that support here for the Women's Rocket League scene, and you guys stay tuned because we've got some more EU action to bring to you.
somewhere on the sea. It got a little longer, so it seems. I burned out, so to speak. Now come a little closer. I feel a little light in the light track. I felt a bit of bad, but I came back. There's still a little light in the light track. There's still a bit of good, so good. And I know just what to say. And I know just what to do. And I'm so sick of pain. But it's all too quick with you. Losing this game, I can't afford to be losing this game. And I know you're the safest bet. Losing my mind, can't find the words, no, I can't seem to find. But I'm really trying to get reason right. Let's take our time and choose whether we win or yellow, whether we did or shallow. Please me now, 'cause we're about to lose, whether we buy or hello, whether we stay or jello. Sometimes funny me, you pour a little bit of gasoline. I burned out, so to speak. Come a little closer. Here's some disclosure. Do you mind to quit your pretending? Truth or false, the shit never ending. Hear me now and stop condescending. You see, I'm begging, you hear me begging. If you're sick for love, then try to hide it. Find it deep inside and try to hide it. If there's a way, I wanna know we tried it. Quit your games and now that you denied it. Losing this game, I can't afford to be losing this game. And I know you're the safest bet. Losing my mind, can't find the words, no, I can't seem to find. But I'm really trying to get reason right. Let's take our time and choose whether we win or yellow, whether we dip or shallow. Please me now, 'cause we're about to lose, whether we buy or hello, whether we stay or jello. I gotta move and make amends, but can't go through the same regrets. It could feel so good on mine. Not about love, again. And I know you're the safest bet. Or yellow, whether we dip or shallow. Please me now, 'cause we're about to lose, whether we buy or hello, whether we stay or jello.
Welcome back to the Star Chasers Showdown presented by Ally. Again, I'm Ash, your host, and I'm here with Taco and Chixa. And Chixa, we're heading back over now to Group A when we are looking towards this round robin stage within the bracket. Both the groups have been playing also off stream and on some host streams on the side as well. And looking over towards Group A, we're now heading into the 2-0s in this situation, and kind of expected with how these matches were put together.
Anyways, I'm so excited. I don't know if you can tell. I'm really excited. Catch M, ACD, this is the match of the day. I mean, if you didn't tune into the rest, I mean, shame on you, first of all. Yeah. But if you are going to tune into this match. I don't care who you need to tell right now. This is potentially the grand finals matchup already being played earlier. If the grand finals is even possible with these two teams, they are, in my head, 1 and 2. And it's outstanding that we're getting to see it this early on, and a best of 7, just like we would expect in like a grand finals matchup.
Yeah, it's a really exciting one coming in here for this next group match, right? But also talking about those results again here, Taco. This is kind of what we anticipated coming out from both Group A and Group B. Group A looking almost essentially solidified, I want to say, when you're looking towards who's expected now to make it out of the group.
Yeah, it can be a little difficult sometimes when you're looking at the groups because in a single round robin, you do get kind of hints initially and then start to get solidified. So you're not necessarily focused too much on, okay, who's going to come out? It's more or less like, how is this one truly going to finish out based on standings? Because that is an important part of being able to make sure that you finish on top of your group. You want to make sure your ride is as easy as possible. So for all these players who are saying, well, I mean, if you secured 2-0, you're pretty much clear through. Well, not necessarily. You want to make sure you win that because then you're playing that second best team coming out of the other group on the other side of the bracket on the final bracket tomorrow. So I think there's still a lot at stake. You can't be losing focus and getting complacent.
No, definitely not. And with the matchup that Chixa had mentioned earlier on, Cat Jam versus ACD, going to be featured over on our side streams there. I believe it's Widow and Muntz who are co-streaming those, so check that out for sure. But that gives the opportunity to open up the floor, Chixa, to the fact that one of those teams is now going to go 3-0 and the other 1-2, leaving it a little bit more open for these other rosters heading into our game of Dino Nuggies versus Lotus 8. And looking over at this Dino Nuggies roster here, Chixa, as well, what do you got to say?
I'm thinking Dino Nuggies and Lotus 8 are going to be the closest matchup that we're going to do today. In particular, it's going to be interesting seeing both these teams kind of battling out, kind of against the two giants that are in their bracket, that now they get to battle against one another and seem like, maybe or maybe not who's better and how they can kind of, again, have that optimistic or very confident approach to this series. Instead of feeling like you're going to be down or feel like you have to play down, you play understanding that your opponent is equally matched too.
Yeah, that's for sure. Now, knowing that Dino Nuggies will be facing off against a Lotus 8 that we just saw earlier on stream, Taco, we saw this team starting to ramp things up in their match up against Cat Jam and not necessarily seeing the full force of Lotus 8 quite yet.
No, and I think that's really the important part about these games down the stretch is that we do have the prize pool a little bit more spread out in these tournaments. So there's still something to play for these ladies trying to be able to creep into that kind of 5th, 6th spot. So being able to finish at least not at the bottom of your group is still a stake on the line. And I think right now, if you're Lotus 8s, I think being able to kind of lock on through and kind of be able to maybe play with a bit more space when you're playing against a team that isn't one of the ones at the top of your group, I think that will open up a bit more of experimentation. I think that's really what I like to see out of these squads, being able to try to play something that's a bit more comfortable for them.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing them being able to be a little bit more loose in that kind of sense, right? But now it's time to head into our third match within the round robin here within Group A. It's Dino Nuggies versus Lotus 8.
Well, the battle of two teams looking to see who can make it out of their bracket not on the bottom. I mean, it's just as much of a feat to play against the giants in your group, but let alone showing that you can take a dub today, that you were playing your best Rocket League and improving. It's match 3. We have already reached the halfway point of the day, but we are about to go past that halfway point. We have seen just sweeps as well. Taco, do we see another sweep here?
I would hope not. I would like to see actually a continuation of games beyond just the 4, the literal minimum that we get. But at the very least, we had some overtime sprinkled in. Maybe that's a bonus game if you want to be somewhat of an optimist about it. But I would say we definitely have the potential here to be able to see a bit more of the even close games, because these are the teams duking it out, making sure they get into the money, making sure they're able to actually get something out of today. So really nice to see that one, because obviously people can say, yeah, well, this is the first event. You can look forward to the future. You can look for Showdown number 2 and 3 and the All-Stars event. No. You want to be able to make sure that you apply the things you've learned today. The full day is not a wash. Still a lot to play with. And I think based on what we saw earlier on, Dino Nuggies is kind of new to the stream, but Lotus 8 certainly has a lot of mechanics that they'd like to flex. Maybe this is the opportunity that they can actually show it off.
Yeah, we definitely saw a lot earlier from the Lotus 8 roster, so I'm very curious to see what this Dino Nuggies roster can do themselves. Are they able to pull out a W? Can they figure out how to play against Lotus 8, who has some very star-studded players in Rexy in particular, who has been very dynamic on the offensive end, and Violet and Nines, who have both done great jobs on the defensive end. There's just so much that I'm curious about with this Dino Nuggies roster that we already see a little bit of snippet of Lotus 8. Can they do better or worse against a team like Dino Nuggies compared to what we saw against Cat Jam?
Well, there's certainly a team that can rebound a little bit better. Both Lotus 8 and Dino Nuggies were some of the teams that were able to qualify in after taking a loss against one of the lobby favorites, Cat Jam taking down Lotus and ACD taking down Dino Nuggies. But Dino Nuggies, to their credit, were actually able to get a 3-0 in their qual match. So even though they are new to the scene, clearly they're a team not to be trifled with. So game one, hopping on through on DFH, seeing really what befalls us. Honestly, I think game number one, we've been saying it's kind of a warm-up game, but I think both these teams being able to play as fast as they appear to be, seems like it's more about just a race and see who doesn't fall behind.
I do think this game one for momentum is probably the most important of all day today. Either team that comes out on top to start off will certainly feel much better in this series, as neither team has won a game yet. In fact, looking at the bracket, they've both gotten swept by the 1 and 2 seeds in the bracket, so they're hoping at this point to find a way to get a single game win.
And I do like finding a way through the defense potentially, but it's going to get turned away after the initial 1-2. Lotus 8 not going to be any better off with their finishing, so go right back into the blue half. Awkward deflection off the corner, and I would say equally awkward from Rexy if it gets enough of a touch that Violet can do something with it with the air dribble all the way back on down. Problem is the continuation of really both these teams' offenses is yet to be seen so far. It seems like there's a lot of chasing, a lot of solid reads, but not much beyond that.
We're here towards the side wall. Judy ceiling, possibly a setup for a teammate in the midfield, but the shot isn't made. Shiny Mia not able to get any more pressure. This one back wall. Violet, possible shot here, but a great save by Judy on the goal line to keep that one from going out. And yet the score, it'll stay at 0-0 for now.
Potentially a shot coming in from Shiny Mia, but unfortunately not fast enough. That's the difficulty of playing kind of a deeper rotation. You're not able to hop on top of things when they do emerge, and now it seems like no one can really stay on the field in general. A lot of demos just coming through on the rotation back, but there's nobody there to stop Rexy on the dish top shelf.
Great opportunity for Lotus 8 early on. We've seen Rexy, we've kind of talked about her a little bit today and how dynamic she can be upfield, and give her an opportunity, she certainly takes it. A great start for Lotus 8. We're going to take the W in this one. Can Dino Nuggies find an answer? Backboard here, not contested, but unfortunately Judy's touch will go towards the sidewall. Shiny Mia backboard follow-up, this one not found. Violet ceiling touchdown. Is there a clear? No, instead Judy's in the way. Dino Nuggies looking for an opportunity upfield, but just haven't been able to find one.
The opportunity potentially on its way is that Demo again clears the way potentially for a crossfield pass, but unfortunately right in the way is the first defender, the second following through. Iris able to deflect one all the way across. Judy trying to land on it, but see the experimentation going off the ceiling, trying to land it again, and touches aren't coming through, which means it opens the way for Violet, slotted into the near.
Yeah, great opportunity again. Violet stays upfield. You love outlet passes just like that. And she's given the perfect pass right to the front of her car. The shot made easy. The teamwork cohesion there for Lotus 8 to start in this game one. Can they continue is the question. A miss there may open up the field for Dino Nuggies. The 50 dropping down from the ceiling. And Lotus 8 there first again. It seems like they're always there first with the touch.
Wow, and the cut as well. I really do like that one. You can see Dino Nuggies almost kind of falling for the bait, saying, oh, if they're on the sidewall, it has to go upfield. But no, the cut downfield kind of throwing things off. A couple times now we've actually seen Rexy, not only in this series, of course I'm complimenting her, I should also be complimenting Nines, immediately ready for the demo across the face of goal.
Another Lotus 8 goal because of teamwork bound. We've seen them a couple different ways. It's been a solo play, it's been an upfield passing play, and now this play off a demo. Multiple different opportunities that are being created on offense. It's nice to see the change up instead of the same thing time and time again. It's made them very hard to predict for that Dino Nuggies half, who has struggled to remain on offense and who has struggled to as well defend against the offense against them. Hopefully they're able to find a good opportunity here, and that's a great midfield pass, but no one there to receive it, so Rexy and Judy are now in a 1v1, and the bump is made by Rexy even without boost.
Those are some of the most irritating goals as a defender to deal with, because you're thinking, oh, they don't have a flick. They clearly ran out of options. They can't get it past me, but they're not trying to get it past you. They're trying to go through your car to be able to put that one through. Nice solo play effort to make it 4-0. Really kind of stamp the authority, plant the flag in the series from Lotus 8, saying this is ours to lose, and certainly playing like that.
Rexy? Almost finding an extra touch. This one by nines will go on in. And it's yet another goal for Lotus 8, who has been able to even retain more shots on target and continue attacking in varying angles and heights across the field.
It's why it's always so difficult to be able to play defense against a team that is so aggressive and on top of the goal. Is that Dino Nuggies doing well to get the first save, but most defense at a high level in this esport is not about getting the first save. It's about getting the second and then being ready for a potential third and really trying to meter out your boost usage. And I feel like right now we're not really seeing that from Dino Nuggies. Definitely the biggest note to take into game number 2, because more or less game 1 is kind of all done and dusted at this point. It just might be about maybe getting some momentum to carry into game 2 if you're Dino Nuggies. Quick aerial, but even quicker from the defense is going to go right back to mid.
Judy, shot just off the post and out. Follow-up shot, though, has the power, and Dino Nuggies on the board.
That's a little frustrating that you miss your redirect, but not often do you get set up by yourself perfectly off of that fourth defender and back into the mixer. So yeah, as I mentioned, a little bit of a goal maybe to take away and just kind of say, okay, cool, no shutout, and we can move on from there. But let's also show the chemistry of being able to be shown there, not only clear upfield, but into a player kind of waiting for the comms. Still on point from Dino Nuggies. Maybe we'll have to see what a game 2 refresh can bring.
Violet, great pass of field to Rexy. Connection isn't made. Nines taking their time, looking for that 50. In fact, no 50 is made, and Judy in midfield can hold on to the ball for now. With the time remaining on the clock, both teams looking to just burn it down. Lotus 8, I think, safely give themselves their first game win of the day in very convincing fashion as well. They do a great job offensively to showcase each and everyone's talent. They put on a show in this game 1 for sure.
And being able to kind of produce all these goals is one thing. They're not able to close it one out as all 3 players are within 5 feet of the ball, but either way, game 1 was pretty comfortable for them. And I have to say, this is something that definitely has to feel good, as you mentioned, playing these games earlier on in the group. They're all sweeps. It can't feel nice, but being able to really be able to stretch your legs into a game and get 5 across, it has to feel nice to be able to start the series off in the best possible note.
Yeah, it was nice to see everyone on Lotus 8 scoring at least 1 goal. They all had opportunities to kind of rotate through, find different touches to be had. We saw different mechanics as well. I think they kept things very variable. It's nice when you don't see the same shot, same pass, same angle time and time after again. As for Dino Nuggies, we saw 1 opportunity off of Judy's touch. We hope to see more just like that. Maybe the confidence can slowly start building from here. You certainly saw it build for Lotus 8 in this past game. Maybe they'll do it again.
Yeah, I think everybody on Dino Nuggies, it's kind of hard to piece them apart, mainly because it is mostly everyone just kind of being kept quiet. And it's not necessarily any fault of their own. It's really just about being forced back in by the Lotus 8 squad. I think the big thing from Lotus 8 that they're going to try to lock into, I'm sure, in game number 2 is getting that consistent offense. They're pretty solid at just making sure, even if they don't have the perfect shot, they're right on top of it on the rebound. So maybe limiting that from Dino Nuggies can be priority number 1. Maybe they have to get a kickoff goal, but Iris has no more boost to be able to launch themselves into that one.
A couple of opportunities for Dino Nuggies. But right off the rip, it's Lotus 8 working the corners. Working the 50s. Is that one almost in? Bounces off that backboard and out. Iris, all the way upfield, puts one on. The double tap just mere car lengths away from being made. But we like the switch up. We like the confidence to throw your car upfield for Dino Nuggies. They need an opportunity now. And maybe they'll just get it. A good block to save and deny. Now Judy up the corner, well read by Violet. Lotus 8 still working their defense that they have such a great foundation of. Oh.
Up until nobody is home for this one except for Iris. Hopping right on top of this one is Shiny. Trying to, I think, maybe tap that one down the line. And I have to say, Nine's probably thinking they got to that a little bit quicker. Even with a taller hitbox, you're occasionally going to miss-hit that one. And if you're on defense, it's especially going to be bad.
Caster Curse 2? I don't know what you're talking about. Anyways, Dino Nuggies on the board first in game 2. Can they get another one? Potentially. Can they keep up this momentum? Can they work out off Lotus 8 mistakes? Certainly not what we want to see from the Lotus 8 half. Great save by Judy on that goal line. Now again, trying to play the corners is Lotus 8, but the 50s are working in favor of Dino Nuggies. The turn isn't made. Nines with some boost, with control. Rexy a blocker in front. Nines able to go from one end of the field to the other and ties up this game.
That is communications right there. Nines goes to the air, and actually a lot of players I feel like typically will try to go for a reset or try to just knock it on the backboard, go for a double tap on the fast break. But the comms are in. Rexy says, no, just put it on target. I will make sure the path is clear. Really well done from Lotus 8, and showing that they do not need much of a look at the goal to be able to make anything into a scoring attempt.
Have to wonder what's on the mind of these players right now in this one. It's been a very different game in game 2 compared to game 1. Violet, the shot for Lotus 8. Nines waiting on the other half. Not much of a touch though. And directly into Rexy's car. Rexy trying to play up the corner. Gets the 50. Does Violet have the angle? No, just a little wide. Lotus 8 picking apart the pieces of Dino Nuggies defense and throwing their car at it. This one off the backboard. And it is cleared away for Dino Nuggies.
And notice how every single rotation from Lotus 8 is really deep upfield, and mainly just because they know that if the team is going to be sitting back for Dino Nuggies on defense, they're going to want to have to be cleared out. So Lotus 8 doing that is something that will certainly help their chances if they can connect on those, but it's also something that leaves them susceptible to some counterattacks. Particularly if Iris can start cooking here. The Norwegian trying to do something here on that near side, but the bounce is not in her favor.
Back down. It's the back half. Rexy still with control, taking her time. That ball stalled there for what seemed like ages before it was cleared out. And now Mio looking to set up one of her teammates. It does poke on in. Somehow it gets to that goal line, but luckily saved by Nines, who again looks to go from one end to the field to the other. Rexy again being that blocker upfield to play that Lotus 8's very comfortable with. Not executed though as much as they would like in this past attempt. With it still tied, who's gonna get the goal that's needed to get back ahead?
It seems like Rexy's certainly going to be a name as we take a look at the POV of Shiny. Mia just barely glanced by that demo attempt. Rexy certainly building a reputation for being the enforcer on the side of Lotus 8, but not much else to really enforce here. I was complimenting about their quick follow-throughs, but now they're the ones kind of on the back foot for some of these attacks. That's not a good deflection. It's wide open for Iris, and she will make no mistake.
Dino Nuggies setting up a play, breaking down Lotus 8, who all rotated in unison in the same spots. Great way to follow up on a play. Fantastic shot, power behind it. And now maybe we'll get a kickoff goal as well. Judy looking to set this one up. It's just off the bar and down. Nine sending it away as Dino Nuggies combining themselves there in that corner. Rexy in an awkward position, puts it in front of net dangerously, needing a clear. Violet will find it, and maybe Rexy can get a touch, but no, instead Nines is back there. Nines still controlling, but it's deflected away. Dino Nuggies playing a defensive wall right now after all of these Lotus 8 opportunities.
Gotta watch Rexy though. A lot of strength and power coming in on some of these resets, but also a lot of mechanics as well. That one was dangerous, but I feel like Down and Nuggies spacing themselves well now on offense yet again. High lob, a little bit of a fake from Judy, maybe unintentionally or otherwise, but still somewhat effective of keeping this attack going. Maybe trying to put this one beyond any doubt. The dish attempt, that's too committed. The third throws it right back in from Shiny Mia, but not much contact to be spoken of, rather. Nines on the counter, maybe gonna put that too far away. Reflection over the goal means some danger, but I think at this point, let's say maybe just trying to ready up for the next one.
4 seconds. Dino Nuggies need to hold on a little longer. This one will touch the ground. Dino Nuggies take game 2, and now both teams with their first game wins of the day. It's certainly something they should both be proud about, because both have played well and have used each team's strengths to their advantage.
Iris, I have to highlight on Dino Nuggies. Again, kind of a backseat role. They finished at the bottom of the scoreboard. They weren't able to generate too much in game 1, but game number 2, they're the lowest touches by quite a margin on their team, and yet 2 goals. They got the save, 5 shots to lead the way, and I think this just looked like a more cohesive Dino Nuggies squad. I feel like game number 1, they were kind of panicking, and this one felt like they were the ones that were actually taking their time, setting up really dangerous opportunities. I love to see teams rebound so effectively.
Yeah, it's like I said, that mentality going into the team that you're facing, it needs to be a shift from both the teams that they've already faced against today. This isn't catch-em, this isn't ECD. Play your game, practice your game, work on those mechanics that you know, and practice in your free time and training. All those things are possible. You can let yourself shine in this series in particular. And I think both teams have kind of figured out how to do that. Maybe they're finally comfortable when it comes to game number 3, but at least at this point we will not be seeing a sweep because we are tied 1-1 in this series.
Nuggies, they're looking crispy. They are out of the oven. They're ready to go. Or the air fryer. I see some air fryer love in the chat once in a while. But regardless of the manner, I'm just happy that Dino Nuggies have arrived. As we had mentioned, game 1 not going their way. And obviously game 2, a hefty improvement. We'll see if maybe they have even more momentum to lay on top, particularly with an early chance. Nines, though, just covertly kind of sneaks on through and gets it clear.
A little bit of fake action with Judy and Rexy not really in control there, almost finding themselves in a sticky situation. Rexy out towards the other end, not a follow-up this shot on target, but saved away by Nines. Still high in the air. Iris to it first. Look at the extra pep in the step of the Dino Nuggies roster. They're peppering shots and touches on the Lotus 8 half. It looks like they're so much more comfortable than what we saw earlier. Potential for them. They're able to stay offensively, but that 50 doesn't go their way. A demo, but this shot's just off target, and Shiny Mia, a great touch up field to get this ball away.
That one stings. You can see the demo come in as soon as the shot did, and it's one of those moments where you realize that I really have more time to be able to put that one away. So something you shake your head at, but you don't really have time to reflect on that because the attack is coming in immediately from Dino Nuggies. Somewhat deep rotations at time from our orange side, but I actually kind of like that one because they're being given space. Lotus 8 isn't dealing with these clears immediately, so I think if you'd rather remedy your backline rotation, I think that's probably the best case scenario to make sure you're not slipping up at any point.
Violet, Nines, both there in that same half. Iris, the 50 win, but where's the support? Where's the teammate to follow up on that play? Dino Nuggies still playing a little bit more cautiously than I would like because you're seeing those opportunities. They're 90% of the way there, but the other 10% just needs to be made. Have the confidence. Go for it. They are that close to getting the goal they need. This one on transition. Rexy off target. And again, both teams searching for that first one to go to the back of the net.
To the back of the board right there. Yet someone poached up, but they didn't make it on the counterattack. Near post, it has the pace, but it does not have enough to beat out Rexy. Nice recovery. Thought that was for sure going to go in the back of the Lotus 8 net is overcommitted just a little bit, but either way, we're crossing halftime in game 3, and it seems like this game, or series rather, getting closer and closer with every single second going by. Even on the counterattack, not going to have any freebies.
Pop up for Nines. Can't follow up on her own touch. And now Rexy, the sidewall. Trying to do something, but not enough boost to work with. Does get the 100 there. Actually recovers very nicely. And still has some space to work with if the 50 is won. Granted, Iris towards the other end. Violet playing this one up. Mia the missed opportunity, and Judy still slots through the entire defense to get this ball. Back in midfield we go, and still tied. This game is going to get much more stressful for the players on the field very shortly.
Yeah, obviously the opening goal means quite a lot, and Nines would have loved to have it. How about Violet also going to be tasting a little bit of that crossbar? That's going to glide just over the defense, but Dino Nuggies don't seem too phased. They're still in position to be able to get something. That flick over one means it is somewhat of an opening chance, but again, Rexy seems to be the recovery queen this game, always trying to bail that team out. In fact, setting up Violet as well. That shot not going to be enough right at the keeper.
Nines now working that corner for Lotus 8 again. Can they find a way to keep up on the pressure? Taking out Judy. Time. Both teams rotating through. You're seeing one after another challenges come from both of the rosters. But again, it worries me when Lotus 8 rotates like that. They all went past that front post. The challenges need to be better. I'm concerned for them and where they're placing themselves on defense right now.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of awkward moments on defense that you can get away with for the most part, because it also requires the offense to read the situation and take advantage, and I feel like right now we're not really seeing that one. If some of these finishes were kind of razor sharp in prior games, right now we're seeing kind of a blunt edge, kind of blunt instruments being used in general to be able to break down the defense, and I just don't feel like it's enough. It's going to have to take someone with the quality and the accuracy to actually put something dangerous and lethal on target, forcing out a save, or at the very least, maybe a mistake, maybe a double commit like that. However, the right side goes on through. It is in the corner, now open over the net. Who is there for it? It looks like Dino Nuggies is more than capable. That might be leading us to our first OT.
Well, we saw a 0-0 OT earlier in the day. Why can't we have another one now? I'm a little bit sad that Lotus 8 didn't bring somebody up in that final play when the ball was falling in front of the Dino Nuggies net. If only they took the chance. But you could tell both teams decided to be a little bit more cautious instead of aggressive in overtime. And that may hurt either one of them, because that 50 by Violet in the corner finds itself on in.
We got to give Violet a little bit more credit. She did not get a 50. That is a 100-0 right into the net, screaming by everybody. I would say there's only so much you can do about it, but to be honest, that's just beefy from Violet. So well done. And after all of that, it feels so unrewarding in a way to lose off a 50, but that's just the nature of Rocket League. You have to make sure you're so careful on every single angle you take.
Oh, it's a shame, really. You so badly wanted to see something come alive a little bit more calculated, per se, a little bit more planned. But nonetheless, Lotus 8, again, winning because of their defense. This time's Nines, another 5-save game. Lotus 8 has had multiple 5-save games by one person in particular throughout the day today. I think it's a great foundation, but I wish they worked a little bit more on their offensive field along with it. I wish they were more comfortable, a little bit more risk-taking, and I think they would be that much more proficient upfield when they do get to offense.
It's particularly tough to be able to see a loss like that off the 50 because of the way that they have been playing. It's mostly just saying, let's just make sure the defense is locked in, make sure we're not making mistakes. And I think that really does work, but we also saw those moments on offense where they have a shot, they're looking at a look, and where's the defense? They're back in midfield because they don't want to push up too far. So there is kind of some drawbacks with that. Granted, you don't want to overcommit, but sometimes you want to throw a little bit more forward to be able to actually finish out and out, because otherwise a pretty stellar game from Dino Nuggies, based on what we've seen from them, kind of gets ruined by just one angle you're not really calculating out.
Oh my goodness. Well, it's certainly varying different games that we've seen so far. Between 1, 2, and 3, nothing has been the same. But maybe, just maybe, we'll see even yet again a different story in this one. been Lotus 8 on the offensive half to start in the first 30 seconds of this game, but can they find themselves a quality shot on target? That one's on, but saved it and cleared away.
Yeah, some of these shots, if they're too low, it's just going to be an immediate launch downfield. So it seems like Lotus 8 is aware of that, but I think Dino Nuggies has been getting really solidly as these touches out of defense. They've almost scored actually on 1 or 2 of them on the counter, not for some fantastic recovery work from Rexy. So Lotus 8, they're aware of it, but Violet is just a demon from this right side. That is a laser into the top corner.
Why don't you say it one more time? A laser from the right side of the field to the left. That's 2 times now that she has had incredible shots from there. And they're not easy shots either, but Violet single-handedly being the offensive unit needed for Lotus 8 in these past 2 games. Rexy missing a shot there could be catastrophic because the pass out as well on the save doesn't go as far as needed.
Yeah, it's a tough one from Violet because the thing was she angled everything correctly. She gets the clear, but Host is going to be able to speak up and have its way with that rebound. So Dino Nuggies still had to be there. We had said that at times they're not really right in front of the goal like they should be, but on that one they made sure to put that one home. Maybe getting a second one. That bounce not charitable for Judy, but she does well to be able to control that one at least for a double.
Oh, backboard. This one poked on out. Dino Nuggies trying to find a way to push themselves in, but no, Iris, the backflip, that could be bad because now opportunity for them seems to be so much more discombobulated. Dino Nuggies had the leg up for a short period of time, and now they'll have to start from scratch. What a pass! Backboard follow-up not found. The bits and pieces, again, that 90% is there, but the 10% finish, the most important part, and Nines with the 50 win. Lotus 8 just built different right now.
Nines showing that it is chess, not checkers on a lot of these challenges, driving forward, understanding the defender has the angle, but the thing is, the defender is also playing reactive in that one. It's a back pedal, it's a shadow defense, so being able to just pause just for a half second, wait for the defender to turn, and then try to just push that one right through means that turn that defense in from a wall into a revolving door. Really well done by Lotus 8. However, it might be nothing if not for this one clear double commit on bump, nearly leading to a goal.
Violet on out, looking with Nines. Now Nines, again trying to play that back wall. Rexy, still looking, Judy backboard, clears out to midfield. Violet, straight down, the pop-up still won't be found. And Nines, the pass out in midfield. If only Rexy was positioned a little bit better. Everyone a little bit disjointed right now, and that can open up some holes in the offense later on.
Nice little counterattack as well with the bump. How else would you expect Lotus 8 to get another one on? This time it's Rexy, set up by Nines here, just keeping the play alive off the double.
Whew. What a way. Again, what a way to be creative and follow up and make plays for Lotus 8. It seems like for a while that they weren't able to, but now they can. A minute 51 feels like so much time, and a lot's already elapsed in this game. Dino Nuggies looking for control. Lotus 8 confident with how they've been making plays so far. Rexy sealing. Does she have another touch? The 50. But instead it is cleared away by the last defender. Judy out to midfield. The shot by Iris is good. And Dino Nuggies bring it back to only within 1.
I don't even care about the double commit because either way, that's just a solid finish from Iris, stepping up, getting every single pixel of that read, and now it's back into striking distance. That's what's important is if you lose the lead, the last thing you want to do is saying, oh, we got to throw a Hail Mary. We just got to go everyone forward. No, just keep it close. Take the time. You got 90 seconds still to work with more or less, and certainly you have the chances, especially if Violet's getting bullied in the net. That's a late read, therefore Nines has to come in and bail her out.
Down. Puts the back end. Almost finding a way to get it through. Violet, the shot here. It'll be blocked away. Now back towards the other end. Dino Nuggies looking to get that one extra opportunity they need to tie up this one. But Violet has been taking time, has been in the way, just an absolute nuisance. Nines, the angle, the save won't be made. Look at the angles. The protractors are out for Lotus 8.
Press that F8, get that clipped on through. I have to say, Shiny Mia gets a little bit of dirt on that shiny read, but my word, what a crazy goal. Even more so if that secures this game, or at least puts it beyond any reasonable doubt with 40 seconds remaining. Rexy wants a little piece of it, but going to find it there. Dino Nuggies, you have one more effort. Can they get the angle? Iris says yes, back within one.
Wow. So much has happened in the final minutes of this game. It's been so heavily back and forth. Each team has seen successes and fails. It's such a closely matched game. And Lotus 8 looking to try to do their best to hold on a little longer with the extra cushion they keep giving themselves. But can Rexy get back in time? She can't because the ball, it ends up being crossbar and out on the bounce. Dino Nuggies almost found the clear they needed to tie up. That clear won't be found, but Violet the clear now instead. This bounce, it could be dangerous. Iris there in time, but doesn't recover to get to it. A pop-up here to keep it off the corner. Rexy needs to throw this ball down. She'll let it roll on down and out, and just like that, match point for Lotus 8.
That's important, obviously, for Lotus 8 and Dino Nuggies coming into this without a series victory. But let's not forget that this series is for getting into the money, though. The loser will not be able to get a single dollar out of this Star Chaser Showdown #1. So an unfortunate outcome there, but Lotus 8, they have to feel a lot better about this one. It really felt like Dino Nuggies were coming into their own, becoming more and more of a threat, but this is kind of a refutation of that. Granted, I say that, it's the exact same shots. There's a lot of saves from both sides. It's a one-goal game. It was back and forth, but I think Lotus 8 has to feel pretty nice that not only were they facing a lot of pressure, but they were able to capitalize on pretty much every attack downfield, getting at least something out of it.
For sure. It's so wild again to me how the day has gone, how the back and forth has gone for these teams. Dino Nuggies see getting so close at times whenever Lotus 8 has a lead and builds a lead. They've just missed out on a couple of opportunities on the front end of things, and even attempts like that on the saving on the goal line that were so close to keeping them in it. Whew. Potentially one more game to go, or 4. A lot could happen at this point, but none that matters. Both teams have shown why they made it to the main event today, and all we could hope for is another good match upon them.
Oh my goodness, how about that for a start? Iris just dunking that one through, and no defender is going to be ready for that one. Just screams over the head of Violet right into the goal.
That one put on target, slotted on in as needed for Dino Nuggies, and they start off with a lead. It's great to see the lead made early on. Can they get more? A couple of misses just after all that momentum could cause a problem. Straight down 50 and made, at least for now. Lotus 8 is looking to keep on the pressure. Another straight down touch, but what more can you do? Violet and everyone else searching for a way to be successful upfield.
That's exactly how you should be phrasing it, is really searching. Both teams don't really have a play style locked on through. It's really just trying to improv at a certain point. And yeah, granted, that's what a majority of these games are, but maybe you want that one back. There's no Control Z in the game. An unfortunate goal, but it's going to count for Iris.
Dino Nuggies, now a 2-goal lead. That seems so back and forth. I don't know how neither team, they're not very consistent when it comes to being on top. You see 30 seconds to a minute on favor of one half, and then another 30 seconds to a minute in favor of the other half, and that's how it is. Rocket League is so short of a game, but yet it feels like forever sometimes, because playing a consistent full 5 minutes of gameplay can be so difficult to do, and you're seeing Daigo Nuggies controlling the start of this game because they're just playing a little bit more consistent.
And consistency is huge for being able to take a bunch of plays through. Kind of case in point right there, Violet. I think jumping at that halfway, expecting just a read or maybe playing a 50, and then halfway through realizing actually not able to get that one on. Rexy, I like the creativity, but maybe not much of a result to be able to hang on to. Violet, how about try number 2 to the back post as we're complimenting Dino Nuggies. It's not like Lotus State is out of this one. 2-goal lead is really not the most secure one, so as long as they can manage the shutout, I'm sure Dino Nuggies can feel confident, but until maybe a third or very least less time remaining on the clock, very much Lotus 8 has at least a hand in this game.
Absolutely. Mia doing her best to get a 50 here. Dino Nuggies flying towards this one. 50 still made. Judy looking. Violet miss here. Straight down. Back towards the other end. This one shot found, but off the mark. Judy looking, 50 made. This one rolling down. Mia shot off the post and on in. It does bounce this time in favor again, and Dino Nuggies now a 3-goal lead.
That is, again, really solid contact. You can't hit him much better than this by Dino Nuggies. They're taking advantage of every single open goal. And granted, we're saying, well, a lot of these are just clears, but that still takes a lot of concentration because you have to be able to look at the ball, you have to look at the defense, and then notice, hey, they're creeping up a bit too much. They're not really ready for this one. The best way to keep a defense on the toes is occasionally just firing one deep downfield because, yeah, sometimes it's a giveaway, but other times you can get rewarded by getting the defense being lazy and being able to push one through. Speaking of, that is not what Lotus 8 is able to do, at least not with the first one. No one able to follow Violet. That's at least one back to keep it within 2.
Wow. Lotus 8 still very much in this game. 1 goal here goes a long way. 2 minutes, so much time in terms of Rocket League. Hopefully they're able to use that goal to their momentum. Back to it. Nines, the rest of the team working through the play as best they can. Violet not the touch that she wants for the clear out, and Lotus 8 struggling still on the defensive end.
Nice little follow through from 9 to be able to prevent another shot, but the thing is defense is not going to win you this game. It only really matters when the score is even, so coming through from Lotus 8, I think they're getting the occasional opportunities, but I really want to highlight this is not necessarily a step down from Lotus, but rather Dino Nuggies stepping up to the occasion. I think they looked super timid at times on defense in games 1 and even through a lot of game number 2, but now it seems like they're right on top of these reads. Problem is that it seems like the creativity from Lotus 8 can always kind of peek their way through. What do you know? It's 9. It's cutting it past the whole squad.
Lotus 8 getting that much closer each and every time to it. I can't believe that they have found ways to get back in this game this late. I know plenty of time gives plenty of opportunities, but it seems like just as soon as we tell them they need to get back in this game, they have done just that. Violet's touch straight down leaves an opportunity. Judy and Rexy 50 now in midfield. The follow-up almost being made. Nines, it's like she may have been bumped, and this 50 is still there. A very tense under 1 minute remaining. Both teams have an opportunity to either finish or extend this series if they're able to score a goal.
Dino Nuggies have to be feeling pretty hot under the collar right now as they're trying to wipe some sweat off their brow. It's getting some close calls, and it's even worse because there's just nobody home. We're going to have to see this one on the replay as unfortunately one cut off the sidewall is all it takes to tie this up.
Rexy had, probably the easiest goal we have seen all day. I'm not gonna lie, that was a giveaway. It's kind of what Lotus 8 needed in order to continue on, in order to get that tying goal. Now the game has become all that more interesting. The last time we saw overtime, it was a 0-0 scoreline. Now it's no longer 0-0. It's 3-3 with match point in Lotus 8's favor. Can Rexy finish it off here? The save made on the goal line. 5 seconds. This one cleared end to end. The block made for Violet. Still hovering in midfield. Soon to touch the ground unless a shot can be made. Another last second save. Judy doesn't let it touch the ground yet. This one still up. Can Lotus 8 find a shot? No. Ground. Overtime. Game number 5.
Dino Nuggies feeling a little brave there, keeping the ball up, even though it was deep in their half and they didn't have a lot of boost or momentum. Got to keep up with it, but either way, they will be able to survive and not get punished for that, let's say, relative arrogance as we head into things. Problem is, it might not last long. Violet, the bounce shot, that was just slow enough for the defense to recover.
Ooh. Nines. Working through it. Violet clear up field. This one straight down the corner. Violet trying to find that touch. Again, Nines working it as best as they can off the corner. Turning on it. Nothing found yet. A couple of misses, and Iris will pick this ball up instead. Nines winning the 50. Nines the shot, and Judy the save on the goal line.
Not a moment too soon. 0 boost on that one. She has the 100, but how about our teammates? They can't get that read. It looks like it's Nines coming on through. That's a miss in the backfield. They can't get the clear. Rexy is gonna be beaten, and Shiny Mia guaranteeing that we extend this series at least one more game. The overtime dub.
Wild to me that Dino Nuggies managed to get the last piece of it. For a while, momentum was so heavily sided with Lotus 8. They were getting goal after goal after goal in order to stay within it, in order to find ways to stay in this game and get overtime. In fact, the shot count is so heavily sided with Lotus 8, but it didn't matter because Dino Nuggies were able to get 10 saves across the 14 shots that Lotus 8 made. 3, of course, went in the back of the net and 1 off target. Incredible effort by Dino Nuggies to prevent Lotus 8 from coming out on top.
And the biggest takeaway I have on that one is not necessarily the journey that we took. It's more about the destination when we have Dino Nuggies pull that one through, and it comes from really the most brutal way to lose. Lotus 8 is in the attack. They got the final bounce off the backboard. The defender doesn't even have it. You see Violet, I believe, going up for the read, but then it gets deflected. And then the third person on rotation is not ready for that because they're expecting it to be a shot. They're expecting it to be a rebound, and it just kind of shows one of those moments where we did not need on the defense to be able to move up and form into offense. You could have sat back. You could have been able to take things a bit more cautiously, and they will pay the price. So we'll see if the clutch factor can maybe reemerge here as Lotus 8 still yet to close this series out. They are still on double match point as Dino Nuggies trying to force a Game 7.
One on the line for both teams. Hopefully, we'll get ourselves our Game 7, or maybe Lotus 8 can close it out. Who knows at this point? Because right now, it's Dino Nuggies favored, but somehow Lotus 8 gets that touch out, gets the 50, and this one bounces in front of the net where Nines is able to finish.
And being able to get on top of that one, Nines, just proving that right side for Lotus 8 just leading to a lot of goals. But I have to say, hyper unfortunate there when it comes to the defense, trying to get that clear out. And sometimes you need to be able to just take a deep breath and say, I got it, or leave. Or at the very least, just say they had no pressure. Somewhat of an unforced error. It's a rough one to give up as the first goal in this must-win game for Dino Nuggies.
Rexy gonna take it over. This one popped up in midfield where Dino Nuggies has been for a majority of it. In fact, they'll get this one off the backboard. Rexy there first to only take it into Mia's car. Mia working her way off the back wall. Pass here to Judy, and Judy's shot off target, saved nonetheless by Nines, who's able to get upfield, gets a single touch. Mia the block. Rexy still following off the corner, and yet again another clear out towards the other end. Both teams trying to play as carefully as they can on those plays.
Nice open deflection. That should be wide open for Violet, but maybe overthinks it a bit. There was a lead blocker, but a double demo coming through. Nearly paving its way for a goal, but the last second save from Dino Nuggies means that it's just not that simple anymore for Lotus 8 to score, but it might be a crazy deflection that gets them back in. How about one more effort off the backboard? The demo on the shooter. Pandemonium in front of the goal, and yet it's still 1-0.
Such a close game at this point. Violet finding a way to score, to make the play, extend the lead further for Lotus 8. The cushion goal is there, but how much of a cushion is it when we've seen how both teams have been able to come back down in this series?
Being able to also mitigate the mistakes. As soon as I mentioned that within the cast, we do have a little bit of an awkward double commit through the beginning. So Lotus 8, yes, you've been playing well. You may have this game not wrapped up, but comfortably, at least within your laps. Now you just have to make sure that you don't have a mental lapse here. Maybe through passing, maybe through number 3. That's off the bar and the frame, nearly taking a cycle across the whole goal.
Judy, out towards the other end. Rexy to roll it up off the wall, off the ceiling. Rexy, we've seen the mechanics used before. Violet a missed opportunity. Nines, though, has been so consistent. Sends it up to Violet. Rexy back up off the corner. Still everywhere around, but the actual net. Mia almost hits a double tap. That's a setup, though, for Iris. Quickly saved away. And Violet now can take her time off the corner. 50, straight on down. Nines up on the read. Judy looking as well. This one, flip reset. It's a slow shot that Rexy is able to save away. Dino Nuggie knocking on the door of success at field, but hasn't been able to get through just yet until now. Judy's shot off the post and in.
And that's a double into the corner, but I love that continuation from Shiny Mia, and even more so, everybody up. It's crazy, Chicks, that we've been watching the series and we're thinking, man, Dino Nuggies, you're so far back. Why is it so disjointed on the rotation? And now you have 3 players all on the goal line, more or less, of their opponents to be able to get that 1 goal back. So certainly we're seeing a lot out of them. Maybe we could see more if plays start to work out. That clear very well could have been a counterattack, but a fortunate miss for Lotus 8. Going to keep this one at 2-1.
Oh, such a close game. Overtimes have been so apparent. Back over. Iris the pop. Mia picking it up, wins the first 50, one-on-one last back with Nines. This shot too high. Is the finish there for Judy? No, it's just deflected away from her. Nines, send it on over. Violet up off this corner. This one straight down. Nines floating. Potential here. If only it was off the corner. But it's back on out. The pop-up for Rexy. Iris to take over for Dino Nuggies. And with under a minute left, either team has potential of ending this series or extending further.
Let's see. A weird one from Violet because she has 26 boosts, but that's not really much to do. In fact, that's exactly what happens. It's 150 and then the play is over for her. That's a deflection on the near post. It's going to go all the way down to Iris, who passively takes that first touch over, but not a continuation. How about from Judy, back corner, Violet, a powerful clear that's just going to waste even more time off the clock. Follow through from Rexy, only a roller right in front of net, and it's Violet for 3.
That may just be the nail in the coffin needed for Lotus 8. They got the cushion goal. There's 22 seconds left. They have clawed their way back into a lead for this series. Oh man, what a series it has been too. The most exciting back and forth we have seen today. With 15 seconds on the clock. Lotus 8, they run their victory lap now. Nines from one end of the field to the other. The pass is deflected all the way out, but it doesn't matter. A 2-goal lead can't be made in 0 seconds. Lotus 8 end up in 3rd place in the Group A bracket.
Lovely to see from Lotus 8. Congrats, getting some prize money. And I gotta say, Dino Nuggies, I cannot wait for the next competition to be able to see them in, because unfortunately that is kind of the end of their road. But I saw a lot of promise there. If this team sticks together, cleans up some of this play, I have seen no reason why they can't be able to make an impact here. But either way, Lotus 8 able to close it out. It's a bit of a bumpy ride, but it's all about where you arrive at the end, I suppose. That destination, getting into that prize money. So at least they're coming away with a little something to sweeten the fall.
Yeah, it was, I think, again, a really fantastic series. It was nice to see both these two teams kind of battling in that last spot. The back and forth was there, and they pushed on forward. The talent's there in EU. It's so great to watch the different plays kind of be made together for both of these rosters at times. The success, when it's there, is quite successful.
Yeah, and we can definitely see it on both sides. Compliment of Dino Nuggies looking really solid, but also on the side of Lotus 8, I think against Catchem we saw glimpses of it, but within this series we really got to see them kind of stretch out a little bit, start to play a little bit more free-flowy. And one thing I'm definitely noticing is that they're not only super comfortable going for those air dribbles, going for some flip resets at time, but the demo play was not just seen on offense, it was seen on defense. Those last couple games, those last two, there was several times where Dino Nuggies had what I thought was a clear goal, and instead of diving in front of the ball, a player took a detour and demoed the player right before the shot. That has to be such a weird thing to deal with for an offense, because it seems like everything is going your way, and then suddenly a player just memorizes where the rotation is going to go, demos you out of the way, and then everything gets reset. It's really clutch decision making, and also just really good to be able to see yourself lock in the most important moments and be able to actually finish out your series victory.
Yeah, it was, again, a really nice series to see today. I'm happy we did not get a sweep like the other two, and we're also 3/4 way through series. So that's pretty incredible that the day has been going and teams are finally starting to lock up their places into Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and I would love to be able to finish this day one on a high note. So hopefully with that last series on its way, that will be exactly what we see. But we're not quite done with this series. We'll do a brief wrap up with Ash and maybe get an interview on your way after this short break. Stay tuned for more Star Chaser Showdown number 1.
We've been asking stupid questions. Let's just blow it up and have some fun.
Said you wanna play your game. You tell me in, I said I'll pick it up, it's all the same. But don't follow all the rules. I know you don't, you change day by day. Hardly seems that fair. How can anybody understand? How can anybody win? 8 points later, I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. the time to play. What are you scared of? Why do you keep running away? Come on, just show your hand. Do you even want to play? It was your idea. You hardly seem to care. Why do you expect me to want to stay?
What a tight series to close out Group A here within the EU region of the Star Chasers Showdown presented by Ally. That 4-2 win for Lotus 8. Chixa, I mean, Dino Nuggies kept it very competitive though, seeing them warm up into this series.
Yeah, it ended up being back and forth. I really liked how we both saw both teams get comfortable, more and more comfortable and confident throughout this series. Both started having different players make mechanical plays, make great 50 plays. It was consistently kind of the improvement, the self-improvement, self-reflection that both teams had that was really refreshing.
Really was. And Taco, I feel like something that I took away from this series was how the defense really started locking in for both of these teams. I felt as this series went on throughout this best of 7, that was where we saw a lot of the differences being made here for the scorelines.
Yeah, within the highlight reel kind of playing right now, game 1 was just all over the place. Lotus 8 just getting every single shot. Everything is just coasting on through. But then once, everything started stabilizing. I think both teams started to get more confident in each other and also in just the way they wanted to play. I felt like it was more of a chess match. It was figuring out what's going to work this game. How are we going to be able to advance on through? And as you can see from some of these Lotus 8 goals, sometimes it took them having to peak to be able to actually break down the defense, which is saying quite a lot considering their first game from Dino Nuggies was a 4 or 5 goal margin.
Yeah, it's pretty insane the way that these two teams were able to kind of just to take things as they went and go with the wind in that kind of sense. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how the competition continues to heat up as the Star Chasers Showdown progresses throughout this year. Again, this is only the first series for a main event that we're seeing for this Women's Rocket League series overall. But I don't know, I'm just really excited. I mean, I feel like in these matches as well, Chixa, the fact that there was the prizing that was on the line, even though that qualification for the playoffs was no longer possible, it really nice how that incentive kind of keeps things very competitive. And we've also got to talk about this match, the Ally match MVP here within Nines on Lotus 8 there, Chixa.
Yeah, Nines made so many important plays, especially on the offensive side of the field, that I can note. I mean, the 10 saves is certainly surmountable, but the goals, when it came down to it, Lotus 8 struggled at times offensively upfield, and you can remember kind of the Aqua explosion whenever Nines scored a goal because it happened so often. It was a lot of solo plays off corners, off of 50s that got things going. She was the momentum driver and an influential part of why Lotus 8 was so successful and ended up winning that last series.
Yeah, I mean, Taco, I gotta get your thoughts as well, because it's not just Nines that you have to look towards there as well. It's for Lotus 8, it's what everybody on that roster is able to do together on the pitch.
And I think that's really the thing that we started to see. And at times you see some kind of roles, because even though the rotational aspect of high-level Rocket League strategy kind of determines where it's not really first, second, third rotations, it is everyone having to do a lot. But I did definitely see Violet start to step into the role, Nines kind of doing the striking partner. Rexy several times had to be relying on kind of starting up attacks or maybe supporting them, but then just immediately bailing out, using the recovery, getting a last-second save. Granted, we had that awkward own goal at one point, but that's just bound to happen if you're giving up enough counterattacks. I would say in just the law of large numbers, that's going to happen at least once, but I would say that overall, Lotus 8 looking really solid, and I'm glad to see that everyone gets a chance in the spotlight.
Yeah, and speaking of spotlight, we actually get to shine that on our match MVP here, our Ally match MVP. We're going to welcome Nines in for an interview. Hi, Nines. My cat Crumb also wants to say congratulations, by the way.
It's all good.
GG's.
I brought a plushie up.
I love it. Okay, so we're twinning. We're twinning on the desk.
Exactly.
How are you feeling about that wins there, Nines?
Yeah, I'm absolutely ecstatic, Ash. Obviously, big shout outs to Dino Nuggies as a team. I'll be honest, we went in a bit more confident than perhaps we should have been.
Okay.
But they surprised us. But at the end of the day, I think we ended up getting the result we were thinking we were gonna get. But no. Oh, shoutouts to Dinogies as a team. They made us work for it.
Yeah, things got
And
super
obviously,
tight
shoutouts to
there.
my teammates. They played phenomenally.
No, you guys are absolutely insane. I was actually curious to ask as well, when it comes down to this Lotus 8 Esports White roster, can you tell us a little bit about how you guys came together as a squad and what's your origin story in that kind of sense?
Yeah, sure. So I was competing back when, rest in peace, WCB was a thing. So I competed last season alongside some other players that I think have been on the stream today in Arena. Shout out to Arena. So I obviously teamed with her for an entire season. But then Rexy and I, we were looking at teaming towards the end of last season. Obviously, what happened. And we just ended up teaming. We kind of just ended up mutually agreeing we were going to team no matter what for the next tournament. So big shout outs to Rexy. I mean, she's probably one of the best, most underrated and one of the best players I've ever played with. And then obviously Rexy and I we were trying out a bunch of different thirds, and then young rookie Violet just pops up out of nowhere with no women's scene experience, and it just clicked. Like, I don't think I can get a better teammate that doesn't click like that than Violet has. Like, she was doing everything. She was saving, she was scoring, she was assisting, she was demoing. Like, Violet was everywhere. I don't think I've had a better teammate. One of the other, like, these are the two best teammates I could have had.
I love hearing that. I love being able to hear that. Like, I think that's so rare to find as well. Just to be able to have a team that gels right off the bat in that kind of way, where you're able to almost like, it comes very naturally, I guess, in that sense, and how you guys are covering ground on the pitch and the coordination in that kind of way. But I also want to give you an opportunity to highlight yourself as a player here at Nine, so within the Women's Rocket League scene. You told us a little bit about your story from starting things out in WCB last year and whatnot. What can we expect from you as a player, I guess, going into the remainder of 2024?
Ooh, from myself, probably just a lot of improvement. I think obviously we're happy with our results today. Like, we're going to be going back to the drawing board and we're going to be working on it. I think for myself, I'm just looking to improve and I'm looking to be better. Like, I've said this to my teammates and I've said this to, shout out Lotus 8, I've said this to our managers over at Lotus 8. But I'm looking to catch up to the likes of LMs and Ducks and Courtney. Like, I'm looking to catch up to them. I want to be on their level. So for me, it's just back to the grind. I mean, I'm looking to improve. I'm looking to get better. So that's really what I can say about myself at the minute, is just I'm grinding.
I love to hear that, though, because I feel like at the end of the 2023 season for Women's Rocket League, the competition really started to get closer. You know, that gap was closing in that individual skill level for players across the board there as well. And then you mentioned your new teammate within Violet, this being her debut within the Women's Rocket League scene. How did you guys find her? Like, where did she come from?
I'm going to be honest. Rexy found her. I think it was from a little server called Queer Rocket League Society, or QRLS. Rexy found her there, was playing with her casually, messaged me saying, yo, we have to try out with this woman. She is insane. So I kind of I'm going to be honest, I was a bit doubtful at first, as any new teammate would be, but tried out with her. After the session, I messaged Rexy, I was like, yes. That's the only response I could give, was just yes.
I love that.
And it's shout out to Violet. I mean, she's the GOAT.
She's like, oh, it's been history since then, and I'm looking forward to seeing how Lotus 8 and yourself 9 specifically as well are able to develop like within the scene as it continues forward and whatnot. You guys played your hearts out today, and a massive GG's in that kind of sense. Can't wait to see what you guys are able to bring to the table with more time together here as well. I know you already did your shout outs and thank yous a little bit when we first hopped into this interview, so I want to give you an opportunity now on stream to say anything else that you want to put out there into the Rocket League community here on broadcast now that you have the chance. Even anything you want to say maybe to the competition in the future too.
Sure. The main thing is just to everyone watching, continue to support the women's Rocket League community. We've had a tough time. We need to bounce back. And with your guys' support, you can put on events like Radiant, like the Stride Weeklies that I know are being hosted. Keep going. Help us branch out this support. We're not going anywhere. Other than that, I just have to say to other teams that might be watching, look out. We're right on your tails.
Love to hear it. Okay, thank you so much, Nines. I appreciate you taking the time for that interview. She was so lovely, guys. But we do have some more Rocket League action coming for you guys within the EU region. So stay tuned and we'll be right back.
I don't mean to speak this up a line, but the way you move is perfect by design. You look just like you fell down from the sky. Yeah, you're on another level, and you got something special. If I could let you fall in love with me, you know I would. You got me with your hook, and all you got to do is pull. It's your move, your move, your move. Now it's up on you, on you, on you. If you wanted me, you just gotta say please. But baby, it's your move, your move, your move. It's your move, your move, your move. Now it's up on you, on you, on you. If you wanted me, you just gotta say please. But baby, it's your move, your move, your move. Now I'm sure that you get this all the time, but your eyes make diamonds look like just alright, alright. Adidas shoes and freckles, just my type. Yeah, and you got the credentials, making me go mental. If I could let you fall in love with me, you know I would. You got me with your hook, and all you got to do is pull. It's your move, your move, your move. Now it's up on you, on you, on you. If you wanted me, you just gotta say please. But baby, it's your move, your move, your move. Baby, it's your move, your move, your move. Now it's up on you, on you, on you. If you wanted me, you just gotta say please. But baby, it's your move, your move, your move. You got something special. You take it to another level. You got something special. You take it to another level. If I could let you fall in love with me, you know I would. You got me with your hook, and all you got to do is pull. But baby, it's your move, your move, your move. Now it's up on you, on you, on you. If you wanted me, you just gotta say please. But baby, it's your move, your move, your move. But baby, it's your move, your move, your move. Now it's up on you, on you, on you. If you wanted me, you just gotta say please. But
It is finally that time of day, the last matchup here within the EU group stage here for the first day of the Star Chasers Showdown, presented to you by Ally. Again, I'm Ash, and joined here by Chixa and Taco. Taco, the last series that we just watched is pretty intense. Now, looking over towards the results here, I don't think anybody's too surprised between both groups.
No, and seeing ACD come out on top, I mean, if you have been watching those weeklies in the women's scene, then yeah, you probably expect that to be the result. But at the end of the day, it's still a lot to be kind of seen out of this one. Clearly, Shorties and Guild Academy still dominating their group. Night Ravens and Anonymous, fortunately, just not able to really pull it together. But this is kind of why these competitions are important. It's about being able to see if there's any refutations about any of the standings, the kind of the lay of the land within EU. And right now, it seems like the teams that we expect to do well are very much following through on that promise.
Yeah, I mean, all solidified, right? The last match that we just saw there, Chixa, was the match to determine who's getting that prizing, since there is the top 8 here within the main event, but only the top 6 get to walk away with some of that money. And now looking forward into this next matchup that we have coming up, that's going to be Night Ravens versus Anonymous. Similar story in that kind of regard. We saw Anonymous earlier, Chixa. What are your thoughts about Night Ravens?
Yeah, Night Ravens is kind of a shocker for the EU scene, because Illusionary or Illusory was expected to qualify for the main event over the Night Ravens roster, as they had qualified for the last Radiant event, and Night Ravens didn't, but they upset in a Game 5 to qualify. So that's kind of really cool to see. So we're going to see in this one if Night Ravens really kind of have the stuff to make that top 6 and get into prizing, because they've already done one upset, why not get 2?
Yeah, there's a previous core of Astronic Petals there within Lorosaurus and Iva, and then Sparrow maybe being that difference maker for the squad, but we also have to take a look over towards Anonymous, the squad that we saw a bit earlier today here, Taco, and looking at this roster with Arena, Aurora, and Shans, how do you think they might face up against Night Ravens? What's your call here?
I think the main thing that we always have to watch out for Anonymous is that in matches that we saw, a lot of peak potential, a lot of clipping potential. They're not afraid to go off the ceiling, take on air dribbles, take on flip resets, and I think that's the one thing that is going to be the biggest issue, or really the X factor. I would have to think Night Ravens are going to have to not play timid. You have to get right in the face and make sure those mechanics don't just drop right in your head.
It's going to be interesting to see how this ends up panning out in that kind of sense. Anonymous as having, again, that bit of a preview into what to expect there. But it's, again, the last matchup here for the EU region. So, Taco, Chixa, I'm going to let you guys get to it. It is Night Ravens versus Anonymous.
We have made it to our final series of the day. It's Night Ravens, it's Anonymous, it's 2 teams battling out in similar situations to what we just saw in Group A. They want the prizing, they want their first series win of the day, and they have the very last series of the day to try to manage it.
Being able to come down and have these high stakes is really nice, and also it's just a good redemption arc. It's always the nice thing about group stages that you get to play at least everybody once, and you get to be able to kind of work out the lay of the land. And so being able to end on a high stakes matchup and not just have something kind of come out in the wash is always nice to see. So I think with these stakes set this high, I think we're going to see some sweaty palms, maybe some anxious play, but we have 7 games to make sure everything gets figured out, and I can't wait to get into it.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one for sure. The Anonymous side of the field, probably again more the expected winner, but as I mentioned earlier, Night Ravens already pulling out what could have been said as upset in the qualifier. We'll see if they can truly upset again, almost jumping the line in that last play, finding a way to get that shot going. But unfortunately, just off the mark. Eva working it for Night Ravens in the midfield. Aurora to pick it up for Anonymous. Flip reset goes underneath, but a save made in quick fashion for Sparrow.
Not only that, but Sparrow Hawk actually able to get that longer clear on down, and unfortunately defense is not really ready for it. You see Shans waiting for a catch. They were not really prepared for the outcome of an immediate turn and shot.
Yeah, Certainly a quick open opportunity. Great vision is what I often like to compliment players that see that net's open to take a shot. It doesn't always take the most advanced shot, but if it's open, then all you need to do is place it where it needs to be, and Sparrow does just that. So Night Ravens with a lead early on, but Shan's working the sidewall, manages to get this one through.
The unexpected sometimes can really throw off the defense. That's a hard angle shot, but Chance makes it look so easy. Back post, the defender was looking for something completely different, and sometimes when you do get surprised, it will fly on the way through. Nice solid reminder for the Night Ravens that this game is not going to be an easy one by any means, especially if the kickoffs are any indication, nearly doubling up just immediately right off of the rip.
Pop here in front of net. Arena searching for a way to get on through. Wasn't able to do just that. Aurora, the pinch straight down in front of net. The clear won't come on through. Now Arena working it. This one on target, but saved away into the corner. Both teams have settled down for now and have been able to make great defensive stands.
And right now, especially to be noted, that Night Ravens starting to settle into their playstyle, and they are playing with an alternate in right now. Ohei actually stepping in for Lorosaurus Rex, and right now maybe that's causing a little bit of awkwardness though, but then again, Anonymous, they're just fast, just jumping right on top of this hard angle.
Yeah, Arena, great shot over the last defender, and you have to wonder what it's like for Night Ravens as well. We touched on it very briefly. Ohei subbing in for Lorosaurus Rex. How it's like playing with a sub to end out your day, the last series of the day, and arguably the most important series of the day for both these teams to decide whether or not they get any piece of the prize pool. So now they have to readjust after two very difficult series today into a third with somebody new. Hopefully they warmed up for at least a couple games.
And being able to get those warm-ups is great to see, and being able to start off the way you'd like. But I think if we've learned anything as these series have gone on, it's really just about series by series how you match up, and then what kind of changes you make, or really if you feel like you even need to. Some teams I feel like are very rigid. I don't necessarily want to say stubborn, but they just don't really want to change the way that they approach a lot of these games. And I think right now we're starting to see that that's not really an option for most squads. Right now, Night Ravens, even though they've been under the gun, looking a little bit better and cleaner for it, despite that double commit, at least in the initial foray. Aurora just going to throw it right back in for Arena and try something, but backboard is covered.
Anonymous definitely more comfortable in the air compared to the Night Ravens, at least thus far. Shans may have gotten a reset there, but not enough boost to stay high enough in the air to use it. Arena looking for the double tap read. It's not found, and Aurora to put this back into her own corner. Almost on her own net and on target, but maintaining control, setting up from her own end zone, now towards the other. Arena picking it up, looking towards the back wall, but another save made by the Night Raven squad.
Not only that, but Ohei actually able to clear into open space, just kind of rolling that one on the back wall. Honestly, not much of another option. There was a player hounding her, being able to try to get that demo, so you could really do that, just kind of throw it out of reach. As I just realized we're actually switching over to 2v2 because there's a rule 1, and Shans actually gets broken out of it. Wait, no, you can't do that.
I mean, you can.
No, you cannot. But prescriptively, you should not, personally, but that's just me. Maybe I'm just a purist.
Okay. You can't break out of it yourself, but someone else bumped them out. It's gray area. It's gray area, okay?
I don't know. I'll see them in court.
Got it. Understood. Danger Taco is your judge. Judge Taco, definitely who I don't want to be up against. Oh my goodness. Judge the gameplay that much more. No, all the misses in front of net. The shot now to be made. The double tap on through. Aurora comes out on top.
Aurora is vibing, and I gotta say, that was Night Ravens breaking that one up earlier, so I feel like this is kind of karmic retribution coming on through. 48 seconds for Night Ravens to do something about it. I feel like we were in a pretty stable mid-game. It was kind of just depending on who was being able to step on up and figure out how this game is gonna go. Apparently it's Anonymous, just again showing off the mechanics, never afraid of going for the fancy shot.
Demo there may open up the field. Ohei working off that corner. Arena difficult touch, does manage to get it out in midfield, and Arena a follow-up as well to put it back on the Night Ravens half. Night Ravens had a great early start in this game, but since they haven't been able to score, it's been all Team Anonymous all the time with the offensive effort, the aerial control, and just the consistency, not as many missed touches. So this game one going to Team Anonymous, and maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to take a couple more.
Potentially, if they play like this, I think it's definitely within the cards. I really do like Anonymous just showing off the offense. I think there's times where maybe we could have seen Night Ravens step up a little bit more, but they're not necessarily going to be without going down with a fight there. 9 saves coming through from the orange side. Certainly keeping them in it, but need more than 2 shots to truly be able to make a dent.
Yeah, Sparrow managing to get the only goal for Night Ravens this past game. Of course, it was with kind of a cleared ball when the entire Anonymous team was stretched a little too far forward, as we see it right there. So, I mean, you can work off of getting goals off of mistakes. It's one of the most important proponents of Rocket League to be very consistent, to maintain a little pressure, to get a little bit more bang out of your buck in a sense when you're in the defensive half, but they also need to generate their own offense, which we didn't see at all. They had no passing plays at field, weren't able to connect off the sidewall or anything like that, and I think that's what I would say to Night Ravens to do in this next game.
It's a very Dino Nuggy-ish game one, where it felt like it was really just focused on defense. So maybe they can develop and grow into something that they can actually trust in. And certainly if you're dealing with Anonymous, you have to be prepared for the unexpected. That's a 2-player commit on the kickoff, something we have actually seen in higher level games kind of experimented with. We haven't seen too much kind of high level strategy without these kickoffs, but we are seeing some high level angles. Shan's nearly rejected, but still claims that goal.
The Arena has been setting her off in the air time and time again. That's the one thing I've noted a lot with Anonymous. They hear I'm trying to find another word other than just comfortable. They're proficient when it comes to being in the air. Again, Aurora going towards the skies. It seems whenever you can throw that ball up high, Anonymous is there, and they're totally fine with using a boost and following up on a play if it means being up higher against their opponent. What a bump.
Being able to actually dominate the air is such a huge advantage for obvious reasons, but more importantly, it's about really imposing your will. If you want the ball, you have to come and get it. And that's exactly what Anonymous is kind of banking on. They have the air dribbles, they have the redirects, they have really everything downfield going for them, so why not continue kind of push the story, be able to kind of push the envelope really on how much this offense is going to have to click in. And right now, it seems like they're not content with just kind of throwing it back and looking for some passes, looking for the combinations. I don't know if it needed the deflection, but Marita certainly needed a goal.
Again, straight towards the skies, off that backboard. You're right, I think it would have been in anyways, but it doesn't matter. That's the comfort for Team Anonymous, and it's definitely the higher level of play we see, the higher in the air you tend to get. A missed opportunity there for Aurora. She just flies on through, and because of it, Ohei has an open net to work with. Night Ravens are so good at penalizing mistakes, but it seems like that's all they can do.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you have one strength, that's one thing you can rely on, is that Anonymous is not always going to be flawless. The issue is they're not necessarily mistakes to capitalize on all the time. You really have to force them out. That's where demos come in. That's why taking 50s is important. It's why gathering boost is important from the other team. Also, making sure you make contact with that one got me a little worried until I saw Sparrow there for the save.
There's been a couple of misses. I don't know what you're talking about, Taco.
Oh, no.
There's been some interesting play, to say the least, for both ends. Ava able to work that side wall a bit to get it farther upfield, but, you know, the passes a little bit debatably extra right now. Aurora able to get off that corner, gets it rolling up off the backboard, and another clear out for Night Ravens. I lied, that isn't much of a clear, but that is a follow-up clear almost to a backboard read. Night Ravens working the sides in the corner and the ball as much as they possibly can with that shot. Didn't have enough power, a little bit more quality needed.
Nice little cut there from Sparrowhawk, making sure that that clear is not going to be an easy one by any means. Chance might have a little bit of a easier time, I suppose, being able to have more time and space to build, but an Interval does not have the height there. We're starting to see Night Ravens start to encroach there on these plays. It's all well and good, but can't be double committing. That's an awkward one on the near post. Could be sitting there for the taking. Last second save, how about to keep this one at a 1-goal game as we cross half.
Night Raven Stevens breaking down as they have to commit players to challenge in the skies. Again, Arena working off that ceiling. Again, you saw 2 players commit, but also Anonymous team. They committed the entire house on that play. They're lucky it wasn't cleared behind them all. Shans working the back wall, does get the double touch down. It's in front of net, but the shot off post and out. Shans will keep it up front in the field of play, but still Anonymous can't seem to get towards the back of the net.
At the very least, Anonymous is getting better and better at playing their boost advantage. A couple times you're seeing the rotations kind of cut across the field, not because they're lazy or not really, but because they really are not calming, because they know that if they keep on pressing, something is going to happen. Night Ravens not able to get these clears. This one is back out to mid, and Arena does take a wide berth to that one, so it'll be a little bit weird just kind of tapping around as Sparrowhawk will try to beat over the first defender, but apparently Anonymous is fast, not only on offense, but also on defense, shutting down pretty much everything. Part of a huge reason why Night Ravens are struggling to get these shots.
Arena gonna work that sidewall. Anonymous doing their best to get upfield quickly. This shot slotted underneath, but the save made at the last second by Sparrow. Night Ravens still holding on, but we mentioned earlier their problem is generating offense upfield. Also generating mistakes for Anonymous that they're able to capitalize off of. This one's a good pop in front of net, but Arena and the rest of the Anonymous team ready to make a save. So with under a minute left, Night Ravens searching for the tying goal they need. Granted, Anonymous looking comfortable in getting these beats and letting that net get open. The pop's there. Shan shot off target. Follow him still off target. The buffer goal will not be found.
Time is Ohe, but probably more so not necessarily her choice. No boost to be able to arrow for that one. There's a second rotation. Sparrow a little bit late. Again, low boost. That boost steal, actually maybe even a double coming in from Ohe. High lob for Aurora to deal with, and she does so well. Not only getting the first, but the second. Has to be a breakaway. Shans lobs that one up. The 1-2, maybe 3. No finish, but maybe not even one needed.
Off the corner, buying time. This one soon to touch the ground, certainly not on the right half for the Night Raven squad. Can they keep it up? No, they can't. Anonymous to take game 2 and up 2-0 in this series.
Really do like that coming in and actually slowly getting more and more confident despite a pretty narrow score margin from Anonymous. They're cutting across the field. I really like how their offense looks. Clearly hitting double-digit shots is nearly double-digit shots is a solid attempt. But as we also notice, it's a close game, and that's really all I think Night Ravens need to focus on right now. I think, yes, it's important to maybe make some adjustments in the midfield, maybe spread out a little bit more, maybe not dive in on each of these plays because they are getting a couple whiffs on defense. I think right now this is the kind of close metered game we're seeing down the stretch where the teams start to figure each other out. So it's important to stay fresh, bring something they're not expecting, and if Anonymous is not careful, I can definitely see a world in which the Star Chaser Showdown starts to see a bit more variety with every series going by, because Night Ravens, I feel like, are slowly finding their footing.
Yeah, I think accuracy is plaguing as well the likes of Anonymous a little bit. They've had how many shots ring everywhere but near the net that they didn't even need to be saved. So taking that extra deep breath, not rushing yourself, even the slightest kind of twitch of the thumbstick can make you completely lose that ball, get it out of control, and not put the shot on target that they needed. So they don't have to outpace the likes of Night Ravens this next game. They're already winning on the speed and aerial control, so still take your time. It's okay to be patient. You don't always need to be going 110% on the field.
And I think that's a huge thing to be able to keep in the back of your mind, is that that's why comms are important. within Rocket League. It's not just to be able to tell your teammates what you're doing. It's also for your teammates to tell you, hey, you have time. Hey, maybe you get that one away. Hey, there's someone chasing you. And I think right now we're seeing Night Ravens play very one-to-one plays. Oh, I get a clear, I rotate out. Oh, I get boost, I rotate out. And I feel like right now they need a little more synergy because that's exactly what Anonymous is bringing to the table. So good at being able to keep these attacks going and these defenses cohesive as Aurora maybe trying to prove me wrong, but just a regular old solo play, but that angle proves too tough to get past that first defender.
Shan's working that corner. Arena will follow it up, goes for that bump on Sparrow, but is able to come through, recover. Now hopefully pick up some boosts. The first challenge comes through for Oh Hey, the second to follow through for Ava, and Sparrow will chase this ball who goes to the other end. Aurora, their first touch near target, but not on and quickly taken out. Seems like Night Ravens are at least a little bit more prepared this game to transition in quick fashion.
I think the biggest thing they need to focus on is just making sure they get high percentage touches. And right now, you can see the half rotations, they're not having a lot of boost. Honestly, they can probably take a little bit more time on some of these, but clearly not too much, because otherwise you're going to have Aurora with no angle at all getting a dish.
That's crazy. The recovery, the flip into the ball to just poke it over Ava, that is not an easy skill to master and retain control throughout the entire aerial. Well played by Aurora, showing off her personal skills. Arena and her look to combine in that attempt, but it doesn't go through. Night Ravens almost with that outlet pass, but unfortunately don't find contact and get demoed even after all their efforts. This one high, two players up, Aurora and Chance both missing, and now poor Arena last back to find the save, and she does with Shan's help.
I mean, that just has to be something you laugh and shake your head at for Night Ravens. They're on the attack, and they look like they forced out a double, and then it's a pinch clear that's perfectly out. So that's got to be rough, but it doesn't mean everything's over. You still have a somewhat of an attack, especially if Arena does not get the second touch up and over, even testing that height. Just about being able to almost get that dunk on through. Brutal deflection on the backboard. Aurora looking for another tight angle, but that's not going to be able to beat the front post. Another counterattack potentially to Ojai, combining with Ava, but not able to actually wrangle that one through. Oh, wait, I thought that was the third, but in fact, no, it's just wide open. What a recovery.
I was like, Taco, what are you saying? There's nobody there. The Shans gets bumped away, and Ava only needs to beat on the 1v1, and she has the space and the boost and the ball in the air to boot with it. Night Ravens, they find a piece of the ball there and tie up this game. Anonymous, a little bit sloppy on that opportunity, and again get penalized for it. Now they have to search and try to create another goal opportunity. That saves off the post and out, and just as I thought it was going on in, it doesn't.
Yeah, it can be tough. And there's a lot of anticipatorily kind of awkward stuff like that. I feel like in these series tricks, it's not the first time that we're like, oh, that's definitely going to happen. Oh, no, never mind. It's going to get thrown right out the window half-time. And really, I have no idea how this one's going to swing. Granted, Anonymous still has somewhat of an advantage on these offenses, but I think Night Ravens starting to take more of their time and even look towards some passing. That one middle not going to find its target.
Sidewall here on the bounce, so Aurora's shot goes straight on in. Where was the defense on that play? Sparrow gets the first touch, but everyone else demoed on the goal line.
It can be tough, especially when those clears do not go the way that you want them to. Using the sidewall can be so dangerous. Sometimes it's good to be able to actually set it up into a defender on the inside that you can maybe pass your way out of defense. Other times, it's going to be teeing it up for your opponents. I feel like that's really what we saw on that last iteration, but not necessarily anything to sound the alarm bells yet. They're halfway to a sweep Anonymous, but they're still showing they are susceptible if you move the ball quick. Arena had to be back in a hurry to be able to prevent that one.
Shot open, Sparrow just a little late. It's the best opportunity we've seen for Night Ravens. They have some extended pressure, at least temporarily. Ava going for a demo. Oh, hey, to fly on through. Can't find the touch. Sparrow to keep it upfield for the Night Ravens. Backboard shot here. Open net. It's finalized on through, and Night Ravens tie it up.
Love to see it, but first off, gotta AR dues to Sparrowhawk. That's such a nice follow through because you really can't do much with that. A lot of players would like to doink that one, play it off the corner, but I really like that dig right down onto that near post, setting up in the middle. It's quick, it's efficient, and it's a really smart play, all things considered. This one, less smart and more so just fortunate. That one immediately on target. Oh, hey, with the bounce shot, just barely wide.
Shan's trying to play in midfield. Anonymous picking up speed. Arena looking for Shan, but it is taken away by Ava. Ava now. This one off the ceiling. Almost finds itself on target. Shan's picks it right up and Ava to take it away from her. Dropping down. Ohei off the corner. Aurora there. A huge pinch towards the other end. Ava picks it up. Puts it a little bit off target. Shan's fortunately rolls off her car. Arena, everybody trying to get a piece of this ball to get a 50. This one poking on through. The demo, the ball to roll on through. And what a heads up play by Aurora to let that ball roll on in.
Previous game, it was all about mechanics, and this one, it's all about muscle. Just getting one defender out of the way. It's a good heads-up play by the player, kind of taking the lead for Anonymous. Aurora being able to generate a lot of opportunities for her squad, and that's just another one. Night Raven showing that, yeah, they're looking more confident. You're going forward, a bit more venom, but you can always be stung if you push too far up.
30 seconds. Team Anonymous looking to hold on for those 30 seconds. Oh, hey, quick to it, winning the 50, keeping it on the Anonymous half, but what a clear again by Arena. Team Anonymous using those long, lofting clears to kill 5-10 seconds at a clip. This one a pop for Aurora, gets another goal, and that's the nail in the coffin for Game 3.
Talk about another goal. 6 shots, 4 goals from Aurora. So clearly, if she wanted to get this, she was going hiking, putting everyone in the backpack and just saying, don't worry, follow me, I'll lead us to that promised land, that match point game, assuming this one doesn't have any more shenanigans in place. I don't think there's going to be that. Night Ravens in an unenviable position right now, having to reverse sweep to be able to make it into the cash.
I would not want to be in that position, especially when it seems like the Anonymous side is just rolling when it comes to all these plays.
It can be that kind of strange moment in between decisions on some of these reads that make a lot of the difference. But honestly, I just like the conviction that Aurora showed. Obviously, fantastic goal earlier on the dish, being able to make sure that you know that you can't afford her any space. But even beyond that, just solid positioning, taking advantage of everything in front of her. And that's exactly what you need in series as close as this one, where you need someone to break the deadlock. Sometimes if someone's just on fire, just keep feeding them the pass and let them finish.
Is Aurora the reason Team Anonymous is winning this series, or was it just one good game and it's just the switch off that Team Anonymous has had between players?
I mean, there's certainly a lot of arguments to be made. I think obviously Aurora really carried that squad right there, but it's not necessarily saying that everyone else is playing poorly. It's just sometimes you have the opportunities, you're striking them true. If you're shooting 66%, you're doing something right. And if you're Night Ravens, you're also doing a lot of things correctly, and something that I would actually really support. The issue is, I think that they're getting caught in these transition and plays where they're almost building something up and then having to make a hard right pivot into something else. And I feel like they're not quite good enough on that improv. I feel like right now they need to be able to control their destiny, maybe keep up that slower play, take some more 50s, get some boost steals, even work in some of those demos that I saw from time to time, because right now, Anonymous, when they have an open pitch and a lot of boost in front of them, they can do so much with it, even if it includes just catapulting one on target, nearly finding a goal within the first 15.
I really didn't want that to be saved just because that shot was so cool, but it's all right. It's a good play nonetheless, and it keeps this game very interesting. Anonymous bringing out the big guns on these plays. This one rolling, though, straight to Ava. Difficult touch for Arena that needs to be made. This one's in front of net and rolling by Ohei. Arena picking it up on top of her car. Ava challenging Shans. Won't find the angle, but it's a pass instead. Aurora, the finish. She'll add yet another goal to the series.
Watch Arena here, just getting that flick up, but then most notably, Shan's going to the corner already, ready for the clear to send it right back in. That's anticipating the play, and patient build up like this, along with that game sense, combines to a pretty solid goal. Poor Night Ravens felt like they had everything figured out, and then slowly it unravels.
Oh, hey, off that corner. won't be able to follow up right off kickoff. Shans and Team Anonymous already putting on more shots. The 50s one. Aurora just picks up that ball one more time. Goal stealing. It's happening.
On top of that, I have to say, Shan's earned that assist, let's say. We're going to functionally call that one a goal, really doing everything. And how frustrating is that got to be? Shans takes up kind of a lower, kind of slower air dribble to see how to bait in a challenge. And not only does she get bumped and then powers through it, but then dunks the immediate clear into the goal. That's so deflating.
Anonymous, like I said, pulling out the big guns in this last game, wanting to prove a point. They understand this is their last stage to kind of show themselves, to show their team, and play to their best potential. They've been putting on a show to start. Granted, that is not a good touch.
I mean, not the best touch, but at the end of the day, someone's got to be there. Aurora getting a bit too greedy on that one, trying to wrap around, doing a full 270-degree turn, and it's not always going to be putting it in the best position. Still required to finish, though. Night Ravens right back into it, and that's a solid top shelf slot.
Night Ravens are certainly that team that just doesn't go away. They've stayed close with Anonymous every single game so far, and they're going to continue to stay close to keep this series interesting. Eva off the corner, looking to set up one of her teammates. Sparrowhawk now to work the corner herself, looking for that demo or bump, but Arena picks it up on the Anonymous side. Shan's now doing the same in the same spot. Ball cursed in this corner. Finally looking for a clear. It is popped out. Arena working that corner, gets the double tap read, but not much more out of it.
Soft bounce coming in from Ava to get past the first. A little bit of double commit, but not going to harm him too much, especially with Sparrowhawk is clearing the way down the line. I thought the ball was going to come, but apparently changed their mind as the Night Ravens. Now kind of awkwardly into the near post. High lob for Aurora to chase. No double to actually be able to do anything with, so lack of precision really keeping both these squads kind of neck and neck in a lot of these plays. It might just come down to a mistake at this point unless people start to take a deep breath and kind of compose themselves.
Team Anonymous looking to set themselves up off on the ceiling. Again, you've seen Shans, you've seen Aurora all fall from that ceiling mark to try to get something going from their end to the other on transition, but fortunately it hasn't worked on out, and Night Ravens still able to just kind of play with this one. Arena to go first in midfield. Aurora, the follow-up off the corner, the demo, the open net angle that's taken Arena, finding what's needed, and Team Anonymous now up by 2.
Conventional rotation is always broken when someone can just jump right in front. Not even a poor touch from the Night Ravens, but everything gets opened up when a player is completely removed, and the second one is under fire as well. Anonymous really doing everything in their power to get these goals, including actually faking some kickoffs. That's off the ceiling from Arena, not able to make that contact. Still not over is the attack up until Ohe steps on through, saw the danger early.
The amount of kickoff strategies that we've seen lately is way more apparent than it used to be. I can't remember when I played quote-unquote competitively. Not really. 2 years ago, kickoff strategy wasn't as looked upon, but now we see it all the time. Missed opportunity there, but it's so common to get a Spanish-style kickoff, that double commit kickoff, the one where you cheat off the corner or demo the player in front. There's so many different types. And Team Anonymous decided to go for something interesting, and I credit them for being creative and doing something different that we haven't seen that much of today.
That you always have to kind of think outside the box, particularly if you are someone like Anonymous. They are never afraid to go off that ceiling, nearly a reset to be able to pave that way. Aurora for a double tap, or at least so I thought. Ran out of steam early on. That's why you stay in front of it. Pretty hefty 50 to somewhat stall out the defense, but ultimately will be yet another clear, which is not going to help the Night Ravens. They don't need clears, they need possession, and right now it is in short supply.
Aurora in control, manages to still retain control all the way from the corner into the back of the net. This is the second time we've seen her use her aerial control to beat out from that back wall. Those are some of the most difficult plays to make, but she has executed 2 flawlessly in both attempts made.
And that's exactly why you like being on PC. You want to do those Rings workshop maps because it keeps your control real icy like that. My goodness, what a play from Aurora. A couple fantastic goals on the adjustment. That one had the Night Ravens defense just kind of looking up, waiting for it to be over, but it's not over until Aurora is truly out of boost. Really, the standout players from this series, that's really saying something. Anonymous, they've played spectacularly. I think we'll definitely know them after this series. A sweep, potentially, be able to close this one out unless we're seeing some last-second shenanigans.
I'm pretty sure that was a own goal shenanigan a little rushed by Shans. I don't know if it was needed, but again, 2 goals, 4 seconds, a little bit hefty. Maybe something crazy. The double commit on the kickoff for Anonymous will let that one roll. 2 goals cannot happen in 0 seconds. Congratulations to Anonymous. They are the 3rd place team in their group, and they will get prizing for their efforts.
Solid to see, and we certainly knew that they were capable of being able to get into the cash, and certainly they were able to show it throughout the sweep. However, like all of our teams that were just not able to cut it quite yet within their groups, Night Raven put up a good fight, made him have to work for it on the side of Anonymous, and that's really all that we're looking for. Anonymous showing that they can get their clips and also get their dubs to finish out the day.
Yeah, congratulations again to them, and congratulations to every team that has competed today, that has moved on forward, that has gotten prizing, or has gotten the highest that they have ever been. When it comes to seeding, it was impressive to see the different teams kind of go across the gameplays from Group A to Group B bracket. This game in particular was outstanding because we finally got to see just how well the team of Anonymous can be mechanics wise. It was wild to watch Aurora pop off on so many plays in the series.
And that's exactly how a lot of good teams start. It's finding players that can be these individual players who makes those solo plays work, and then slowly working that into an infrastructure. We're saying, okay, now rotate off me. Now let's get some boost steals in. Now let's make sure that we actually have some more high-level comms. And I think this is the kind of the start of something really nice. And it's why I like these events, like these Star Chaser Showdowns, because we get to see a preview of what's to come. Again, this is kind of like a new season, more or less, in the new year of women's events. So hopefully we can see a lot better improvement and maybe some better finishes from these squads, because I know that they're definitely hungry for the next event.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to go to one final break for EU. We're going to see if we can get ourselves an interview. We're going to bring Ash back in for her thoughts, and we'll wrap up the EU portion of today. So stay tuned for more Star Chasers Showdown presented by Ally.
EU's group stage is all wrapped up for the day here on the Star Chasers Showdown presented by Ally, but it was a really fun series. I mean, a 4-0 there for Anonymous, but what a way to bring things back after going 0-4 for their earlier 2 matches here in the group stage, Taco.
Yeah, and I think we're getting to see a bunch of teams in the spotlight. So that's kind of nice as a broadcast. We kind of went on. We made sure everybody had their chance. And I think it's important, too, because every team deserved to be here. They had to go through quals. They had to make sure they, more importantly, form a team. I know that can be stressful within its own right sometimes when you have all this roster shuffling. So being able to get something together and actually look pretty cohesive all throughout. I don't really feel like we saw a single team on broadcast today that was just completely lost in the sauce. They kept a lot of these series close, and it's just nice to see as this kind of the prelude to the rest of the year for women's events.
Yeah, and speaking of that prelude there, Chicksa, when we're looking towards how Anonymous and Night Ravens played in this matchup for that prizing, what are your expectations? What do you think that both these teams have to look forward to if they want to continue to grow throughout the 2024 season?
Yeah, I honestly hope that, most importantly, teams that played today are going to be teams that continue to practice together to get that chemistry down pat. I mean, or at least if you weren't happy with your team, you had the opportunity to watch all these players on the field at different portions of the day on multiple streams that matter too, that were all supporting the team today, and you can be like, oh hey, I really liked how this person played, I want to team with them next time, and let's practice, let's warm up, let's prepare for this event to do better next time. So I think the scene kind of got a whole refresh. It got really revived, in particular this weekend and this past weekend. It's only going to continue to get better from here because the talent, even as the series started to how this series ended today, everyone improved in even this short span of a day.
Yeah, that's a big thing to look out towards. And then you also have the fact that there are some of those weeklies going on as well for these teams to continue to get some more frequent reps in within officials in that kind of regard. But Taco, we've also got to look towards who our Ally match MVP is. And it's going to be no other than Aurora. Are we surprised?
I mean, if anyone is, then you don't deserve to watch Rocket League because no analytical ability there. Aurora was locked in from start to finish, scoring spectacular goals, but also grabbing the occasional assist, just constantly keeping pressure on. You can even see with the demo touches coming through, really just on top of the ball continuously, nearly averaging 50 touches a game. So I think with Aurora playing like this is why I'm looking towards this team and being like, I think this is something to watch. This is not necessarily a matchup anyone should gloss their eyes over in future brackets, and I really do like this development. If this is where they are right now in the beginning of the season, I can't wait to see what it looks like at the end.
Yeah, and Chicksa, tell us a little bit more about how Anonymous kind of shifted gears as well. Earlier, we saw them on stream. You guys casted that match that they had up against Shorties, and now just being able to totally flip that script up against Night Ravens, Anonymous being able to be a little bit more, well, much more, not even just a little bit more, much more comfortable in this matchup.
Yeah, I think the confidence just improved for them. You saw a lot more kind of pop-off moments from each player. Aurora, we marketed, especially as the MVP, had 2 phenomenal aerials from the back wall of her opponent to the goal. Difficult goals to control on throughout, but you also saw times where Arena and Shans both popped off, had great touches off the ceiling. They understood their space, and they took control of that air to keep getting shot after shot after shot. What astounds me for Aurora's kind of MVP is she didn't have a single save. Not a single save because it wasn't needed. They were so far always upfield and providing pressure. They didn't need to defend. They got comfortable. They understood their game plan and they executed it. So I'm excited to see them continue to execute as they get better.
Yeah, Aurora definitely an aggressive player in the second half that series, but I also had my eyes on Shans for the first half. She was hyper aggressive, had so much space upfield, and we actually get a chance to talk with her as well. But so a big thank you to Chicksa and Taco for being able to join me on the desk for day 1. We'll see you guys tomorrow, but for now, let's say hello to Shans. Hi Shans, congratulations on your win. How are you feeling?
I'm okay, I'm pretty tired now.
I mean, it's been a long day of Rocket League, right? And speaking of you being tired right now as well, I am curious to hear about how not just yourself, but Anonymous as a whole team were able to really bring things back now into this last series of the day for you guys up against Night Ravens, because you had some really difficult matches to start off your day against Shorties and Guild Academy.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely had some really tough matches. Guild and Shoys have definitely got some really good players on them, and they just showed a lot of pressure, which is something we tried to imitate it in this last game. As you know, Aurora did not leave the ball at all, so we were just all out front, stealing like all my goals as well, which I was quite annoyed about, but it's fine. But it was good. We just kept under pressure. I mean, we linked up a lot more. In the first series, we tended to kind of go solo a lot more, but whereas this series, we passed a lot more, we played more as a team.
Yeah, we really saw that synergy start developing on the pitch in that kind of regard. And I'm curious too, like, how did this roster end up coming together? Tell us a little bit about the story here for Team Anonymous and how you guys decided to make this team.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've known Arena since the start of women's playing. She was my very first teammate, so we've always kind of played together. We always play ranked together. And then I started to compete in NA, even though I'm from EU, with Aurora and Miss Blurred and Maddie. So I always kind of kept up in touch with Aurora, and then this tournament came along, and Aurora didn't really have a team, so I said just come to EU and play with us. And that's how we formed.
Okay, that's super cool. I mean, how does it feel to be back in your own region here as well?
It feels weird. I feel speedy because I can actually react to touches. Yeah, I just upgraded my internet, so I was like 6 ping on EU. So I am the server basically.
Oh my god, you're literally living inside the server. That must feel so good to just be able to be like, oh my god, everything's actually registering when I'm in.
Yeah.
But I do want to hear a little bit about the goals for your team here within Anonymous as well, because this is just the first event for the Star Chasers Showdown for the 2024 season, right?
Yeah.
And there's a long way to go as far as being able to take that time to continue to develop together. So as a team, what do you guys have your eyes set on towards the future?
Well, obviously everybody wants to win, but I think more realistically, I want to be consistent top 4. That's kind of always been my goal throughout these tournaments. Recently, I've started to improve a lot more because I've actually started playing the game, whereas before I kind of just sat in a free play for like 8 hours a day. But now I actually play the game, so I'm getting better slowly but surely.
Okay. Keep your eyes out for Shans then. She's actually started
One day
to actually get her hours in there. I love to hear that though. And I know you're super tired, so I don't want to keep you for too much longer. You've been so sweet to do this interview with us. I want to give you an opportunity to do any thank yous or shout outs, anything you want to say on stream before you close out.
I mean, obviously, thank you to my teammates Serena and Aurora for keeping me sane throughout the whole day. And I want to say a big thank you to Serac, Pads and Slumpy. I've been playing some things with them and also Sniper, and so they've helped me progress and kind of get used to different playstyles, so I appreciate them.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, I think we caught it earlier on stream. There was a Slumpy in chat earlier today. It was like, where was this at? It's like Energy in 3s.
Yeah!
Which is pretty funny.
Call me out after I get my shot. It's not very nice.
We'll have to shade Slumpy later. We'll see what we can cook up on broadcast for you, Shans. But thank you so much for taking the time to do this interview with me. It was lovely speaking with you, and hope to see you later on in some more Star Chasers events later down the line.
Thanks for having me.
Big GG's over towards Shans and the rest of Anonymous, that being Arena and Aurora, her star-studded teammates in that kind of regard. But we are going to be saying goodbye to them, unfortunately, going into day 2, as in Group B it will be Guild Academy and Shorties moving on, but we do have NA coming up next, so stay tuned for another set of round robins. We'll be right back.
and fine, couldn't close. Oil's hair, skin brown. Music played, the fist began. Fills the air, steps quicken. Rhythm beats, high fresco. Glory note between these walls. Glass rose-colored lips, thousand candles, glowing face. Music play, wind is blowing. Light as a feather, bright as the morning. Music play, the fist begin. Fills the air, steps quicken. Rhythm beats, high fresco.
Welcome back, everybody, and if you weren't here, just welcome, period, to another Radiant broadcast to bring you some more Women's Rocket League action. Again, it's the Star Teachers Showdown presented by Ally, and we had EU earlier, but now we're going to head over towards the NA region. Again, I'm Ash, your host, and we are doing a little caster swap now that we're region swapping as well. Going to welcome Lemon Kiwi and Oliver Bass to the desk. Lemon, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm great. I'm sandwiched in the middle though, so now I'm uncomfortable. But now he's staring at me. Wait, I gotta punch you this way. Yeah, we're so colorful here today, except Bass, we're black and white.
Okay, it's blue. It's just not really show.
What color is the dress? Type
Yeah,
thing.
it's really giving right now.
You look great. You look great.
It's giving cops and robbers. It's okay.
Okay.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
He's got a burger for us. Like from
Last time I
McDonald's.
wore this was on RLCS, and the host said the exact same thing. I'm not wearing this anymore. I've decided this shirt is retired.
My fault. I didn't know I was gonna trigger something there. I didn't know that there was previous trauma with another host. My fault. But we gotta reel it back in here towards the NA region, right? We saw you earlier again, but let's take a look over towards those groups here for the NA region as well, because there have been some changes within Roster Mania, but then you also look at teams like Genji Black, who haven't swapped anything up at all there, Bass.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G has kind of been the definitive #1 for a while. Last year, we finally got to have a LAN for the women's scene, and we got to see Gen G take the entire, event. It was back at DreamHack. It was incredibly impressive from them, and they've continued to impress, whether that be in weekly tournaments or here in these Radiant events. It's all over the place for them, but it is consistently good results. I expect the same thing here today, but we'll say they got a couple of people in their group that are probably going to be a bit more difficult to, overtake than usual. 12 Bricks has been incredibly impressive as of late.
Yeah, they really have been, especially in some of those Stride weeklies, like finding that top 4 placement in that kind of regard. But swinging over now to Group B here, 11 Kiwi, I've got my eyes on G2 Stride. This is a roster that was struggling a bit late 2023, early 2024, but they're slowly starting to find their footing.
It's just gonna start really zoomed out that we got Women's Rocket League, like more tournaments. I'm so happy to be back. I'm so happy to see these girls back. It's been so long. And yes, G2 have some of my favorite people on there, including Karma, which I still have to steal her away from the competitive scene to become my co-caster. She is too smart for her own good. So if you have Karma on the squad and Tallybird, I'm still getting to know Avenger a little bit, but Tallybird and Karma have always been wrecking the women's scene. So G2 are definitely a team to fear.
Yeah, they definitely are. And we also have to look towards what each of these groups, who the top 2 will move on, of course, into playoffs tomorrow for that single elimination bracket. But what's on the line here? Because for the top 8, that's what has qualified since the qualifier, but only the top 6 actually managed to find that prizing here. And it's a split bag between both of these regions, 19.8 grand on the line, split between NA and EU. So a nice incentive, especially for those placing in the lower end outside of that top 4, to still continue to battle forward. When you do have that round robin there, Bass, where it can get a little bit disheartening if you find yourself like 0-2 or something like that in the group stage to start off.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult. Again, at the end of the day, the unfortunate truth is that, not everybody's going to be able to win. We got a lot of money on the line, but if you want to try and get that lion's share, that $3,000, you got to be able to play to the best of your abilities. But again, the reason why events like this are so cool is not just because we're highlighting and focusing on those people who are at the very tippy top, the Gen Gs, the G2s. We're also giving a space for other women to compete in the scene, be able to train, be able to get better and better. And again, I like that we still have teams that aren't making it into playoffs, but are still getting some prizing. They're still able to walk away getting some earnings. They got that earnings check now. Now they can go onto Twitter and go, people. I'm ready for that because I've had it too many times, and I want to see more people do it. I want women in the scene to be able to, because they are incredible competitors and deserve to be able to have accolades like that.
Yeah, I mean, nothing drives the storylines better as well, right? Like, we want to see more of those rivalries being built up, those head-to-heads, and of course, with the roster mania that does occur, it kind of gets reset season for season, depending on how things go, especially with Women's Rocket League being such a young and developing scene here, Lemon Kiwi. But we do have to head also over into our first match of the day. We're going to be looking at Genji Mobile 1 versus Pulse to kick things off. And to take a look over towards these rosters here, Genji Mobile 1, a team that, Lemon, we cannot say enough about.
Oh my god, I mean, you heard it in the last interview that you gave, Ash, of like, people are striving and aspiring to be as good as people like Courtney and Bella in this scene. They've been at the top of Women's Rocket League for so long, and they're part of one of the biggest orgs that Rocket League has to offer. It's a mouthful. Genji, Mobile 1 Racing Black, and they put a lot of action on the field too. This is the team that everyone strives to be, and this is the team that could win it all.
They really are, but we've also seen cracks in their armor there, Bass, where Genji Mobile 1 have actually been placing consistently second within the Stride Esports Ladies Night Weeklies, but we also have to see who they're going to be facing up against. And looking towards Pulse in this roster, Bass, do you expect them to have what it takes to actually maybe take advantage of some of the cracks that we've seen in Genji?
I don't know if I'd get all the way to the point where I'm saying that Genji has got cracks in the armor quite yet. I do think that they have looked a lot more vulnerable to other top teams than they have in times past, but I do also think that, unfortunately, expectations do have to be somewhat settled here because this Pulse team not nearly as proven. As much as I do agree Genji have had some inconsistencies in their last sort of bouts of play, Pulse still need to fully prove themselves. They haven't even been able to get those top 4 finishes in stuff like those Stride Weeklies. There's potential here. I like the fact that this roster is together. I also love the fact that, hey, shout out to Pulse. They've been trying to pick up a roster within the women's scene for a while now, and I'm excited to see what they can do here today. Do I think they can take down Genji, the Titans of all Titans? Maybe not quite yet.
Hey, fair enough, right? It's all about finding that synergy, that ability to gel. And Lemon, the fact that we're looking at the format, it being best of 7s throughout the entirety of this competition, it does give a little bit more of that ability within a series to make those adaptations.
Of course, yeah. When you have so many more games to play, you have a lot more time to adapt, fix mistakes, hopefully stay composed, or maybe just get more tilted, because that could just be the environment for that. I hope that when I'm looking at a team like Pulse and you're going up against a team as well-known, as talented as Genji, that you come into a mindset of they are beatable. It doesn't matter what names are on the other side of the field, you have to take every match like the team is beatable, because if you go in thinking you're gonna lose, you are gonna lose. So hopefully a winning mindset is in the heads of Pulse, that they can at least aim to take a couple games, if not the whole series. Aim for the stars, and then you'll land somewhere in between. So that's where I hope that Pulse will think about.
I think that's a really good point to bring up, because I think a lot of the times you do look at those giants of teams, and if you're a team that's a bit more untested in that sense, you can have those nerves end up getting to you and even like doubting yourself. So coming in with full confidence is great advice to put out there, Lemon. And overall, as we do wait for these players to get started for this next matchup here, Bass, I want to get your thoughts on, I mean, you've been here since basically the beginning of the Women's Rocket League scene coming to fruition and whatnot. How are you feeling about these developments now going into 2024?
Oh, I'm beyond excited. Yeah, again, huge shout out to, I think they're right here. Wait, I'm gonna get the finger. There it is. Ally. Huge shout out to Ally for helping put on all of these events. Huge shout out to Radiant and all the people behind the scenes that are helping put these events on. And really, shout out to the competitors as well. I know it has not been an easy, stretch of months here for the women competitors within Rocket League. It really has been a tumultuous time. But the fact is, a lot of these women have been encouraging of other players to still come into the scene if there isn't necessarily that, I don't know, stable sort of core that they can join into. They're finding places, they're creating events, they are, continuing to expand. And we love to see that, not just for the sake of the scene continuing to grow, but really for the sake of the resiliency. Again, there's been hiccups, there's been ups and downs. A lot of people would call it quits a lot earlier. At the women in Rocket League, they are awesome, they are resilient, and they are here to play again. It goes to show you, we've had our first event in the year, and the amount of teams that showed up, the amount of people, the amount of buzz, the amount of just hype behind it, really is emblematic of it. This is a scene that refuses to die and will be here for a long time to come.
Yeah, a lot of passion driving the background of this team, right? Really being the backbone of it. And Lemon, I also want to hear from you about how Ally's event here within Star Chasers Showdown is all going to culminate, because they're planning to bring all three of the big communities within Rocket League together within the CRL, RCLS players, and then Women's Rocket League players as well. The fact that there's going to be that show match and what that means as far as that kind of support from the open scene as well, since you've been debuting on the RLCS this year.
Yeah, thanks. I platforms matter to everyone. The names at the top may change, but the players need this kind of spotlight in order to be taken seriously, to have a serious platform to compete on. I just remember like being in DreamHack and watching like Herc, Karma, Taco, and others, of course, be there. And was it even Gen G or just like all these girls were at DreamHack competing in that big grand final. There was this huge crowd. There's so much support. It's not even just the player community that wants this to happen. There's a lot of fans that are cheering on their friends or want this scene to grow, and I think it's just a matter of time before people really realize the passion and hunger that exists here, whether it is like platforms like this that can elevate talent, like female talent or just any talent, to give them a chance to rise, along with player talent that I think made their names known. It gives them an extra place to, like Bass said, to get money before maybe they try going into the RLCS Open qualifiers or whatever else awaits them. This is such a big confidence booster when you can start with something like this and end up somewhere so much bigger and better.
It really is, and the fact that it does culminate in that event where all three of these communities are being brought together, it's like that additional platform where you're bringing in some viewers who might be looking to support specific players from the CRL and the RLCS and RLCS, and then coming in and seeing, okay, what the women's scene actually has to offer here within Rocket League. But speaking of the players as well, as a heads up, we are just waiting on some players to join into lobby, so that's the explanation for the delay for now, but I promise we will get in there as soon as possible. But overall, I mean, I think that this is a really cool event to be being put on. The fact that you have the stages as well through almost like throughout the seasons, right? Like spring, summer, fall kind of split in that kind of way. And Bass, I mean, what are your expectations for the season in general? Because we did see a lot of those. Oh, never mind. We're just getting straight in there.
The players don't want to wait for the talk to happen. Oh, is this live?
I'm going to believe so. Not exactly sure at the current moment here. We'll give you guys at least a sort of play-by-play from behind the scenes here. It looks like Pulse and Gen G are starting up. Nothing so far through the first 30 seconds. I'm going to wait to get some confirmation to make sure that the audience can see what we're seeing, so we don't have to do as much a radio cast here to start off.
Yeah, hopefully that is the case. I mean, they're playing like this isn't a test lobby and we're just going to keep rolling with this. The players just really wanted to get this going. So first match, best of 7. And it looks like the Pulse defense holds on, but the pressure, the resilience out of Gen G, just already throwing the ball in front of the net, and it's just a matter of time before a team like Gen G can score first.
You gotta just try and hold them off as long as you can, and unfortunately, that's a lot easier said than done. I know everybody's focusing on Bella here, but look at the ground play here. Katha just taking everybody out.
And Katya's just like the bully, and Bella just gets to style on everybody. But Gen G had possession, and Pulse just didn't know how to get a 50 in their favor, so it's an early lead for Gen G. And this is where, at the start of game 1, you get to feel out how your opponent deals with kickoffs, what space you get to control on the field, and what it's going to take to hold off shots from Gen G.
A lot. Unfortunately, the truth is Gen G are a team that are hyper-aggressive. The same thing can be said for pretty much all of their rosters. They're going to continue to put shots on target. They're going to continue to bump you out of the way. They're going to continue to frustrate you. And like you talked about earlier in the day here, Lemon, you got to not tilt out. It's series number 1 of the day. And although you guys are going against the Titans, although you are going up against an incredibly strong team, you got to make sure to keep your composure. Despite 90 seconds so far of, I would say, uninterrupted offense here for Gen G.
Yeah, good side flip from Katya, just putting Pulse on the back foot on that last Gen G offense, and Bella's able to recover here, try and deny that clear, but here's Ren and Pulse, good second touch, and hoping to get that bump onto Katya, and Gen G still managed to get the ball out, even despite getting demoed, almost depositing this in the bank. And Pulse had such a good offense brewing, but Gen G just know how to escape.
Gen G at this point don't really seem to be nervous at all. We're talking about, making sure you keep your composure, making sure that you're not tilting out early on in this one. And instead, Courtney's doing things like this, daring you to challenge. Go ahead, try and go for the 50-50. They'll still muscle their way through, and they'll still keep the offense flowing. Halfway through this game, the 1-0 lead is honestly not that emblematic of what we've seen so far. Because although Pulse have, kept themselves in this game, this could very easily be a 2 or 3 goal lead, if not for the defense here on the blue side.
I'm seeing Gen G do a lot of patrolling, like waiting to see if Pulse are going to launch this ball hard, and then Gen G could bait out Pulse on that defense, find the gaps. Gen G are doing a lot and wait and see, and then once they grab the ball, they dribble it forward. There's Katia with the cleanup, and Gen G are up 2-0.
And this is why we said it was only a matter of time before they found a second, especially when Courtney is saving her flip reset for the very last moment. Baits out a defender, puts it off the bar, and of course there's going to be somebody else from Gen G to bury that one. Swarming the net like bees so far here, Lemon. They have been unrelenting, and unfortunately for Pulse, they got to find a way to stop this offense. They need a way into this game.
Gen G are still playing very measured, just a lot of presence in that neutral third, waiting for the ball to transition, and Gen G win every challenge in that midfield, so it's been difficult for Pulse to get a threatening offense going when position is difficult to maintain when traversing into that other side. But Pulse are really just warding off the storm, because here it is, Gen G waiting for their moment to strike as Bella gets the defender jumping. Courtney tries for the double. Here is Katia once again to sweep them away. And Gen G, I feel like, could even be more aggressive. And finally, Pulse get on the board. And they really had to fight for this one. First, you have Eva and Bella just challenging or chasing each other, which gives a chance for Pulse to complete a pass in front of the box. So 90 seconds left. It's not out of the realm of possibility for Pulse to come back. This is such a big confidence booster to know how you can get Gen G in a weaker spot.
At this point, they just need to try and take that momentum and see if they can find other gaps. With a minute 15 to go, there's definitely enough time that they're going to find something, but they need to capitalize on chances like that. Ball gets off the backboard. Unfortunately, none of the Pulse players want to dive in, and again, can you really blame them, Lemon? They know these counterattacks are lethal. They don't want to overexpose themselves, but with a minute to go, you kind of got to send the house at this point.
Yeah, and even when Pulse go for fakes, like, Gen G are so patient and they read the game so well that Pulse can't force mistakes out of a team as good. But Ren hoping for a few more touches, maybe attempting or faking the double tap, but Pulse working together to layer this offense, and Bella flicks it above. 1/3
no.
that is back, and that's not a great touch out of Gibbous. And Pulse can't get back in time. 4-1 for Gen G.
Unfortunately, this is kind of what you have to do, though. If you're going to try and make a comeback happen, especially with only 30 seconds left, you do need to dive out at midfield like that, but it's a risky play. If you're not able to make contact, that's a pretty easy transition for somebody like Gen G to capitalize upon, and, well, they did exactly that. 4-1 here with 30 to go. I think this game one is going to go in favor of Gen G, barring a miracle. But I will say, Pulse starting to look more competitive here. They haven't quite figured out the puzzle of Gen G, but they're definitely starting to put in some pieces.
Yeah, when Pulse started to take risks in that last 45 seconds, they were trailing by 2, and they, like you said, sent the house, but then it kind of came crumbling down. Forces your third to make a difficult decision under kind of the momentous counterattack that Gen G were generating, and just one bad touch results in Gen G sealing the deal in this game one with a commanding score, to say the least.
Commanding score, to say the least, and definitely one that I think could have been even further in their favor if not for really good defense initially out of Pulse. We have to give them credit where it is due. As you guys can see, they were able to get saves, the only saves on the game there, as Gibbous is able to find 3. The unfortunate truth is, though, when you compare that to the 0 on the other side, it goes to show you how one-sided the offense really was here in this first game. I think we started to see a little bit more offense from Pulse by the end of that one, but they kind of got to do that the entire time. They need to hit the ground running. We talked about it. Gen G are the standard for every other team to try and catch up to. If you want to try and stop a team like Gen G, you can't give them momentum. You can't give them room to run with. And unfortunately, here in this first game, I think they kind of did, especially through the first half.
I like that Pulse were being physical. I think there was a second goal that they really could have gotten, but Gen G deal with pressure very well. I think Pulse were looking for bumps, chasing people around in the net, and once Gen G stayed composed and then they had just one solid clear, Pulse's whole narrative fell apart when they could have had the score a lot closer, but it's just missing one or two opportunities that resulted in Gen G's perfect play, keeping them at a 4-1 score line, or I'd say mostly perfect, but it still gives us a hope that Pulse can keep this one entertaining for game 2, but Gen G are the big favorites.
On top of that, I also do think this is going to be a good test to see where we expect Pulse to finish up in this group as well. Maybe they aren't able to get past something like Gen G, but if they can put up a good fight, it's going to be a sort of signal to the rest of the teams in this group that maybe they're not going to find their way into Sunday all too easily. Right now, it hasn't necessarily been an easy path here for Gen G. Again, they had an overwhelming offense, but at the end of that game, we were starting to see a couple of hooks, a couple of jabs boxing back at this Gen G team. Can they keep it up here in game 2? We're about to find out. 30 seconds so far, and unfortunately, looking very similar to the first. A lot of offense and nobody to stop it except a last-second save there from Pulse from Eva will keep it out.
Katya is such a bully. She's chasing Red around this whole time. Like, Katya can just get the gloves out, not even need to be involved in the play, because as a third beside Courtney and Bella, pick a better team that you could be a third on. So Pulse, despite just getting thrown around in their own end, managed to not let anything slip by, but the midfield commanded by Gen G, and it just slips by. Pulse couldn't read the bounce.
And again, she's continued to be a thorn in their side all day, and really, can you be surprised? Courtney just taking a rip route from midfield that nobody is expecting. She's up earlier before either one of the Pulse Clan members can even recognize the shot is coming in. By the time they do, they're in far too awkward a position to even save it. Courtney has been that X factor here throughout this first series, but it is only game 2, and it is only a 1-0 lead. Pulse, you still have a chance back into this one. I think it's that full sentimentality's got to come back. Good offense here. Can they capitalize?
It was a good bump by Bella to already shake up possession from Pulse, and I want to see Pulse go for earlier, more aggressive challenges. I feel like Gen G have so much time and space, hence why transitions to the offense have been so buttery smooth out of Gen G, why they can start with a lead and usually end with a lead. Pulse got a lead with more bravery this time, and it's usually been Ren who's brought that energy to the field. Now Pulse trying to play as safe as they can, keeping at least 2 back, but now it's Gen G with all the space in the world while those 2 players play back. The attempted and fake double to Katya to a 2-0 for Gen G.
We're starting to see a pattern here. First half of the game, good defense from Pulse, but when the going gets tough and the pressure starts to become overwhelming, like a immediate follow-up off a touch off the backboard, that's where you start to see the little bit of vulnerability from this side. Pulse are doing a great job of keeping themselves in this game, but the unfortunate truth is, Lemon, when they're full sending into offense, that means their defense is at least a little exposed. Good example here. The save needs to be made, and Gibbous will do exactly that.
What a save, too, and right to Ren, brings the counterattack, sails to the cross, shoved to the side. Gibbous in the picture running into the own teammate isn't good, and Eva needed to make sure to not play too far forward as that third unit. Gen G was able to force them on the back foot before, so a minor bump up from Pulse kills that offense, but they return once again, and Gibbous trying to bump that Gen G player, but the ball lands awkwardly at that left corner, and not an easy shot for a Pulse player to take. But Gen G have been stifled. It's a good win for Katya. Now Eva is in a lot of trouble. It's a good touch to make some space in front of the net, but Pulse needs something more than space. They need a goal.
Whew, and they need to slow down Bella as well. My goodness, the amount of space she was given on the ceiling there. Bit surprising, but at the same time, nothing really surprising Gen G overall here. Despite the fact that Pulse is definitely starting to get more offense, they still seem so stoic on defense, really not reacting to anything. And if there is this last-second save that needs to be made, they've got a player there. And even on top of that, they've got players out at midfield here. Poles trying to get an offense started with 2 minutes to go. Courtney won't let it happen. Up in the corner, though, not allowed either. And Gibbs just trying to make a save. Needs to make another. Katya denied on the line. And Gen G, they're not content with 2. They're looking for a third, maybe here. Bella off the backboard, spiked out to the corner.
Especially when there was a double commit there, and one of the players from Pulse got locked up in a 50 by Gen G, and Pulse have done such a good job at putting flex tape all over the holes in this boat, but with only less than 90 seconds left, the ship will sink, and Pulse need to get an offense, and it has to be executed perfectly. And what control out of Courtney, showing us a masterclass.
She has been so good in the air all day today, and unfortunately, these flip resets just can't seem to be handled by Pulse. We mentioned it before, Bella going off the ceiling, she's getting way too much room. And considering how many times we've mentioned Courtney on this broadcast, I'd have to say the same thing for her. You have to shut these Gen G players down before they can get a chance at shooting. And unfortunately, it's a lot easier said than done, especially when Bella is faking out the defense, trying to does it twice. And Ren says, nah, not on me.
Now Gen G feel comfortable enough. It's like we haven't even seen them at their full strength. And what a shot out of Courtney. It's really the race to who is going to get the hat trick in one of these games. But man, Gen G are starting to show their full power.
And unfortunately, I don't think this is their entire power yet. They're not at 9,000. They're climbing. They're getting there slowly. But unfortunately, the truth is that despite Pulse seemingly having good grips on these games, it really is a tale of 2 different halves. We mentioned it, game 1 was something I think like a 1 or 2-0 lead until about the 3-minute mark. Here, same idea. I think we got to about that 2:30 mark, and it was either 1-0 or 2-0. Unfortunately for Pulse, though, the more they have to send the house, the more vulnerable their defense becomes, and the less they have a grip on these games, especially when Katya is just stunting in air. Again, the space being given to them just can't be allowed. Unfortunately, as it stands right now, oh my goodness, Gen G are looking to take a dominant 2-0 lead on the series.
Yeah, Gen G are winning every challenge. Pulse been stuck on their own end for quite a while. It's a good wall pinch from Ren and getting lost in the sauce as the ball lands right back to her teammates' feet. And Pulse now missing that touch, couldn't launch it across the field. And Gen G have closed the door on this game 2 and have only started to elevate what Gen G's true potential could be. And not even one last one for the road. And now the Gen G go up 2-0 in our series.
2-0, and I can't necessarily say I'm too surprised to see this. I think the only thing that is really surprising is how overwhelming the score lines are starting to become. We mentioned it, these games have been close to start off, but as the pressure starts to get to Pulse, that's where the defense starts to get a bit more exposed. I commend them on the fact that they did up their saves from the last game, and they even forced a save out of that Gen G side, something they struggled with. But really, the biggest telling scoreline here is going to be the shot differential. 10 to Gen G, only a single shot from Pulse in the entire game. As it stands right now, Lemon, it kind of feels like Gen G are getting more and more an understanding of how to play their opponents, and while Pulse at moments has these flashes of understanding, they need to do a little bit more. As it currently stands, this is far too out of their control for me to say they have a chance at a comeback here in this series.
I love watching these replays because your jaws just dropped at the incredible talent on Gen G's side. First, Courtney, MVP, won the race to our first hat trick. Big congratulations. At 46 touches that game, sometimes even doubling the amount of possession that Pulse would have on their side. And it just shows the control that they have of the ball. They're even faking double taps. They're getting flip resets. Gen G are one of the best teams that we have in the women's scene, let alone North America. So Pulse have kind of the final boss of Rocket League in front of them, and it's still not impossible. Even Ash said, every team is beatable, especially Gen G, and Pulse, they've been figured out in game 2. We'll see how they adapt in game 3.
I believe in them. They have shown that they have the ability to not only keep this close, but to really take advantage of the far and few mistakes that Gen G have shown so far. Unfortunately, again, in a game like this, though, where it's such a narrow margin, so you make sure every touch you have is on point. And also maybe to not get locked into your half. So far here, pressure is on, and it kind of feels like Pulse don't really have a way out of their half already. Good passing play here. Bella a bit too far away from this one, though, so Eva will dive on it. and so will Courtney. Keep the offense alive. Flip reset, I think, in the bag, but she opts not to use it instead. Piscatio comes through for the shot. A minute gone here, and it's the same old so far, Lemon. It's been a lot of pressure, but Pulse will not give up a goal.
Okay, well, some space for Gibbous getting a second touch. Now demoed by Katya. Oh, man. That villain on the field. She's been harassing everyone, and it gives so much control to Gen G when Katya is successful with these bumps and the demos. And Katya doesn't even remove herself from the play. Okay, she might have flown by there, but she also gets involved in goals. She will step up and clean up. And there is Pulse forcing Katya to make the save. Pulse will even recover on the rebound. Eva, good dodge on the challenge, but gets overwhelmed eventually.
I do like these quicker follow-ups, though. Bulls are starting to dive in after the play almost immediately, and oh boy, this is where it can be problematic, though. If your defense isn't able to retreat in time, you do look a little bit more discombobulated than normal, but good retreat. And again, it's a good retreat with not giving up their offense. The team's starting to be a lot quicker. They're starting to match the pace at which Gen G is coming out with. The issue is, though, you still gotta shut them down. Bella, if she just had a little bit more boost in the tank, I think that flip reset makes contact, and that's a goal.
Now Gibbous forcing to drop this off, and Gen G starting to read kind of the trajectory when Pulse get these aerial dribbles. Gen G are just waiting for them to be done with it. But Katya doesn't have a lot of boost to work with, so Pulse could have a chance to get out, and Courtney almost dunks on them. Here's Bella's chance to shine, using the wall. No, great interception by Ren, forcing Gen G back. Gibbous can get a lot done here, but with zero boost, she's out of the play.
Oh, Courtney sends this one to the backboard and tries to send it into the net. Defense, though, a Pulse, again, stepping up big, but this is the threshold that we've seen them break out a couple of times so far. Please don't do it again. We're just about to get past the halfway, and this time they don't concede. Big difference here. Normally, we go into the back half of these games, and the lead just barely ekes out for Gen G, and then they further increase upon it. This time, though, they're stepping up big. The defense looking strong and refusing to give up a goal to Gen G.
Gen G are gonna have to pull out some more stops. I can't believe this is still 0-0 in the first half. Bella's getting crossed up by Eva in the nets, and Pulse just couldn't smell blood in the water. They should have capitalized on that moment, and they're gonna pay the price because now Courtney is on the board.
And that's the concern. It's why they didn't want to dive. They knew if they did not get the goal, it would be an immediate counterattack from Gen G. And when Courtney's ripping shots like that on target, yeah, I can understand being a bit fearful. She has been a lethal sniper from midfield, from the backboard, from literally everywhere all day. And unfortunately for Pulse, as close as they are to getting into this game, to getting a game and getting the series back on track, it is Courtney who refuses to let them have any comfort. With only 100 seconds left, it's not going to be comfortable when she's got time, space, a reset, another touch, and the goal! 2-0 to Gen G!
Oh my god, there's Bella getting pushed off by Ren, and Courtney immediately picks it up and even has a reset to readjust the ball, and Gibbous tried to pitch it off the cross and wasn't successful because Gen G are suffocating to play against. Well, they were more suffocating in the last couple of games, but a 2-0 is still enough to win in any game. Pulse, they've had good defense so far. Gibbous sends it down, forces Courtney to have to adjust. Gibbous goes for the bump, and Pulse need to play closer to each other, so if Gen G pull off a challenge, Pulse can still make the play work. So they force Gen G to make a couple saves. Gibbous with an important 50 there that stifles over to Ren, and now to Gibbous, who could have taken a shot, but Gen G are starting to stabilize, but Pulse needs something.
Pulse are doing such a good job now at getting those follow-ups. Like you said, they're so quick to find each other's touches. The only problem is that Gen G is pretty quick too. They tend to be able to get there at the right places, and even when a 50 is won by a Pulse member, there's always somebody backing up the other Gen G players. Good example here, this ball pops out to midfield. There is a player diving, but the offense will continue due to just the follow-up after follow-up out of Gen G. With 30 seconds to go at this point, it really all is on Pulse. They need to get some momentum started. This would be another shutout in a row. They're going on almost 10 minutes without a goal, and Courtney isn't even content with a 2-0. She's looking for another flip reset. Somebody's got to shut this girl down.
They were able to stop that one after letting Courtney get away with a hat trick, and Pulse right there. Gibbous wanted the shot, and Gen G put it off to the side. What an incredible game 3. in shutout territory once again, depending on if Gibbous can get this to Ren. No, the shot's not high enough. And now Gen G will go to series point.
Oh, if you're Pulse right now, you're probably talking to your coach, trying to figure out any sort of way to slow down this team. I saw somebody in chat say it. What was the prediction? I think it was Pyro saying 12-1 shots. My friend, you were pretty dang close. I'm not going to lie to you here. I think it was 13 shots to 2. Just add one on either side, and I think you might have been correct here. But it's still pretty emblematic of what we talked about throughout the series, which is that Pulse are doing a good job at mitigating the offense that we are starting to see out of Gen G. The unfortunate truth is, though, they're not responding with enough offense of their own. They're doing a good job. They're getting offense for sure, but when it comes time for the shots to ring on target, it feels like they're very hesitant to send the second woman and have another player immediately dive and get in the face of Gen G due to the threat of counterattacks. Lemon, how many counterattacks have we now seen out of this Gen G team? And every time they're so lethal.
They are just so good, and even when there's so much potential out of Pulse, they just are so close to getting they just need maybe some more accuracy at times, but other times there's just straight up shutdowns from Gen G, putting the ball to the side. And Gen G have only allowed 1 goal, and that was off of just physical play out of Pulse that moved one member slightly to the side, and that was the window of opportunity that Pulse capitalized on. And Gen G said, we're just not going to let that happen. But I think everyone out of Group A is trying to measure how tall they could be compared to a team like Gen G, because only half of our teams of Group A are making it into tomorrow. And wow, what a start out of Eva!
And that, I can guarantee you, was fully planned from the start. The little bit of kickoff shenanigans here might be the way that Gen G finally show they're a little bit of a chink in the armor. It's not a big one. It's not a gash that is truly going to expose the wounds, but it is definitely a start. You prove that the gods bleed. Now can you take them down? 5 minutes on the clock. This is, I think, the first lead we have even seen for Pulse throughout this series.
And just every game you take matters when it comes to game differential, and who we decide makes it into the Final Four. And Courtney will tie things up. They will not let Pulse have this lead for too long. It's all set up by Bella, and the ball just drops perfectly to Courtney.
It's just so clever out of Courtney there, though, too. It's really the ego challenge in the best of ways. She goes, okay, that's an awkward touch off the backboard. Either it's going to be a clanger out to my own half to where one of my 2 teammates will be able to send it back upfield, or it's going to be a drop down that they can't read, and I'll be there immediately. Speaking of immediate, there needs to be a follow-up here, but Gibbous doesn't want to dive. Again, off the kickoff, though, Pulse really showing they've got those maneuvers. I have to imagine their coach Noxus is in their ear right now saying, hey, for this, these trick plays are working. We just need to have another one succeed.
And Ren has been such a solid frontliner for Pulse, and even got denied on a double touch that could have scored. And that's all thanks to Katya, who's been that pillar, has been that really dependable player for Gen G, breaking up every potential development out of Pulse. Now this is the 50 that keeps the ball at the corner, forcing a bit of panic out of Pulse to try and get this out. And Ren will try to launch this, but it lacks power. It goes to the midfield, but it's a low ball that Pulse can at least contend with quite well. So Bella tries to take it high, and Gen G can't find each other quite yet.
They're trying their best, but this is definitely the most resistance they have felt throughout the series. The concern is, though, is Pulse is sending the house every time. We've used that phrase a lot throughout this series, but it is such a good way to describe what we're seeing out of Pulse, where they just dive out to midfield, dive into the final third. At this point, it's kind of the attitude of, all right, it hasn't worked out thus far, so even if it doesn't work out this game, at least we give it our all, at least we send everything and try our best. And it's working. It's been the most effective strategy. It has definitely been a riskier strategy, but hey, if it works out, it works out. And at this time, this is the most, I think, feuded we have seen this Gen G team. They just have not been able to A, get past midfield, and B, really get any shots. It kind of goes to show you how few times they've been able to even get a chance at goal, and they won't here. Pulse, another goal, another lead.
There's just so much traffic in the midfield. So Courtney has this kind of awkward moment. Gen G are circling back, but Gibbous just takes a quick shot, and Gen G couldn't kind of cycle back in time. So Pulse will regain the lead, but the last time they did, Courtney shut it down within, what, 5 seconds?
Yep.
But the kickoff, Pulse has been catching Gen G lacking, but here is Bella sending it right back, hoping for that equalizer.
They got plenty of time here, and for a Gen G that seemed to have second half heroics where they seemingly score goal after goal after goal after goal once it gets past that 230 mark, I'm not going to count them out yet. But I will also not say that this whole defense and offense is just sheer luck. They've made massive adjustments in this game. Their midfield a lot stronger. Their defense a lot more prepared for these transitional attacks where they just have to retreat immediately. I like what we're seeing out of Pulse. This is the best game they've played thus far. The only concern is how much time is left on the clock. With 2 minutes to go, and like I said, Gen G are not going to go down silently. I have a feeling they're going to continue to fight here, even if they're getting pressed into their half.
And Pulse are just challenging earlier too, something that they've changed since the first couple of games, because Gen G were able to kind of aerial dribble from the midfield all the way into the net, and then Pulse are forced to make these goal line saves. And now that Pulse are at least taking more risks, they're forcing Gen G to adapt. But Pulse's offense is very straightforward too. They're not faking, they're not doing anything crazy. So Gen G's just experience in the game have resulted in them reading everything and have been able to spit right back.
And there's the only concern, though, is that eventually the pressure might just get to you. Look at the boost totals in the top left here. Almost everybody low. The only one who had anything was Eva, and they were out at midfield, so they had to dive back to even try and get the save. Unfortunately, Gen G are great at this. A midfield presence which suffocates in an offense that capitalizes upon mistakes. A single free ball goes off the backboard, and you know Gen G are going to be there every time.
Works out. 2-2. 90 seconds left. Pulse haven't been able to maintain a lead for more. Okay, a little musty out of Bella to get past the one defender. Now Gibbous is left alone, and now you just are trying to dodge the challenges out of Gen G, using some creative flicks there for Pulse, and a pinch across is dangerous, and Gen G still come out with nothing.
I gotta give credit to Courtney. She is starting to throw in a couple of fakes, a couple of hezzies here or there to just try and mess with the defense, and it's working out. We've seen her lock into flip reset after flip reset, and I have to assume that's what Pulse was expecting on that play. Instead, she uses her extra jump, gets down to the ground a little bit quicker, and attempts to get a pinch out center. Why you see the double commit out of Pulse there. They just weren't expecting it. The good thing is, it didn't turn into a goal, so they do not have to panic yet, because with less than a minute to go, I think it's the first time all series we can say this, they are at a tie game, and honestly, in my opinion, have the momentum here. They just need to capitalize. They need a goal. Do not let this go to overtime.
This next goal could be the kiss of death. Will we see Gen G start off Group A on a very good note, or will Pulse be able to shake things up in our series? It could really go the distance, as Pulse just don't want to take any crazy risks. Courtney and Bella break through. It's a close call. A couple more seconds to go. Katya shoved out of the way, but Ren is out of boost. Gibbous and Eva need to step up to help. Gen G have their backs against the wall, but all that matters is this overtime.
Congratulations to Pulse on getting to overtime and doing so through some absolute heroics, but also Red, come on, let that go through. That was a beautiful play, but they want to ignore me. They don't want to see the series end in a 4-0. I don't think the audience wants to see the series end in a 4-0. Let's see if Pulse can give us a show. Can they fight back as we get into overtime, our first of the series? And honestly, I'm liking what we're seeing so far. No pressure really being overexerted here out of Pulse. They're playing confidently. They're playing patiently. They might get rewarded with an offense here. Demo, where's the pass out center? Eva dives in, trying to keep this one contained. Baits out Bella, still has possession. Just needs to find a teammate off the backboard, but the heavy touch will send it out to Katya and end the offense.
Gen G. Oh, this is close in front of the net. Eva will have to demo one from Gen G that was looking for that shot. Ren will guide them to an offense. It bounces above Eva's head as Bella gets to Courtney. Gen G have been playing close enough, and they know how to help each other out of awkward positions. And Courtney is anything but awkward. And Pulse negate the storm for now. And this pinches off to Gibbous. It's to midfield scramble. And Pulse enter 1 minute overtime with momentum on their side. But with that demo, Gen G lead this to a counterattack. This goes to Courtney, and the shot is in! Gen G 4-0!
Some things never change. You can change up your offense, you can change up your defense, you can keep it close, but two things will stay consistent. Courtney gets goals, and Gen G know how to counterattack. A 4-0 series sweep to start off the day for Gen G.
Oh man, that went the distance though, at least in that game. That showed us that Pulse have some kick, but Gen G's just kick harder. They kick you in the teeth, and they make you want to just play more Rocket League, to just be better. Because Gen G show us what the peak of talent looks like. They'll start off Group A 1-0, and only 2 teams will make it out of Group A. And it's tough to see who will be that second team, because Gen G look that good. But I was stoked to see what I saw at a Pulse.
I was very happy to see what I saw out of Pulse. Because again, we looked at this Group A, really stacked here with the 2 teams that would probably be front runners in Gen G. Obviously, I don't think anybody's going to question that. And then 12 Bricks, another team that has been doing really well in weeklies lately, and also really just has the accolades behind them as well. Lilo and Nacho, very good players from a very long history within the women's scene. But now all of a sudden, this Pulse roster, and you go, okay, they may not have been able to get a game off of Gen G. Very few teams can. They're that good. But they were able to keep it close, and they figured them out by the end. I do want to give credit where it's due. Again, Pulse has one of, I'd say, the most qualified coaches in this event. Noxus, a former World Championship participating coach. He was able to take multiple teams from South Africa there. So he's a good coach. He seemingly is inspiring these women. He's doing a great job at getting them established and getting them confident, because by the end of that series, I mean, Lemon, you can disagree if you believe so, but they look night and day better by the end of that series.
I ain't gonna fight you. I've seen what you look like in real life. You even got like your jail coat on. I ain't gonna mess with but I will mess around with what we have coming up next. It's gonna be a banger. Stay tuned. We'll have match number 2 on the other side of this break.
after you got off the cast. You were very impressed with how Pulse was able to kind of bring things a lot closer there at the end of the series.
I mean, they did a great job at finally starting to show that they're going to be a threat. Like I mentioned, nobody really came into that one with the expectation that would be anything but a Gen G win. We thought it'd be close, we thought it'd be competitive, but again, Gen G, basically the world champions at this point. They are an incredibly talented team. The more impressive part, though, was the fact that Pulse, not only did they get better through the series, but they did so with resiliency. A lot of other teams will go down 3-0 and go, okay, this one's chalk, let's just kind of give it up. But by the end of that series, they were playing their best Rocket League. So to have that mental fortitude, props to everybody on Pulse.
Yeah, it's pretty insane because when you're looking, Lemon, over towards that squad here on Gen G, the only change being a late into last year, the coach in this situation here for Mobile One, but looking towards Courtney, she was an absolute beast, and obvious where her nickname comes from there, of course, Lemon.
Yeah, everyone on Gen G is so talented. Glad to see that their talent hasn't changed. They haven't gotten rusty. The passion, the grind is still there. Pulse is like a team I haven't like known as well as Gen G through the years. But Pulse, I just wanted to give a shout out to Ren. Got most of the touches for the team, was really like the driving force behind Pulse. And I think it really inspired people like Gibbous and Eva to get out of their shell, to get out of that kind of midfield and to take risks, to push up with her, to go for quicker 50s and to force Gen G to think quicker on their feet. It is difficult to expose like any mistakes out of Gen G because they're good at identifying when each other are in awkward positions, and they can make up for that. So it's very hard to really expose that out of Gen G. And Pulse did a good job of just kind of gaining more confidence and really taking up more of the field compared to how Game 1 started.
That's what's nice about the best of 7 format too, the fact that you do have a little bit more of that time within a series with more maps to play on to actually see that start to come to light and heat up. But we do have to swing over towards our ally match MVP, and I think without a doubt we expected it to be Court Beast here. Courtney was absolutely insane vast, and I think she had possession like probably the grand majority of the time when you look at the numbers across everyone throughout the entire series.
I mean, she was dominant pretty much anywhere that she touched the ball, whether it be on defense or offense. She was absolutely elite. I will say, not a lot of defense necessary out of her, considering how often, like you said, she just patrolled that midfield and continued to control the pace of play throughout the match. By far, the most impressive thing out of her, at least in my opinion, was that if Pulse ever gave her room, she is hitting a disgusting shot, or at least going for it, whether it be a flip reset, pinches off the backboard, somewhere in between. If you gave her the space to stunt, she's gonna stunt on you. Really great series out of Courtney.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, but we do also have an interview on the line here as well. We unfortunately won't be chatting with Courtney this time around, but we do get to speak with her teammate, Bella, who's been playing with her for quite a while now. Bella, congratulations on your win, GG's. How are you doing?
Thank you, Ash. I'm doing great. How are you doing? Thanks for having me.
I'm doing well too, and thank you for taking the time to do this interview. We really appreciate it.
Of course.
We're kind of curious, what, as far as it goes for Gen G, Mobile One, Racing Black, such a but you guys have been very dominant within the Women's Rocket League scene and very consistent with the standings that you guys are able to put out. But I think it always gets a little bit tough when you are also at the top for so long. I do want to know what the goals are for yourself individually as a player, but also for the team moving forward within this new season of Women's Rocket League.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously want to stay on top for as long as we can, and we work really hard to keep that and to continue doing that. With that, there also is a lot of pressure that we can put on ourselves. But mostly we just keep working hard and we try not to let the pressure get to us.
Yeah, and that's always good to hear. I think it definitely gets tough in that kind of sense, kind of feeling the weight on your shoulders. And I was curious, like, you guys did have that coach swap at the end of last season, heading into this season. And now with Chrome stepping in as a coach, is the dynamic different from when you guys were working with LC Coro? What is he bringing to the table that varies for you guys?
Yeah, no, it's definitely a different dynamic. They have different coaching styles, and obviously Chrome has like RLCS experience, so he brings like a lot to the table, and we're really grateful to have him for sure.
Yeah. Is Genji planning on participating in more like open co-ed events throughout the remainder of like the 24 season, as far as like what your eyes are set on in that kind of regard?
Yeah, definitely. We try to play it in at least one weekly. That's co-ed per week. We used to do 2, but we stopped doing we used to do the one on Monday. It was called Frost, but now we just do the other stride, because you know how there's the women's stride weeklies that got announced on Fridays. So we do the Wednesday ones, and now we do the Fridays. So we do 2 weeklies.
Okay, nice. Getting a lot of reps in that kind of
Yeah,
sense,
try.
that's a lot. And curious too, as a player, for you, what does it mean to have the Star Chasers Showdown format? Because this all ends up culminating in an event where we're going to see that kind of like live draft with players from Star Chasers, and then also players from CRL and RLCS. What does that mean to you as a player to have that kind of opportunity to be playing around with some of those other players from the other communities?
Yeah, no, the draft style tournaments are super fun. I played in a couple like that. Like I was invited to a couple Twitch rivals before, and that was so much fun. It's gonna be super fun. I hope we get the opportunity to compete in it for sure.
Yeah, fingers crossed for you guys. I feel like you can say I hope, but I think like you guys are probably feeling pretty confident as you are being humble here on the interview. But I know you guys have more Rocket League to play, because it was just the first match of the group stage, so I'm not going to keep you too much longer. Are there any shout-outs, thank yous you want to give on stream while you have the opportunity?
Yeah, thank you to my team, Courtney, Kate, Rob. Thank you to Genji and Mobile One, of course. We wouldn't be able to be here without them. Yeah, just want to thank my family for supporting me, and thank you guys for having this event, and yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time, Bella. Good luck with the rest of your matches for today. Well, that's a wrap on the interview. What a sick first game. Looking forward to seeing how the talent continues to develop here within the group stage. Again, we're just here into day 1, but we've got some more groups action to come. So tune in on the other side of this break for Group B.
Sometimes money mean you want a little bit of gasoline. I burned out, so to speak. Come a little closer. Here's some disclosure. Do you mind to quit your pretending? Truth or false, the shit never ending. Hear me now and stop condescending. You see, I'm begging, you hear me begging. If you seek for love, don't try to hide it. Find it deep inside and try to hide it. If there's a way, I wanna know we tried it. Quit your games and now that you denied it. Losing this game, I can't afford to be losing this game. And I know it's the safest bet. Losing my mind, can't find the words, no, I can't seem to find. But I'm really trying to get reason, rhyme, and take a time and choose. Whether we green or yellow, whether we deep or shallow. Please me now, cause we're about to lose. Whether we buy or hello, whether we step or jello.
Welcome back to the Star Chasers Showdown presented by Ally. We started the day off with that 4-0 for Gen G versus the likes of my brain Pulse. There we go. Listen. I was here since EU hours, guys. You guys, you guys are coming
So
in fresh. I'm on boomer brain time at this point. But when we're talking about our expectations now heading into this next portion of the group stage, heading into Group B, it's going to be the first match of the day here for Group B, Bass. And what are your expectations just looking at this group in general?
I think that it's very similar to Group A, where we do have a couple of teams that can compete for that second spot, but it is a first spot that is not necessarily definitive, but is probable. We're looking at G2 being by far the leaders here. G2 Stride have been not only one of the best within the women's scene, but on top of that, I mean, come on, look at the roster. These are all names everybody knows. Karma, Talibird, and Avenger are all three incredible players, have been around the scene for a long time, and I feel like as of late, they have really started to prove the abilities, the caliber at this team is at.
Yeah, it's pretty insane to have a pickup like Talibird on the side of G2 coming over from that Misfits roster, and I think Taka was talking about it earlier on the EU desk as well, where Talibird is one of the best players within Women's Rocket League, but we've got to see who G2 is also facing up against in their first match of today. It's going to be a bit of an interesting storyline, I think, here, Lemon, playing up against We Don't Care. The team name in itself begs some questions.
It's so funny because in the green room I was like, oh, what's our next match? And Bass goes, We Don't Care. And I was like, okay, but I care. And we had this whole mix up. And I was so waiting to see how you were going to introduce this team of like, and here we have We Don't Care. And I was like, this team name provides a lot of funny content. So does Dakri's page. We asked our players some fun facts about them, and Dakri wrote, swept Gen G in WCB July, smile.
The smile is so important to tackle.
It's got a tone to it, right?
It
so
really
hey, if We Don't Care have beaten good teams before, I hope we're in for a good series.
No, for sure, because it makes you wonder, Vass, okay, team name, We Don't Care. Does that mean that they have the opportunity to play a little bit more loose, have a little bit more fun on the pitch, and try and, I don't know, maneuver and work with the water instead of maybe getting drowned out like G2 has been doing on weeklies?
I think that there's definitely, in my opinion, again, this is what I think made Pulse so impressive in the last series, as it looks like we're about ready to get into the game here. It made them impressive because of the fact that there's less pressure on their shoulders, and sometimes certain teams just thrive when the expectations aren't against them here. So I'm excited to see how they play up against them, but I also do want to be realistic. Again, similar to the way Gen G came in, the Titans, G2 are the Titans here of Group B.
Yeah, I know you're a realist, but you're also no fun. You know what? When I got, I don't know, I won my predictions at the RLCS Copenhagen Major, I always went for the safe bet. I always went for the favorite team. So yeah, you may look smart, but you're no fun. I think we don't care if they could sweep Gen G. They could sweep any team with a G in it. So we're gonna find out if G2 will be next on the hit list, or if the G2s and the Gen Gs will also dominate on this side.
Find out if I think this is a day where everybody's starting to realize. Lemon, I've known you like 2-3 years now at this point, and I think this is just bullying. It's just you gotta bully me at least a little bit. Gotta do a little bit at some point here.
Why do you think I brought you here?
That's what it is. Well, the good thing is that I can be the punching bag for Lemon. Let's see if We Don't Care refuse to be the punching bag for G2 Stride. It's a team we know are gonna be hard to take down, but that does not mean they aren't beatable. And for a Dakri who has already taken down a Gen G last year, what's another Titan to topple?
Yeah, G2 just have to absorb the energy of their G2 Stride roster that made the finals at Copenhagen Major. They could easily do that. Gen G, G2 are the big favorites even here, but so is Talibird. What a save! Dakri keeping the ball rolling, but Karma just is better.
Oh boy, we saw this in the last series with Gen G. They swarm the net. They don't give you a second to breathe, and seemingly G2, similar ideas. But the final shot, gotta give credit where it's due, slottage into the bottom left, and that'll give a 1-0 lead here for G2 Stride Luna. Again, a team that we know are gonna play well in this series, but I like the fact that We Don't Care so far, seemingly matching them on pace and aggression.
And not bad. G2, like you said, know how to swarm that net, and how do We Don't Care get away from this? Gotta stop Talibird, and she just gets to soar across, and when there's two G2 members in front of your net, it's a little worrisome, but Yas able to take the ball away. Here's Dakri stepping up, lining up the shot for Paige, but it's good send away by Avenger. G2 have Talibird looking for bumps, and no, we'll just go for the ball. Couldn't get a touch on Yas, and G2, this is the pressure mounting.
Well, they do got to be careful there. I was going to say the counterattack could be on from a double commit, but unfortunately for We Don't Care, the eventual pressure does crumble underneath them. Tally shot on and in, and 2-0 to G2 Stride here. 90 seconds gone. I don't think We Don't Care out of this one, but they got to settle down. Their defense is all over the place.
Just add another one to the tally. We Don't Care. Where's that fire? And there's Paige. Great diving save. Ball back to G2, hoping for the home run, but Dakri plays off the sidewall. Well, forces Tally to make the save. Dakri might have even stolen the corner boost, and if you could boost starve G2, that could be the start of catching such a powerful team on the back foot. Paige, though, has the ball. Dakri to her left, wanting to team pinch this in. G2 just have a wall in front of their net.
A wall in front of their net and a wall out of midfield. They're barely letting We Don't Care get into their half, and if they do, it's momentary at best. Gotta find a way to sustain this offense a bit more. Maybe ceiling plays will be the one! If not for Tally making a last-second save, but extended stay here. Can they keep the pressure on and turn it into a shot? Dakri would like to think so, but the ball on the ground does not catch G2 by surprise. More pressure here, though. Yas, again, off the ceiling, trying to stunt a little bit. Tally won't let them. Good pressure here for We Don't Care, but now they got to retreat a little bit as G2 looks to launch the counterattack off the backboard. Paige prepared for it and prepared for the dive off the ceiling out of Karma. I like the idea, but that's not going to catch We Don't Care by surprise.
Okay, well, this ball's coming in with a lot of power, and two G2 members didn't get a good touch on it, so We Don't Care can put some shots on target. G2 will defend, and even popping it off her hood. Tally really knows how to make We Don't Care scramble. As G2 ready, another shot. Avenger takes it to the corner, ready to glide it across. We Don't Care now collapsing onto Avenger, sending it off to the side, but with the double commit, the ball goes back to G2. Here's Karma. at least faking and threatening the double. Talibird puts on the power and the pressure, and G2 have We Don't Care very much scared on their end until Yas can get it clear.
Doing a good job at not, buckling underneath the pressure that is being exerted against them. I just need to see a shot in response. That's a great shot, but it's not going to make it in. Uh-oh. Karma, time, space, a decent amount of boost, and a Yas who's left in a 2v1. They'll make the save. Again, We Don't Care. Definitely starting to play a better defense here. They're not nearly as frazzled as they were before. The unfortunate thing for them, though, is the more discombobulated defense from 4 has now left them at a 2-0, potentially 3. Karma double! Right on in!
Oh, just Karma doesn't miss those. She has such a wealth of experience in the game and an understanding how to go up against a defender in a 1v1 like this, and she delivers. And it's unfortunate because Paige had a really good setup for a flip reset and couldn't fully execute, which gave the ball back to G2, and their execution has been mostly flawless. It's 3-0 for a reason. And even though We Don't Care had a threatening kickoff, it's going back to We Don't Care on defense.
Unfortunately, that kind of has been the focal point for where all the issues start for this team. It's a good defense, but at times it can be exposed due to the aggressive offense that they have here. They really are diving in, sending at least 2 players up to that front third, or counterintuitively, sometimes they do have all 3 players back. They can't quite decide which one is going to go for the ball initially in a double or triple. It leaves them a bit exposed, and well, when Talibird's doing stuff like that, you can't afford to have a single player out of place. You also can't afford to let this turn into a goal. With 30 seconds to go and a 3-0, still expect G2 to win this one, but letting them get a goal for the road is only going to further take away confidence and momentum. We Don't Care. Try to find at least one as we exit out of here in game 1.
Oh, it's Avenger that starts the drive, though, and almost collided into Yas. Smartly puts it off to the side. As We Don't Care still struggle to keep it to the side as Paige got run into by G2. Avenger with another drive as We Don't Care couldn't continue that transition, and they just may as well not come up with any goals in game 1, and G2 start with a dominant game 1.
Start with a dominant game 1 and a shutout victory as well. 5 minutes scoreless for this We Don't Care team. And as much as their name might suggest that they don't care about that, I think they might care at least a little bit here. Not a good feeling to start off a series getting completely shut out, especially when you also have a myriad of shots. 10 shots total here to G2, but on the other side, it's the exact same. 10 shots as well going to We Don't Care. So not the same problem that we were seeing from Pulse last time, where it really was just more differentials between stats, them having to play more defense, meanwhile Gen G play more offense. This is 2 teams with relatively even stats, but a shooting percentage that just isn't there. We Don't Care cannot be going over 10. They have to find a way to up the caliber of their offense.
And kind of what we talked about during the Gen G match was that you need to go into matches like this with a grind set, a mindset of improvement. Because you guys saw kind of like the post-match chat. Everyone is so stoked to play each other. This is truly a community that welcomes everyone and all. And I think that you have to play the best to become the best, and playing against a team as good as G2 really makes you think about the potential that a team like Pulse or the team like We Don't Care can achieve when inspired by other women in the scene who have shown so much success, who have shown what is peak sportsmanship and synergy when it comes to the field. So I think We Don't Care. It's obviously not over, and Pulse had a similar slow start, and they got better as the games went on, and that's the beauty of a best of 7.
They got plenty of time to try and turn this one around, and in my opinion, I don't think this is going to be a sweep. I really do think that this We Don't Care roster has shown that, hey, they're not only going to be able to play up against a G2 who are playing in this form, but they could definitely make it out of Group B as well, and a great way to do so is start off with a confident series. It doesn't have to be a win here, it just needs to be enough confidence to carry you throughout the rest of the day as more of your matches unfold. And with the way they're playing right now, I believe in them to do so, but again, it's that singular point we have to focus on the fact that the offense was unable to get a goal in game 1 despite the myriad of shots they took against this G2 defense. I don't exactly know what strategy is here to try and break this team down. I would say, start to take better shots, but that doesn't really mean anything, especially when the defense out of G2 has been stellar thus far. Even the shots that have been of a better caliber have been stopped by the likes of players like Talibird, who have just been so quick across this pitch. I think game 2 here is definitely a chance for We Don't Care to prove that they're not going to be frazzled, they're not going to be bothered by the loss in game 1. But I will say, if they don't get at least a goal here in game 2, then I might flip back to saying this could be a similar series to the first.
We don't care have shown a lot of good solo potential, whether it was Paige trying to go for the flip reset, Daiquiri trying some things of their own, and Yas ready to support whatever shenanigans they're up to. But the mechanics is something they're still developing. While as G2, they've been around, they've done this for years. So Karma and Tally haven't messed up those type of solo plays, and that's where we don't care if they fall behind. It's just gonna get worse and worse depending on how many chances you give to G2, because very rarely will G2 mess up a mechanical solo play.
Very accurate. That team is individually talented, every single one of those players. So again, it's also about capitalizing upon those opportunities. There was maybe 1 or 2 times throughout that game I would really say the defense wasn't prepared for a shot that would come in, but the shot never really arrived. They need to be just a little bit quicker with the second woman following up on touches off the backboard. If we can see that here out of We Don't Care, I think this series completely turns. It's no longer one of these things where it's a even battle, but G2 have the advantage and goes back to a flat-out even battle. Again, easier said than done, though, especially considering the uptick as of recent from the G2 squad since the addition of their coach. It's made a huge difference. G2 went from a team that were doing well, but weren't necessarily being able to, overtake all teams within North America, EU, and in between, to now they're seen as one of the biggest threats in the women's scene. So, shout out to Coach Ryu. I think they've made a huge difference for the G2 team. So, yeah, you can try and make some adjustments here in Game 2, but I have a feeling they'll be somewhat prepared for them.
And just an update that we are changing servers and just getting the lobby adjusted, and then we'll be kicking off a game 2. And a reminder that out of the 4 teams in each group, only 2 move on, and we are currently looking at Group B. So we won't get to see a Gen G G2 clash for quite a while, but we get to see who could rise up and upset this whole bracket. Could it be We Don't Care? It's hard to say after game 1, and like, Game 1 is a litmus test where you get to see what you can get away with, what is it going to take to score, and how you play off of each other and your teammates to achieve that goal. So We Don't Care. I think we'll have now a lot of extra time to discuss, if we can't consistently go for those solo plays, is there a way that we can punish maybe G2 going for maybe over-eager solo plays, and maybe we could counterattack? I don't know what it's going to take, because like when teams are experienced as G2 and Gen G, it's tough to punish.
I mean, look, it's going to be difficult to punish G2, Gen G really at any capacity and any time. And I hate to say that, because it really should be one of these things where, it's doable. You can take them down. It's the best of the best. But the issue is that it's doable. You have to be on your A game. You need to make sure that your defense, your offense, your midfield, your everywhere in between has to be perfectly on point. And again, really, a lot easier said than done, especially with the pressure on the line. We remind everybody, this is not just for glory. This is not just for, as much as we say this is a close community, bragging rights against each other. It's for money. It's for pride. It's for so much more. With $10,000 basically on the line here, and the difference between 3rd and 4th place being $750 and going home with nothing, you really do need to make sure that you are on your A game today against every opponent you play. Imagine how big a difference this would be if we do see a We Don't Care take the upset victory here over G2, and then all of a sudden this Group B is completely up for grabs by anybody. It's huge. It's necessary to play to the best of your abilities, and like you said, if G2 aren't even playing at that, take advantage of it. I'm not saying that they're not playing to the best of their abilities here. I have nothing to believe that thus far, but every once in a while, you see somebody slip just a little bit, and when that happens, you gotta capitalize.
And games like this are just really good reps, because when you have spotty tournaments, there's tournaments here, there's tournaments there, sometimes you have a long off season. This is where roster mania begins, and you can have matches like this to really show yourself to different teams and get yourself on better teams, whatever it takes, and you kind of slowly climb that ladder until you end up on a assigned team like a Gen G, like a G2, like a whatever. So I think this is still a great learning experience regardless of what team you are and where you come from. It's not where you started, it's how far you're willing to go, and you just gotta keep playing. And this is where We Don't Care have the potential to show us where their peak really is, at least right now.
They got a long year ahead of them as well. I don't want them, regardless of what the outcome of this series is, to be too, be too critical of themselves. We've got multiple events coming out this year, so also what everybody we've been talking about today, what you've heard from all the players, there's weeklies now going on for them to participate in. This is a learning experience. It's a great place for these women to develop their skills, to continue to progress as Rocket League players, and I think a lot of them should also be looking at that as that. You know, looking at this event as a chance to shine, a chance to learn, a chance to grow. Now, granted, I'm not just going to say that as we get into Game 2 here and be like, yeah, we don't care. Be content if you just learn in this series. Now, they want to win. They want to prove they can fight up against the best of the best. And they're going to try and prove it here in Game 2. We're finally back. Got our series started yet again.
See what I mean? Like, Paige is low-key crazy. Going for the ground pinch in front of G2 like that. It's a good shutdown. And then you're going to have to pull out all the stops to attempt to score against G2. And there were good attempts at those solo mechanics, as we said from We Don't Care. But coming out with 0 goals is honestly speaks to the defense and the defensive reads that G2 did to keep that a 0 score line. Now G2 have Avenger soaring, getting into Talibird, threatening the double, but puts it to the side as Avenger misses that touch. And Karma doesn't want to step up, but We Don't Care looking kind of awkward. So G2 get to throw this again.
Uh-oh. Oh, that ball lingered in front of net for a lot longer than I thought it was going to. The good thing is, though, for We Don't Care, you capitalized upon it quite yet. Might capitalize upon counterattack there. You talked about it, Paige, just kind of chasing everybody down. We've seen that out of Daiquiri as well. The offense right now really relying on these bump plays. They're trying to get aggressive, trying to get in the face of their opponents and use their physicality to keep them uncomfortable. It's resulted in not giving a goal up so far, but it also hasn't really resulted in much offense of their own. For the minute plus here we've seen so far, it's been maybe a singular chance here for We Don't Care. Meanwhile, G2 happy to take it back another half and restart the offense again.
Talibird and Karma linking up. She makes the call, fakes it, goes down to Avenger, and somehow We Don't Care will not be shaken as we try to stir up the defense of G2. But as the counterattack was brewing, We Don't Care gets shut down immediately.
Shutdowns right now, kind of the biggest issue is that G2 are happy to let the offense go against them. They're happy to let this one dribble into their half, but they're not happy to give up possession. They're controlling the pace of play, controlling how the two teams rotate around each other, and much as We Don't Care have definitely played competitively for the first 2 minutes here in our second game. I don't know if they've necessarily been in control. They're trying to change that here, but a couple of demos in an open net will not allow it. Talibird to score the first.
Oh, when We Don't Care start to panic on the defense, it's scary. You're trying to put the car in reverse, you get demoed. Avenger perfect bounce to Talibird. I mean, the whole squad of G2 are holding hands and having a tea party in the blue box. Like, that is a problem, and We Don't Care. Very happy to go to another kickoff to reset that entire mess. It's 1-0 for G2 as We Don't Care have Yas leading that charge, and even We Don't Care are looming in the net looking for bumps, but so far nothing.
We got a chance here. Paige, I don't think they locked into the reset on that one. We're just trying to keep that one low and slow, keep it in possession. That's why you see two players We Don't Care dive immediately after. Daiquiri gets the demo. This is open, if not for a Talibird, who continues with her last second heroics. We mentioned it in Game 1, the critical saves at the right time. He's doing it again here in Game 2. The 1-0 is not nearly as secure as the scoreline in Game 1. G2 trying to not let it go back to a tied ball game here, as We Don't Care, definitely the best offense we've seen so far out of that.
It's been cool to see We Don't Care, you know, use the ceiling, force G2 to really have some patience, as We Don't Care is still hoping to execute on some of those mechanics. But like I said, G2 will not slip up and will expose every crack in the armor.
And there's the big issue. We talked about it. When the pressure is on, We Don't Care tend to have these double or triple commits in moments of panic. You have to make sure the comms are clear there. You have to make sure that every player is going into correct rotational order. Otherwise, somebody like Tally is going to punish. It's 2-0. This is not an uncomebackable position for We Don't Care. But like we mentioned before, so much offensive pressure, no goals to show for it. They have to find a way to start putting these shots on targets.
Good bounce by Avenger and a second touch, drawing out offensive member out of We Don't Care. But Paige has had good control of the ball and usually enough space. I think it's just been a rep thing of if We Don't Care can accurately get these shots on target with the mechanics and the potential they've been showing us. But G2 are also very composed and they don't really play irrationally. It's tough to get G2 panicked, unless you demo them, I guess. We Don't Care, still hoping to get one on the board, and finally they force G2 out.
I don't know what crystal ball you're looking into, but you called that one way early. You saw the demo. You knew they were looking a little bit weak, and for the first time all day, G2 not prepared for the shot that comes through. Big one. We don't care. Finally get their first on the board. The only issue, Lemon, you have 75 seconds left. That's not a lot of time for this team to hustle.
I smudged my crystal ball, so I can't leak the script anymore, but Daiquiri forces Tally to jump up and yes, misses the shot. It was off the cross too initially, but we don't care. Could have definitely played off that rebound. G2 are happy with this, and they want insurance, and Tallybird will sign them up.
Tallybird continuing to stunt here. Game number 1 was a 1-1. Game number 2 is all her. Every goal, she is getting involved. And unfortunately, with 53 seconds left, I don't know if We Don't Care is going to have enough time to turn this around, especially considering G2 at this point, all you got to do, park the bus. No need to play any more offense. Just make sure you secure a game 2. And, well, secure yourself at least a step closer to winning this series. We Don't Care. Definitely gotten better as the series has gone on, Lemon. But again, it's difficult. You're playing against one of the best of the best. Getting better might not be good enough.
You got Avenger like pre-jumping across. Like, G2 are having fun with it. You said play defense, and they said, but what about my ally MVP nomination? Okay, let me pad these stats. Let me look like the absolute GOAT. And We Don't Care, maybe not stoked about that, but Tallybird threatens to double off the corner, and We Don't Care. We'll keep them at a 3-score line for now, as long as they don't let Karma get up to anything. And a good save as Karma is trying to find bumps at the last second. Tallybird says, have this, but no other goals, and G2 will take game 2.
Big game out of G2 there, not only for the fact that they are once again able to take the win, but it also kind of feels like they're starting to, like you said, have a bit more fun with it. And I don't mean fun in terms of like, oh, it's awesome winning. It more means they're getting the space to stunt. They're getting the space to start to play a little bit more comfortably. Less pressure being exerted against them, despite the fact that, again, shots are looking relatively even here. 7 apiece on both sides, and similarly, the saves not too far off each other either. So, again, game 1, similar stats, but it's a G2 win. Game 2, same idea. The only difference is, I would say G2 looked almost even more comfortable here, despite the fact they gave up a goal.
Yeah, G2 always look comfortable. I think it's hard to see them in bad positions because We Don't Care have to build the pressure for that to happen. And We Don't Care definitely have showed us, again, like the solo mechanics, and have showed us that they can put up some really good saves, and until sometimes they get mixed up or will, like you said, be out of rotation slightly, and G2 won't mess that up usually. But hey, getting 1 goal in game 2 versus the 0 in game 1, if the trend continues, We Don't Care may even get 2 goals in game 3. That's what my crystal ball would say.
I hope they can get that, because I do think they're going to need to pass that threshold of 3 so far. 2 games in a row where G2 has been able to score at least 3 to take the win. They can continue to up themselves. By the time we get to the end of this series, they will at least take us to an overtime. Let's see if they can change that up. Can they find a win here in game 3? And well, can they stop the offense? Already, G2 looking for the first. Karma can't nail the double. Tally can, though. Slots it in, and Avenger will take credit.
He slots it in. It's like putting it in. It feels like it went in slow motion. Karma has everyone panicking. Like, look at all this time that G2 have. Like, yeah, Karma messes up the double, but the fact that with how slow that ball was going, it still comes out to G2, and Tally just slowly pushes this in, and We Don't Care just still couldn't retaliate and recover on time. But here comes Daiquiri below the 1 defender, but it's a layered defense you got to cut through.
I do think this is a good focal point for us to focus on here, though, for We Don't Care, which is that they played a good defense, and overall, they do have a good defense. But the issue is that these momentary lapses of judgment where a double commit or a misrotation come through has really been the biggest issue for them. Good example is that's another double commit. Can anybody from G2 capitalize? Not quite. The offense continues, but it's more examples of what I'm talking about. A We Don't Care that are playing a stellar game. They're playing very even in G2, but it's these simple moments where the defense gets a bit confused, and that's where it all starts to fall apart. If they can keep their head on their shoulders and just have a bit more composure, this series gets a heck of a lot closer. But as we've said many times today against these really impressive teams out of G2 and Gen G and the likes, a lot easier said than done to keep your composure against an offense this solid.
The Karma going high, and We Don't Care just watching from down below. G2 keep a small lead. I like that We Don't Care is starting to harass that possession and not make this an easy transition out of G2. And look, all these 50s have favored We Don't Care. The clears, though, it's still something We Don't Care are working on, but if you leave the ball unattended, G2 are gonna take these striking shots that We Don't Care cannot allow to keep happening.
This is a much wider rotation out of G2 than I was expecting. It might be because of what we talked about in the last game, where they're starting to find their confidence and really starting to work with the space that's being given. But notice how it's a single attacker at a time. Somebody from G2 is sent upfield, they go and dive the ball, and then like this, you've got 2 players holding all the way back just in case. Reason why is because We Don't Care are doing this, where they're trying to find ways to interrupt the play out of G2. When G2 dictate the pace of play and only allow you to get into the play, when they determine it's okay, it's very difficult to find any sort of rotation. It's only 1-0 though, so I'm not going to say that We Don't Care aren't completely out of this one, but they have got to find a way to keep possession in their favor. Right now, it looks like they're just going for touches for the sake of trying to get a touch on the ball and disrupt G2.
Yeah, like I see We Don't Care try to confuse the G2 defense, trying to go for bounces or ground pinches, and G2, their experience in the game, their intelligence, they read everything. So you have to play unconventionally when you start facing the top teams of Women's Rocket League and go for fakes that truly challenge their mind. And what a save out of We Don't Care, but how many more of those can you put up? It's been so many epic saves because of how threatening G2 have been, as We Don't Care again can't maintain that possession. And what a launch out of G2.
A pinch all the way from their own half that almost made it not only into the other half, but the other goal. Speaking of the other goal, G2 finally facing some pressure. Again, it's only momentary. I do like these dive-ins from Don't Care. It does catch G2 off guard occasionally. Got to be more consistent if they want to try to find a way back into this game. The good thing is, they're not too far out of it. A 1-0, the narrowest margin we've seen so far for G2. So it's definitely possible for them to turn this one around, considering the 3 goals we've seen every other game out of them. That being, said, get it off your half. Don't let this stay here as long as it has, because if you continue to, We Don't Care, that's a 3-0 series in G2's favor.
Daiquiri ran out of boost there, and We Don't Care will concede back to G2. And what I love about G2's offense too is, even if it's awkward or the defenders look well set up, G2 are good at resetting their own setup, and I see Karma doing a good job of that. Will put it off to the side and give themselves another chance to refight for that possession that G2 have been so good at getting back time and time again. But We Don't Care, it's some good 50s, but Daiquiri gets crossed up in the box, and G2 have the ball again.
Not only are they keeping possession in their favor, they're also taking away at the time. 40 seconds to go here. Unless we see something out of We Don't Care, it's a 3-0 series point in their favor. Avengers not letting that one go, but maybe the follow. This will drop off the ceiling. Is anybody there? No. Yas tries to, but Tallybird first. The offense continues, though, and I say that, but a huge opportunity, and nobody from We Don't Care is prepared for it. What about this? Yas finally finds it, catches the defense off guard.
And the way that Yas protects the ball when they're escorting this to the net, playing close enough to Paige, and make sure that either Yas has to go for the shot early or is ready to bump Avenger out of the way. And both of those were winning moves, and We Don't Care tie it up with 19 seconds left. And this took all of the effort out of G2 just to get the 1 goal. Now, can they get the lead back to put themselves on series point? This next 8 seconds will decide that, and how Paige controls this. And this goes right to Tallybird, who's getting harassed, bumped off the ball, and Paige makes sure to put this on the ground as we go to overtime in game 3.
More play there at a Paige. Let that one drop to the ground. You know G2's expecting you to pinch it off the backboard and keep that up, so instead just let it hit the ground and maybe play some defense as well going into overtime. Paige, I just complimented you. Please don't play with my heart like that.
She said, we'll go to overtime, but we're making this quick and not in the way. Almost conceding that to G2. Yes, a good save, as Yas is the one who found the equalizer for We Don't Care, as now Daiquiri can't reach up high for this, out of boost. Paige steps up. We Don't Care have been trapped, and this is a bounce that G2 could have scored on. We Don't Care have some space. Yas is on bully duty, will take the corner boost. G2's 50s have gotten them the ball back, but it's not a secure possession, as We Don't Care still look for clears.
I do like the way that We Don't Care are starting to play a little bit more in the face of G2, though. They're meeting them for challenges like this. The one time they don't, though, and it's 2 touches off the backboard and a shot that won't make it, but the follow-up will be off target. Open breakaway, and lucky for G2, Karma is back.
Oh, thank God Karma was there, because that would have just been horrible for G2 to end it that way. Here's Karma, who's been good at these solo mechanics and at least faking the double tap and allowing G2 to step up and be really creative, but We Don't Care defensively have read every attempt out of G2, hence why we're in a 90-second overtime. As Yas comes in with some speed, collides into the corner, but the ball didn't come out. Daiquiri was too far in the midfield, so We Don't Care. Their threat level is diminished, and G2 are just getting started. Overtime for G2.
The Buzzards swarm. They start to sense the little bit of panic there, and We Don't Care. And immediately, all 3 players of G2 getting involved. And it's Avenger who steps up the biggest out of them. 3-2-0 there. The series in their favor onto series point. And I gotta say, We Don't Care. You're playing a good game. But again, it just feels like G2 have that little bit of edge on you that you can't seem to figure out.
That is a heartbreaking loss too, and I think one that we would have expected to go G2's way after how many close calls they had. Look how many shots G2 put up, by the way. I don't even want to do the math, but I can do 2 + 1 pretty easily, and I'll say the double digits versus 3 is... You look at that and you're like, how did this go to almost a 2-minute overtime? Like, what a defense out of We Don't Care, and almost a win. But gotta compliment Yas on how they found that equalizer, how they put up all the saves that they could, and almost brought We Don't Care to a game victory.
Again, almost, though, is not quite enough here, unfortunately. For We Don't Care, they've been playing almost as good as G2 at many moments, but it is those moments where they lapse in judgment that it becomes problematic. You look back on the replays there, and as much as I do compliment their defense, the reason that goal goes in is a single double commit. And unfortunately, that's the level at which we're playing at. If you're gonna play, you have to be perfect. You make a single mistake, and a team like G2 Stride Luna will absolutely capitalize. Can they do it one more game and send themselves on to a 1-0 start here in our event? Well, time will tell. Game number 4 officially underway. Can we see We Don't Care start off on the right foot? The offense is there. The goal is not.
Yeah, just a couple extra touches out of We Don't Care to really support each other on that front. Their defense now will be knocked around as G2 won't be able to carve their way through this right side of the net, but Paige pops it up, and Daiquiri smartly goes up for it. But by launching it across, G2 already in the midfield with a pre-jump. And Avenger and friends trying to pass, and We Don't Care been able to break that up. But can they break out of their half? Now that G2 are extended, We Don't Care have some space to work with, but do they have a goal to work with? And yeah, it's almost blocked their own shot there.
That's not going in, right? Okay, it's not. I thought for a second maybe the team pinch was going to find its way cross court and into the net, but We Don't Care not only prepared for it, they're going to react to that shot. They're going to have to try and find a way, though, to at least slow down the midfield here. G2, oh my goodness, playing with such ferocity every time they transition through that 50 line. They're trying it again. Paige, touch out to the side ball. Do enough to at least buy some time for her teammates, but is it going to do enough to get them off the half? Answer, definitively no. Karma rips a shot on. It is saved. They can't keep making these saves, Lemon. They need to find a way out of this half and to alleviate this pressure.
And G2, I think they are capable of so much more. Like, they're playing well, but they could truly be an incredible team in this group. And, you know, some of the solo mechanics haven't been, 100% executed, and they are starting to just get better and better as time goes on, but still sitting at 0 goals surprisingly, and that's due to such a good defense, as we keep saying. And Karma almost slotting that in, runs into Yas, and she's not gonna get the backup, but Yas is gonna force G2 to back up as we're still in a 0-0 score.
Unfortunately for We Don't Care, they can't quite turn that into the offense they were maybe hoping for. Maybe this will, no Avenger. Even 50 the ball, just straight muscles through it, and sets up her teammates. Karma and her both up for this one, and Tally up there for the rebound, and rips it on target. It took a little while, but G2 do find their lead.
Oh, wow. All three of them, too? This is just the Triforce of Rocket League right now. G2 get their first goal. Great teamwork. But maybe those moments where G2, they look overwhelming and they start to suffocate you. If We Don't Care can be successful on those clears and maintain it, they could find that equalizer. And Yas has found those moments, those windows of opportunity to catch G2 on the back foot. But now We Don't Care. Gotta still try and strangle out this defense. And Dakri almost with a moment. Yas collides into the wall. And now 2 overextended for We Don't Care. Paige still makes the save in a 1v2.
I don't understand how she knew that was coming. I saw Tally. I was like, all right, she's got time and space. She beat out 2 players. Theoretically, she's going to try to stun. But going for the musty flick in a 1v1, that's a bold call. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for G2 here. The lead still stays the same. 2 minutes to go, and the 1-0 could just be enough. After the last game was a single goal separating the 2 of them in an overtime, they will happily take a 1-0 victory here in Game 4. But they have a lot of time on the clock, so they're not quite there yet. And they won't even take the 1-0. They'll take a 2-0. There's another one. Tally sniping it from midfield.
Look at this catch from Avenger. Yeah, it gets shoved off, but Dakri was awkward off the sidewall, and Tallybird reads exactly where that's going to and powers the shot perfectly. Now it's 2-0 for G2, and on series point, I just wonder if our top teams like the G2s, like the Gen Gs, could go perfect in groups, and We Don't Care are hoping for that not to be the case. Can they take a game off? Can they climb their way from the brink of defeat in the next 90 seconds? Well, the saves are there. Dakri didn't get the second touch, but sets up Yas to throw a ball down, but it's a little too high. And man, G2 don't even slow down the ball. They take that momentum to a counterattack.
Tally was on 0 boost for most of that play. Still somehow able to maneuver around one player, get a flick off, and now launch the offense here for G2. But it's an only momentary offense as here comes the counter into the corner. Paige is there, trying to keep possession for We Don't Care, and trying to assist the teammate. Look to throw that one out center and get the bump on Karma, but Karma's touch will at least not give up the goal. Not quite yet. More offense here. Touch off the backboard. Tally clears it out to midfield where Paige is waiting. We Don't Care. Starting to get a suffocating offense, but they can't dilly-dally. They need to get a goal and then another and another! Because Tallybird with another hat trick!
Oh my god! How does she keep getting away with this? What a catch! What a redirect! What a pass! G2! Man, that was the kiss of death. With 39 seconds left, We Don't Care. They forced a Game 3 overtime, but running out of gas at the finish line. With that demo, it seems the net is exposed. Dakri needs perfect control here. Paige will still wait in the net and help this launch out of the blue half, but G2 will keep them trapped here, and it looks like that's where We Don't Care are gonna be.
You don't care. I mean, you can get a goal for the road, but you can't change the outcome. A 4-0 sweep and potentially a 3-0 shutout to close it all down. G2 started off maybe a little shaky, but by the end of the series, they found their motivation, they found their flow, and, well, they found a way to continue dishing it to Tallybird. 2 hat tricks in a single series, and an Avenger who finds themselves a playmaker in the final game. What a way to close out a series, and what a way to go 1-0. G2... this ball drop, and you guys will have a shutout victory here in your final game. Oh my gosh, they're going to go for another. Paige, not going to let this one go off the backboard, and not going to let me stop talking. Please, somebody let the ball hit the ground. They just won't do it. And now, maybe they get that 4th goal. Tally looking for the double. The ground will deny her.
Somebody had to stop her.
Please.
And thankfully, it was the clock. G2 Stride will start off their group 1-0 in a commanding 4-0 fashion. Both our top teams, went to an overtime, I think. But it was still incredible to watch the long pass to Tallybird. I'm going to remember that. I can't wait for our replays, too, to watch that all again. But it's unfortunate that We Don't Care didn't kind of take that close game from Game 3 and really propel themselves into an even closer game in Game 4 to just get better and better. They really just got shut out at the end.
In my opinion, the big reason for that is Tallybird in particular. Game number 3 is the first time Tally was not scoring goals. It was all Avenger in that game, and reason why is, if you remember correctly, Avenger somewhat sniped one away from Tally there. It was a little bit, of the setup, and then Avenger gets one. But they also had the overtime, and I think what that did is have Tally go, okay, you know what, I've had enough. start dishing me the ball. And then her and Avenger, just the two-piece combo you cannot stop. 3 assists for Avengers, 3 goals for Caliber. The two of them were absolutely electric, and I have to give them credit for it. We'll find out which one of them ends up getting MVP for this one when we return from break. That's our second series of the day done, but we've got more to go. Don't go anywhere. When we return, even more here of the Star Chaser Showdown.
Sometimes, honey, me, you put a little bit of gasoline.
I don't think anyone's too surprised with how that series ended up panning out there, 11. But overall, I think that when you look over towards We Don't Care, they really did start to heat up late into the series. And at least on the defense, did start to give G2 a little bit of a run for their money.
Yeah, so many saves came out of We Don't Care. Like, it was a lot. And I think double digit, I think 13 recorded saves in game 3. Didn't get the stats for game 4, but then also G2 had to put double digit shots out just to get 2 goals, just to get to that 2-minute overtime pass. Like, I can't believe how much work it took out of G2 just to crack that defense.
They are, without a doubt, one of the most proficient teams we have seen throughout this event. They are just so good at adjusting to play whatever is necessary for a good defense. Again, we talked about it at the beginning of the series, looked more similar to Gen G, very aggressive, very in the face of their opponents. Then by the back half of the series, G2 went, okay, cool, you guys want to try and play with this long ball attitude? Let's just hold 2 of our players back and send them one at a time. The adjustments out of them really turned it into a more dominant series than we were initially anticipating.
Yeah, it's pretty insane just how intense it really ended up becoming eventually. But Hey, G2 are looking really good, especially with that addition of Tallybird coming in here for the team here as well. And I don't think anyone will be too surprised either when we do announce that the Ally match MVP here is Tallybird herself. Because when it comes down to, I think this is a similar story for Courtney earlier for Gen G Bass. Tallybird had possession the majority of the time here for the side of G2, and she was just insane on the pitch as always.
Again, it really goes to show how involved she was in this series, where the singular game that she does not score a goal is in Game 3 in the overtime, where Avenger is able to get both the goals there. Outside of that, 2 hat tricks, a goal, and an assist in Game 1. She was electric all over the board when it came to scoring opportunities, and, well, as you can see, it's not like she was doing poor on defense either. So many last-second saves that would have made matches a lot closer if not for her abilities on defense. I mean, look, Tally's been one of the best players in the women's team for a very long time. Now that she's getting a shot on a team like G2, this is just her stretching her wings and flying.
No, it's pretty insane. But Lemon, I also want to flip the picture back over towards the likes of We Don't Care, because again, we did see some glimmers of brilliance for this squad coming out in this very difficult matchup for them within Group B. And if you're We Don't Care, what are you looking towards into the future, into the remainder of their group stage?
I think they showed that they like, a lot of these players like these solo plays. I think Paige is just like right on the edge of just being a walking highlight reel, like threatening the flip resets, going for doubles, whatever it is. Paige, I can tell there's something magical about this player, and unfortunately we didn't get to see her have the ball too much in Game 4, but the rest, she was showing that just with a little bit more time, she could be like, you know, the next Tallybird or something like that. But then Yas also was super clutch to even bring them into an overtime situation in Game 3, and just off of kind of quick reactions. So like I said, this is a team that has so much potential, and with more time could easily be at the top.
Yeah, it's going to be insane to see how this team looks to develop both as a squad or individually as well, especially towards Paige, who you gave a bit of a nod to over there. She's only 16, so a young blood coming into the competition, right? Like debuting within Women's Rocket League. But speaking of Women's Rocket League as well, we have to give a big thank you to Ally for being able to actually put this event forward, because as a reminder to all of you, that Ally is a proud sponsor of the Star Chasers Showdown and the Rocket League Championship Series. Ally will be giving fans a chance to earn an exclusive code to be redeemed for an in-game Rocket League item throughout 2024. To learn more about Ally's sponsorship with Rocket League Championship Series, you guys can visit ally.com/RLCS. So you guys tune into that, maybe check that out while we swing to a quick break and get ready for match number 3 of NA.
So what if we lose? We could always be afraid of something new. 'Cause we mostly feel the same. Somehow, nothing's new. I don't know what's gonna kill me.
The show must go on. Welcome back, everyone, to Star Chasers Showdown, presented to you by Ally. Again, I'm your host, Ash, and I'm joined here with Lemon, Kiwi, and Bass. And we gotta head back over to Group A. We just saw a lights out performance from G2 Stride Luna in Group B, taking out We Don't Care in the round robin. Now looking over towards these stats. We saw earlier how Group A was kind of panning out now that we're heading into the third match within that group here, Bass. And again, I think that this is what the expectation was when we were looking at the outcomes here for both sides.
Yeah, there's nothing necessarily too surprising thus far, at least through the groups here. Again, I mentioned it, 12 Bricks really were the second seed going into Group A, and while believe that potentially upset them, it's not too surprising to see that 12 Bricks now are on to a 2-0 and are most likely going to be going out of that group. Actually, it's guaranteed basically at this point. But I am really happy to see that at least in Group B, we are starting to get a couple of good matches here for Troubleshooters and Torchics, who I think are going to both have a shot at making it out of the group at this point. But I do, again, commend to all the teams that are playing here today. If you are making it out of groups and in playoffs, I appreciate you guys for showing up. Again, it means so much to the scene here to have participants, people to practice with, to see the development and growth of the scene. So shout out to all of the teams that participated here today.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible to see how many teams do show up here for these events within Women's Rocket League. I think, Lemon, you've also been here since, the beginning of the development of this scene. And over time, there have just been more and more teams, more players looking to actually show themselves within the competition.
It is awesome, and this is the whole point of tournaments like this, to get those players from under their rocks and in their secret, ladders, to come out and compete in something that's not the ladder, to get money, to get recognition, to get a Wikipedia page. That's sometimes the goal of just going from a red name to a blue name. And this is, and the more tournaments you get, at least you can aim for that until you improve, and one day you could be on a signed team and you could be paid to do this for a living. And maybe they already are, maybe they're not, or maybe they don't care about that. There's a team straight up called We Don't Care, and maybe you're just here for fun. And whatever your goal is in life, the tournaments like this are about fun anyway.
Yeah, it's what matters. It's building up the community in that kind of sense here within Rocket League. But we've got to move on over towards our next match here, right? We saw Pulse earlier today in that matchup against Gen G, where they actually started to heat up late into their matchup, and now they're going to be facing off against Extra. But again, we do have to reintroduce this Pulse roster, Bass, in case people maybe weren't here today, aren't familiar with them.
Well, if you're not familiar with at least this roster, I hope you guys are familiar with the Pulse name. Pulse Clan's been around Rocket League for, honestly, probably longer than I've been around Rocket League at this point. They're a freestyle clan initially, but as of recent, they've been signing more and more competitive team. A team that they've got in front of you here in Ren, Eva, and Gibbous have all been incredible players thus far. We saw it in the last series where they were on stream here, that although they struggled against the Gen G that they played against, it was the resiliency that really caught our eye. The fact of the matter was they were down 3-0 and then played their best game of the series with this series on the line. If they can have that type of clutch factor here in their final series of the day, they could find themselves at least a little bit of cash in their pocket as they walk away from the tournament.
Yeah, it definitely will be interesting to see how that ends up kind of panning out in that sense, and how they're able to move forward here on the side of Pulse. And looking at this a bit more of a comfortable head-to-head here over towards this Extra team, Lemon, I think some of these names are familiar from historic women's Rocket League players like Zoella GG, Lauren. Those two players do stand out to me as names that we've definitely seen before.
Yeah, this team definitely on the come up. This team has competed in a lot of women's league tournaments. This team got top 4 at the Supergirl Gamer Pro Finals. They have experience in the women's carball scene on the North America side of things, so they're gonna know all of the talent here. And of course, they've been part of the Star Chasers Showdown in the past, getting top 4 in the past on different teams. And Yellow and Zoella got Wikipedia pages, so they've been around the scene.
That's how you count your Rocket League songs. It's all Wikipedia, right? But let's just head into this third matchup of the day. Again, it is Pulse versus Extra.
Let's get into it. Our third one of the day. I got vibes that it won't be a sweep. What do you think?
I'm gonna hope not. I got similar vibes as well, but my the vibe check that I've been able to have thus far has not necessarily been perfect. So I'm hoping, at least for this moment, I can figure it out. And I'm hoping also as well, Pulse doesn't start off as slow as they did in the last series. We mentioned it. Pulse, a team that took a little while to really find their footing, but probably not the same here. My goodness, we're 10 seconds in and already Pulse taking shots.
Yeah, can we relax? I'm still writing down people's names, please.
Right!
But Lauren gets to start that drive, forcing Eva to just use all the boost to get back somehow to the goal line to stop that first goal from Extra. Both these teams starting off swinging for the fences.
Both teams are definitely going to try and give it their all here. Reminder again, these are stages. Today is not the playoffs. It is not the, single elimination that's going to really determine the bulk of the money that will be given away here in this tournament. But what it is going to do is send a couple of teams home. And with both of these teams, unfortunately, at 0-2, this is their definitive last match of the tournament. They're guaranteed that not going to be able to move on. But, what they can do, they can earn some money. Third place in each of these groups are going to be guaranteed $750. So this series quite literally has a $750 tag on it.
Yeah, and I think Eva felt the presence of money, almost setting up Gibbous for what a shot there. But still a 0-0 scoreline. This is just how toe-to-toe both these teams have been so far, as Eva chases down that bounce and Lauren beats her to it as Extra gets in position. Ball centered out. Was Pulse quicker? Look at this counterattack as Ren just tried to kind of slow down the ball and bait out the defense, but so far nothing.
Nothing so far here through about 100 seconds of play. Both teams without a goal on the board, but definitely still the majority of pressure going in favor of Pulse. Not surprising, this team, like we said, as they got better, became more and more aggressive and more confident in their challenges. Be confident in your defense, though, ladies. That's a bit too risky, in my opinion, there, as Extra almost find themselves a freebie due to a Pulse that has to retreat entirely. They're back into offense, though, and back out at midfield. Good idea from Ren there, retreating all the way back, not caught off guard by the counterattack.
Yeah, so far it's been good defensive challenges from both sides to break up the play before it gets too threatening, but this drops the Lord, and she won't miss those. She's been waiting for her chance to shine. She's had so many opportunities. In yellow, the pinch off the ceiling is disgusting.
I'm glad that you're highlighting that one. I was about to mention Yellow doing a lot of heavy lifting there. Credit to Lauren on diving immediately. We talked about this. Being able to outpace Pulse is not going to be easy, especially when they're continuing to dive at every play. When you get the opportunity, make the most of it. Another opportunity here, and Zoella trying to keep this close. Eva will be up and will just pop it a bit further in front of her net, but does force a double commit, meaning Yellow here need to take their time, and they'll go back into an offense again. Eva, time. Not a lot of boost, though, to work with. And again, Pulse trying to find a way out of their half, where as aggressive they have been so far, it feel like they'd have at least a couple more shots.
Yeah, just Extra have so much ball coverage that as soon as Pulse even just try to push this ball out, get a few touches in, Extra don't even let you have that second touch and any kind of semblance of control. But Pulse at least gets some passes accomplished to make some space, but the ball then gets too ahead of them, so possession is conceded, and oh man, Pulse had to find their way back quickly, or Extra was gonna get even more goals.
They got to be a bit more patient right now. I feel like Pulse, as soon as they see themselves a way out of their half, they do just try and dive out of the half. And unfortunately, until you're fully clear of the offense that is continuing to press against you guys, I would be a bit wary on pulling players out of the net or players away from defense here. It Extra been a bit more advantageous. They probably could have ripped a shot on. Eva will rip a shot on, and it will be denied. Extra finally having to flex their defensive muscles, and they do so brilliantly.
Yeah, where was this even? You know what? I understand. I now remember who you were playing against. So now I get to see Eva at 9,000 power. I want to see more of those. But Extra, they keep them at bay. Still 0 goals for Pulse. About a minute left. And oh, a shot rips from Yellow, and the defense couldn't keep up.
Yellow has been, I would say, the X factor for the offense here. Really smart play at Yellow there as well to just immediately get back down to the ground, recognizing nobody's on backboard, nobody's going to be prepared to save this one, and as soon as one of the Pulse players dives at it with really no option to touch it or get a good angle, she heads straight to the ground and gets ready for the follow-up shot, and she does not miss. Minute gone here, and although we were both hoping for a little bit more of an even series, unless Pulse can turn up here, and now it might look like a one-sided game one here for Extra.
Well, this pass tries to get to Eva, but now lacking that power and that bounce, and Extra recover this quickly and have generated so many shots and have a lot of offensive output. They got Gibbous free jumping, Extra keeps it to the side, and they try to find the perfect time to strike down Pulse. Going for the insurance goal at this point. There's only 23 seconds left. Now Pulse have some room to breathe, but then he gets sent right back to spawn, and Pulse just have no development.
15 seconds, not even left here in this game, and I think this is going to be a game not to remember, maybe to try and forget. Polsky are really trying to go to their bread and butter, the usual playstyle that they work with, and it's just not working out. I have a feeling when we get to the end of this game, it might not necessarily be as one-sided on the stat line as you might expect. Extra take a 2-0 shutout victory here. I want to see these stats. I feel like Pulse is going to be a lot more even on the shots than I would anticipate. I was wrong. Very wrong.
The math. Wow. Yeah. Okay. The math is simpler than I thought too. Like when you don't have Gen G and G2 on your screen, but yeah, Pulse trailing behind. There was definitely flashes of brilliance. When I saw Eva actually successfully get the double tap off, it just got saved right at the corner, and that's just was super clutch from the other side. But still a low scoring game and not something that felt really one sided. Maybe more in terms of the spacing of. It did feel like Extra were commanding a lot of that field, but I had fun.
And again, at the end of the day, that's what we're looking for. Fun, and also maybe for one of these two teams, $750. But that being said, they've got to maybe play a bit more precise here. And in particular, Pulse has got to. Again, we mentioned this, a team that weren't really getting outclassed there in that game, but it definitely still felt like Extra were a lot more in control. Like you mentioned, possession in their favor, really dictated the pace of play both sides of the field. We needed something a little bit more out of this Pulse team. And for a team that we've mentioned before do tend to have some issues when under pressure, I'd like for them to keep a calm head going into game number 2 here. Talk to your coach. Make sure you guys are feeling confident, because a game 1 where you only have 4 total shots is a bit unusual from a team that is usually hyper aggressive.
And that's where I look at someone like Ren to be more involved on that front. I feel like Ren was a huge driving force in the offense for Pulse in the last series. And yeah, Eva is still in full form. I'm seeing that, but I want to see Ren match her and support Eva on that front as well. And Pulse will get more comfortable over time. You know, you did just have to shake off a loss, and a tough one at that. And Extra, well, they have to start off from behind.
I was still writing down notes from game number 1, making sure I got everything ready to go, and I look back up, and oh boy, it's already a goal. But this is what we've talked about, especially for this Pulse clan today, is that they are very good, they're very advantageous, and they need to be exactly that. The team makes a mistake against you, it's not going to happen often, and when it does, capitalize immediately. Great start here from Pulse clan. Again, the kickoff shenanigans going in their favor. They find a second goal now to even further increase their lead. Pass down! Shots off target, though.
But we love the vibes that Eva puts out, just off the ceiling, trying to pass. There's Pulse working on just matching what Extra have been putting on the table. And there is Ren starting things off, bringing in a lot of speed. Zoella with a good pop-up as Yellow follows up to get this away from Eva. Look at Extra just finding each other on the field, but it gets past them. And now to the orange half with a chance for Ren to take the shot, but misses that opportunity.
I think Ren was going up for a 50, expecting one of the players from Extra to be up to have to try and contest her, and as soon as she recognizes it's not a 50, she goes, maybe I should have shot it like Ren did here. Instead, Zoella just barely able to make the save. And I gotta say, I mean, I say this in a complimentary way, Pulse, where was this in game 1? The midfield out of them is electric.
Yeah, facing any of the top teams just really suffocates you at the end, but Extra, they're only trailing by 1, and they only won by 2 in the first game. So like we said, this could be a good series, and Ren just has to tuck this one to bed. But the Extra monsters in the net will not allow it, forcing the Pulse third to be under pressure and make that save. And Lauren will find this, put this to the corner, but it's not a bounce that Extra can easily work with, but at least Extra do a good job at slowing down the ball as best they can.
Yeah, they're back on defense and well prepared for what was going to be an attack out of Pulse, but it's very short-lived. Immediately into the counterattack and into an offense of their own. This is Extra team, but that's 2 players missing in a row, meaning Eva, time, space, and a flip reset. Will it be followed? No! Gibbous can't find contact on the ball. Eva trying to do all the heavy lifting. She'll do it again and still can't find another goal for her team.
That's so unfortunate because Gibbous was the one who got the first goal in the first place. Like, you trust them on that front line to execute like they did at the start. So we'll see if Pulse can maintain the lead after that missed opportunity. They may get a chance here as Lauren has to face off against Eva. Now the demos come in. Extra looking pretty weak, but off the ceiling, it's a floater, which buys time. Here's the dribble out of Yellow. Lauren looks for Bump. Eva will dodge it, and she'll make the save.
That's a clever play there out of Yellow, trying to fake him out so they'll go high and then leave it for a second player to follow up from this Extra side. Unfortunately for them, though, nobody was there. Somebody's there for this. Lauren pinches it above the final defender. Gibbous and Eva both commit, and so does Ren, but no player from Extra prepared to take the shot. Had any one of them challenged the ball there, it probably would have been a goal, but you can't blame them for a Pulse that's been so quick to counterattack like this. You want to be prepared on defense, but also want to hit those shots. We talked about it. Pulse having some issues with accuracy earlier in the day. Not a great time to have those issues arise again when you're only up 1-0 and there are 100 seconds left.
I gave Gibbous a chance on the first try, but the open net is going to hurt. But Pulse still have a lead, so mistakes don't matter as much when you win the game, right, guys? So Pulse, can they maintain this as Extra have Lauren to depend on, but she's been shut down a lot. Neva has the ball, make sure to control it against Yellow, who is looming above and below, and Ren just throws it right at Yellow, and not having enough power here is gonna hurt Pulse to get any more extra goals. This extra been able to maintain that defense.
They've been able to maintain that defense. Now can they maintain the offense here for the final minute of play? If they can put on enough pressure, it's definitely a world where we see an overtime, but they gotta be precise. Can't allow opportunities like that to drop on by. Pass out center, no connection from any of the extra players, and that means Pulse now can boom it off their half and into their own offense. Drop down from Ren, shot immediately followed up, and Zoella will make the save, but my goodness, Pulse starting to flex a little bit. They're getting fancy with their footwork.
And Lauren tries to bail them out, and Ren takes up so much space in the net and forces the defenders of Extra out of the way with 32 seconds left. Pulse kind of just put the nail in the coffin. It's not impossible for Extra to come back, but it's sure looking difficult.
Yeah, I'm not going to say impossible, but whatever word is basically synonymous with it, I would say that word. 30 seconds to play. Extra definitely having a bit more struggle in this game, but at the same time, Pulse finally starting to be unleashed. Are you kidding me? We got to see this back. Gibbous was up for this one. 12 ways to Sunday. Where's the pre-jump start?
Oh, Eva. What a setup off the wall and tucked in. Gibbous makes up for everything that happened this game. And Pulse are playing with a fire that we wish we saw earlier. But they are burning bright, and Extra have been put out in this game. And in at least for now, a shutout fashion compared to how game one started. Extra were the ones shutting things out, and now Pulse are in the driver's seat and seconds away from tying our series 1-1.
I think, well, I'm not going to say I think. They are going to tie this one up, and they're going to do so in a little bit of an interesting fashion. Game 1, 0-2, shutout victory for Extra. Game 2, 3-0, shutout victory for Pulse. So apparently, it's just whoever gets the first goal just then controls the momentum for the rest of the game. As, again, the early goal here for Pulse, we said it would be a difference maker. I did not think that would be the turning of the tide, though.
I'm trying to look at these stats, and I'm definitely seeing so much more involvement from the other two of Pulse, because game one, it was so much of the Eva show. But Rocket League isn't a one-person show when it comes to, at least when it comes to threes. You know, I don't know what they do in their freestyling life, but I saw Gibbous and Ren step up. Yes, they made some mistakes. They would miss an open net. This would be 5-0 if Pulse played at their 100% flawless peak. But it wasn't. It was Extra just not able to stop this relentless Pulse force.
I'm wondering if they're going to be able to change this one up, because I think we both remarked upon this in game number 1 as well, where we saw the win from Extra, and full credit to them, but we also then saw a Pulse that you and I were kind of like, huh? This isn't what we're expecting. Usually they're a lot more aggressive, usually they're a lot more in the face of their opponents. Usually they play like what we saw in game 2. So if this is the standard that they're now going to play out throughout the rest of the series, it's more on Extra to find a way to adjust and start to counter this, because look, 0-2, that's a dominant victory. 3-0, straight up just mathematically, it's more dominant. So Pulse, seemingly in the driver's seat now. Can Extra slow them down here as we start off game 3?
Kickoff for Pulse, and close call for Ren. Eva launches it, and you saw that Gibbous wanted to find the bounce. Extra shut it down, and Eva overwhelms them at the end of the day.
Another kickoff goal here for Pulse. I have to imagine this is a very definitive strategy for them, and honestly, I can't blame them if you're just going to keep dishing it out to Eva. Hot hand for sure. She's got 2 goals in 2 games and 2 assists. We're only 11 seconds into this third game, so mentioned it before, but I'll mention it again. Extra, the eyes are on you now. You guys need to slow this down, because it's very clear Pulse are back, and they're better than ever.
And Extra have to shake off the shutout. As funny as that is to say, because it was Extra that started off the series, and look at this lob up by Eva. What a setup, and you're not even out of the woods yet if you're Extra, as Lauren has to be careful to get that second touch to not get dunked on. It's a good job by Extra. Great clear out of Zoella, as Eva's going to get chased down by Yellow, and this is a chance for Extra to strike.
Unfortunately, it's a chance that I think is going to go begging, though, as it looks like it's back out to midfield, and although they do rip a shot on from there, Zoella ripping one on target. Defense that's well prepared. Not when you're removed, though. Ren, bye-bye, get out of net, and let Lauren score.
Gibbous to the side, and Eva off the ceiling wanted to get this out, not towards the net. And that's where Extra will capitalize. So, yeah, 1-1. Glad to see this won't be a shutout. Both our games were shutouts in opposite directions. But Yellow launches this to Zoella, who accidentally runs into Lauren, so a miscomm that makes Extra's offense suffer.
Doesn't necessarily look like their defense is going to suffer, though. They're back and prepared for it. Now can they do anything with a counterattack? Nope, not quite. Yellow out at midfield, but it's not allow Pulse off of their half, and I don't think Lauren will either. Be a bit too patient, though. She gave some room now to Ren to work with, but is prepared for the 50 after. Not the Ripper. That was not on target, though. Yellow got to be thankful for the fact that one ricochets off the bar. Otherwise, it's 2-1 here in favor of Pulse.
Yeah, Extra have to communicate. I like that they're playing close, but oh my god, they're getting sauced up in the net. The spaghetti's on the floor, and Pulse will finish off what they started.
You said spaghetti's on the floor, so is my jaw. My goodness, Eva, what a redirect out from midfield. I'm glad you got the goal, but I know you got to be at least a little bit angry that that one doesn't ricochet on in. You deserve the goal, you deserve the credit, and my goodness, you might deserve all the glory if this is how Pulse are going to continue to play throughout this series. It's game 2 that's definitely more competitive than, or excuse me, game 3 that's more competitive than the last, and it doesn't seem like the tides have turned quite yet. Pulse is still very much in control of this series.
Zoella has been dependable at the back, gets the clear, but maintaining that has been different. And these passes, the long ones too, and how Pulse can redirect this and Extra have to stay on their toes. And Lauren gets read like a book. Nothing Pulse can't handle as they try to escort this out. But Lauren and Yellow just keep harassing the ball, and they keep attacking Pulse so they can't move down the field without worrying and watching their back. As Extra are so hungry for this equalizer, but now they're forced to play defense.
The defense, one that they seem somewhat prepared for, but not a lot of boots in the tank to be able to work with, or at least not on 2 of their players. Yellow does have a chance now to break out from their half. It's actually Lauren who's their lead attacker. Maybe not the best idea, because here comes a Pulse now prepared for their own counter. Midfield turns into a battlefield here. Both teams not trying to give away possession. They want to keep this one close for the sake of Extra. They don't want to let Pulse increase their lead. For the sake of Pulse, they want to not only increase their lead, but really secure this game and secure the momentum in the series. A second win in a row for them would be huge. They're 2 minutes away from it, but a single goal separating them, and Eva, who can't get off the half, make this difficult. Extra looking for the equalizer. Do have some offense to work with. Lauren, a pass out center. Unfortunately, no one there to receive it.
I love the aggression out of Yellow, though, looking for bumps, attempting demos, sometimes missing it, but will go for every 50 she can to mix up Pulse as best as she can, and Extra can't jump up for this one. It's 3-1 for Pulse.
There's another one. Pulse continuing to prove that when they get the opportunities, they will not miss. That's not an easy shot with 2 players back. You have to perfectly slot that top left. And they do. Pulse 3-1 with 90 seconds to go. I'm not going to say this one is out of hand quite yet. I still think there's a world where Extra can turn this one around, but I will say momentum continues to get further and further away from them. They need a switch up if they want to keep this series competitive.
Yeah, all the aggression, and I like this opportunity creation out of Yellow, but it's Extra that still have to connect the dots being them on the field. Whether it is the long passes, I don't know if you can get away with that against Pulse, or the demos that weaken that defender in the perfect opportune moments that Extra can score on. It's been tough. Every time Extra even get close to the net, feels like Pulse have an answer to everything.
Pulse have just been so clever in the ways that they're playing, whether it's kickoff goals or just an offense that has been in way more control than their opponents. They really have done a great job dictating the pace of play here in this game, and they're going to continue to. I thought Lauren might get a breakaway play there, but with 0 boots in the tank, hard to start up a play like that, and well, they might not even have enough time to make it have any sort of effect on this game whatsoever. 30 seconds left, a 3-1 lead here. Unless Extra can basically get back-to-back goals, Pulse is taking a 2-1 lead on the series.
And a good save out of Gibbous, because that could have floated in and give Extra the 20 seconds they need to tie things up. And man, Extra were building up, and it got so close. But as you said, close games don't win Rocket League. Extra missed out on clutching and making this close. And Pulse at the end will give us a 4-1 in Game 3 to go up in the series.
And of course, it's Eva getting involved Eva getting involved yet again here. Not only do they have the hat trick, not only do they get the assist on that, they also get the bump to fully clear out the net and guarantee that Gibbous at least gets one for the road. 4-0, we mentioned it. 4-1, we mentioned it. It's going to be a series where it's more on Extra to make the adjustments than it is on Pulse. A second game in a row where they kind of just cruised on by. Unless we see a change here at Extra, I'm not so sure we're going to see the series go the distance.
Yeah, Pulse, it's like a lot of targeted aggression, and if you can break up Pulse a lot, like Eva is especially the biggest threat on the field, like has had consistently the highest score, the most touches out of Pulse, the true playmaker out of that team, and if Extra can find a way to just cover her a bit better or maybe demo or whatever it's gonna take, she is the player to watch, and that is the person to dismantle for the whole ship to come apart.
Yeah, you have to start slowing down Eva. It's a guarantee. Game 1, well, obviously, she gets no goals, no assists because it's shutout victory in favor of Extra. But as soon as she comes to life, she is coming to life in a very big way here. Not only a hat trick in that last one, but being able to score a goal in every other game, it really goes to show that when Pulse is coming alive, Eva is alive as well. She's electric on offense, defense, everywhere in between. Unless somebody's got a way to, I don't know, shorten the voltage, I don't think that's how that works. I'm not sure about electricity. Whatever they need to do to slow her down, I would recommend it, because currently Pulse may only be 2-1. If they win this next game, they're on series point.
And Laura has been showing me that she has this hunger and this will to win. And I see Lauren try to be as involved as she can. She has these valuable touches just like this to get them in position, to get Pulse all 3 members stacked on the ball, and makes Pulse think twice. So watch out for what Lauren can do for Extra, because that could be the person who turns it all around. But for now, Pulse are just an absolute unit. Just 3 cogwheels working perfectly together.
I love the tandem play that we're seeing out of them. We did, oh my goodness, I was going to say, see some signs of life at Extra similar to that. Maybe it's just Yellow that needs to step up. The solo play, the catch, the dribble, my goodness.
Yellow was kind of circling around, was it Eva in the corner like a vulture, forcing Eva to be like, okay, my bad, I won't move. But that second that Eva took to stop was the extra angle that Yellow could get to score. So I like that we're seeing Zoella involved at the front too. She's been playing as that back third and a very dependable person too, not letting as much as she can in. The Pulse want to play from behind for what it feels like the first time in a while as demos go down off screen. It is chaos ensuing. It is Lauren in a 1v1 and backflips into it to buy herself some space and time.
Buy themselves even more time with the ball and the lead here. Extra, first lead we've seen from them in a hot minute, and they have to be very happy that they've earned it thus far. Pulse, though, breakaway here. Eva in a 1v1. You never want to be playing up against her in a scenario like that. And you also don't want to allow more offense here out of Pulse, but the shot goes off. Huge opportunity to tie this game up, and unfortunately for our blue side, it might actually be a 2-0 if the contact was made.
You saw the vision. Sometimes, though, play with your eyes closed. But that was a joke. Extra gets so close. But a 1-0 lead against a team as good as Pulse is not something you can be comfortable with. As Pulse look on that equalizer. And it's been tough. As Gibbous in the midfield steps up to slow down this attack out of Extra. And all these pop-ups and everyone diving for the ball. Who could really set forward each other's teams? Everyone just keeps popping it up, and who's gonna have a better read? Finally, Zoella steps up to put a shot on target, but now it's Pulse's turn to tango.
And they're having difficulty, though, breaking out of their half. As much as I'd like to say they'll get a turn, I don't think Extra's vying to give them one. They're continuing to suffocate them, continuing to dive at every one of these pop-out balls out of midfield. Maybe this will change it. Gibbous, a long ball downfield, only into the hands of Zoella, who can direct it back out to mid, not past Pulse. Eva, great dribble, great finish! The double off the backboard, and Pulse are back in it.
She's been the problem if you play against her. She's the solution if she's on your team. You better watch out, and you better move out of the way if she has the ball. What a finish Pulse now tie it up 1-1 heading into the half. We knew Extra had to panic if they were only up by 1 against this team. Can Extra claw their way back in the series? Yellow just barely shoved off, not able to complete that as Lauren goes in for round 2 and Zoella can't stop the clear, and here comes Pulse.
This, trying to find a way to get this one center. The demos will open some space, but a demo of their own for this Extra side. What that is allowed now is for, I was going to say, even to cook a little bit. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to get much time to stir the pot as immediately Extra find a way back into their opponent's half, and maybe a shot. No, Zoella. More than she can chew, as that one is not on target. This could be open net. Eva bumping around, but the shot does not go on. And Pulse, we mentioned it earlier in the series, and we will mention it again now. They need to capitalize upon their opportunities because Extra absolutely are.
We were gonna say eventually Pulse's inaccuracies are gonna be punished, but Extra just didn't have the firepower to necessarily do that until now. Extra have picked things up, and things are looking a lot more equal than they did in the last couple of games. Now Extra may be up by 1, but for how long? This is an open net, so Extra get even more.
That's not great for Pulse here. We mentioned their kickoff shenanigans were kind of their bread and butter, and they went for one here, tried to redirect it back to their player from the corner, and no! Extra's gonna dive on you immediately, dunk you to oblivion, and say, nah. We're not letting this go the same way as the last game. This series is proven to be a back-and-forth pendulum that will forever swing, and maybe swing even further in favor of Extra. There's another one. It's 4-1.
Zoella just straight up beats the defender here, and Lauren is also locking people up in the midfield. Zoella's just on top of him first. You see that Pulse member just diving right on by. What a commanding turnaround by Extra. 4-1 in this game 4. And at least there was one thing we were right about, that this wasn't going to be a sweep.
Look, I'm happy about that. Oh my goodness. All right, I thought that was going in, especially considering the fact that the last game really made me start to doubt myself, as I was starting to see, all right, Pulse are dominating. They're starting to find their flow. They're starting to find an Extra that just don't seem to have an answer to shutting this team down. Boy, oh boy, was I wrong. They absolutely found a way to turn this around in this game. That's an own goal, but it's a pretty one, so I'm not going to be all too mad about it.
It's a nice one. Yeah, I wish I was colorblind for a second, because I was like, wow, what a redirect. But I was like, wait, that's not the right team. Wait. But, at least you force a kickoff. Maybe that, the deep down strategy is let's just go to kickoff and let's reset things. 5-1 for Extra, as in the next minute we'll see a game 5. And Pulse, I'm just wondering what else they have in the tank, because they were able to respond once, but now there hasn't been a response in quite a while.
And maybe a response here, a goal for the road, would do wonders for their confidence, especially considering the fact that it's going to be an even series after this. And even series like this, every game is going to be so crucial, especially when the next one for either one of these teams put them on series point. This is now where I look to the coach of Pulse more than anything else. Again, we mentioned him before. Noxus, an incredibly talented coach who has made appearances at the World Championship for RLCS before. He knows how to keep a team calm under pressure like this. It's going to be pretty difficult, though, with a demoralizing loss, as we've just seen. My goodness, Zoella not even giving them a goal for the road. 5-1 victory Extra with the most dominant win we have seen so far, and that'll tie up the series.
I like that you brought up the coaches, because that's not even... Noxus is not only the best, or not the best, but a talented coach here. There's a lot of RLCS coaches that have come up to try and build up the scene and build up the women's community, because everyone with a brain knows that there's so much potential, so much talent that just needs kind of a good mentor, needs experience, needs good teams to play against. And this is what like the lower end teams can benefit from a tournament like this, and then the higher end teams, this is amazing practice. And Extra have built a response that is to be commended. What a turnaround, especially from someone like Yellow that went from kind of that frontline bully to a playmaker herself.
Oh, yeah, you can really tell that they started to just kind of send her into offense there. 0 saves, but goals and an assist. They kind of went, all right, Yellow, we know you don't like playing defense. We don't need you to. Just dive into offense, get as many goals as you can, and hey, it worked out. 5-1, overwhelming victory. Really good game plan here out of Extra, but again, this is now where I would say the eyes go on to Pulse, but really I would say the eyes are on Extra. We've seen Pulse have the ability to make these adjustments. They've done it in games past. Again, a shutout loss, in game 1 where it was looking like, all right, maybe we're not getting the Pulse we know and love. Then all of a sudden, 3-0, 4-1. The turnaround from them was phenomenal. Now, as we go into game number 5 here, as much as I do believe Extra have started to figure them out, will they figure them out after a little bit of a break and a little bit of a powwow session with their coach? I don't know, but we're about to find out. Game number 5, a big one here in the series. Winner of this one moves on to series point, will be a single game away from guaranteeing themselves $750 in prize money.
And Pulse, I think, lost to themselves, too, in that last game of inaccuracies when it comes to the shots on target. I think once they start playing at their best, they will beat the best, and Extra just got that close to scoring first.
Almost, but not quite enough. And as we've said many times today, unfortunately, only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. You're playing neither of those right now. So unfortunately, not going to be enough here, but not enough for either side. 4 minutes left on the clock, and both teams have had a chance at offense. Here's one for Pulse, as trying to annoy her opponents in the midfield, as it looks like a shot could rip on, and it won't. Lauren, very prepared for that, a boomer downfield. Pulse's first chance will go a-begging here in game number 5.
And Pulse have made some space. We're hoping to work with this, and a great 50 out of Eva forces Zoella to be back. Who is there to challenge her? Pulse is ramming the ball against the wall, and it comes out to Eva that can keep the play going. And that is the pressure that Pulse need to mount. And eventually, even if you miss, even if you get blocked, you can keep rebounding and you keep going again and again. So Pulse needs to buy themselves more chances.
We're getting a decent amount of chances here, and the good thing is they're minimizing the chances out of Extra. They've been locked into their half for quite a while now, and it looks like they'll stay there longer, but Pulse doesn't want to send their third woman upfield. Huge opportunity there, but just can't quite find the confidence to dive, because had they sent that third player, there would have been nobody back on defense. Sometimes, though, you have to send the house, and I like that they don't let the opportunity fall to the wayside yet again. That time, although they don't score, you do see that Pulse are diving, full sending every one of these plays.
Ooh, Lauren with almost a good pass to Yellow, who didn't pre-jump early enough. Didn't get the pre-jump, but it was an attempt, an extra. I think when they have those moments to breathe and to think, they can make some seriously magical plays happen. But Eva beats the one defender, but Yellow, you can't get past her, as she was the MVP in that last match by far with the hat trick and 50 touches, the most in the lobby. So if you can get the ball to Yellow, maybe Extra can get an offense that is fruitful, but for now, the defense is what's really being tested.
Defense still going to continue to be tested here. I hope you guys have studied up, because it looks like it's going to be a long one, as Pulse are just not allowing their opponents out of their half, and if they do, it is momentarily at best. Speaking of which, off the half for a quarter of a second, and boomed right back into the corner, and in front of Ned. This one's awkward, but no player from Pulse prepared. They did not think that one was going to linger around the net as long as it did.
And Pulse went for demos in the midfield, which is, I guess, the second best thing you could do other than take a shot. It's like, all right, we can't take the shot. We won't let you shoot at us either. And Extra fumbling at that point, too. And a lot of close calls, and still a 0-0 score. Need some certainty. We need execution. We need Eva to become online. And she's trying her best. You need the second woman out of Pulse to step up and ideally not collide with the third. But Pulse will do their best to keep the ball rolling.
I'm starting to see a little bit of a difference in rotation here out of Pulse that maybe I wasn't expecting, but it seemingly is working out. We mentioned before, Eva by far the best player on the team right now. She's got the hot hand, she's feeling confident, but it looks like Pulse has actually kind of relegated her into a more defensive position. You see this. She's the third woman for the team. She's allowing Gibbs and Ren to just kind of go ham. They're just diving at every ball. They're consistently playing this aggressive play style, and if it does happen to pop out to midfield, Eva is there and prepared. Good example, the 1-2 there. Eva's behind Gibbs, and lets Gibbs go first because she knows she's got enough confidence in her ability as the third woman that it's okay if her other two teammates dive up forward. I like the adjustments, and this is what we warned about. We knew Pulse was going to have a different game plan here in our 5th game, and it might result in the win had that shot not been saved.
Great shot out of Eva. but a better defense steps up. And here's Extra, the bounce off the backboard. Yellow was setting up a second woman to step up, and Extra were a second too late. But the threat level surely is there. No goal, though, in 21 seconds. This next one could decide who goes to series point. And it's Extra that managed to get these women off their backs, and it's Pulse that have to just live through, but this was a dangerous drop to Yellow, and now Pulse scramble to regain possession at the last few seconds. It's Zoella that sends it to the blue half, Lauren with a shot that was blocked by Gibbous, and we go to overtime in Game 5.
I apologize for the dramatic gasp, but I don't know if anybody saw what I did. Zoella opting to turn back towards her half of the field rather than dive as the second woman just in case of the counterattack. But really, that ball lingered out mid for so long. She needed to be the person there to take that shot and to potentially close out that game. Instead, Extra now find themselves in an overtime they maybe could have avoided. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, maybe just make up for it with a win here. The offense in their favor, but it's very short-lived as Eva time, space, and demolished off the ball. Never mind.
Yeah. Now it's Ren. She's going to be covered there by Lauren. Yellow picks it up, has space to work with. As soon as the ball leaves her side, Eva throws it away. And this is a dangerous bounce. Where is Extra? Pulse doesn't matter. They respond.
This is so clever here, though, out of Ren. Dives at this one knowing, hey, if I get there, the worst that happens is a 50. And when nobody from Extra is even prepared to get back on that one, the pre-jump early on pays off in dividends. We mentioned it. Pulse, they were not going to have the same performance as they did in Game 4. If you thought they were going to have a little bit of a break, talk to their coach and come back with a similar smackdown performance as they received from Extra, you were dead wrong. This Pulse team, a lot more composed, a lot more collected, and a lot more strategic in their play. I mentioned it again. The change up from taking Eva from a player that was the forefront of their offense into the third that allowed Ren and Gibbous to just kind of free for all at the ball over and over again. Brilliant. What a great adjustment.
And a lot more of a muted Extra, which is so funny to see that Pulse got the same score as they did in Game 4, but this game they won. Because they just broke out on the midfield and 50'd everything. Like, this was a very low shot count type of game for a 0-0 overtime win in favor, well, 1-0, but it was a 0-0 going into OT, and Pulse did a good job of capitalizing the one mistake that killed Extra in the end. So we go to series point with Pulse in the driver's seat.
They're in the driver's seat, and I'm very, very hesitant to say they're going to keep their hands off the wheel. I think that they're going to continue to prove that they are the ones in control of this series, if not for giving up an early goal. I will say, they do seem to be a very momentum-based team, so if Extra can find a way to just sort of, kick them in the teeth real quick, just sort of wake them up out of nowhere, maybe that'll change the outcome. But for right now, it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Initial offense from Extra as we start up game number 6, but very quickly, Pulse will respond.
Yeah, Pulse are just such an aggressive team, and Extra have been good at matching that, aka Yellow has been, I've been hyping her up and how physical she has been. She's not afraid to just challenge the ball all the time, and it translates into the number of shots she's had for Extra. 45 in the last game, and usually at the very top, 50 in Game 4. Like, Yellow is the one who is driving a lot of the success behind Extra, at least at beginning in offense, and okay, it bounced over her head there. She was too busy listening to me hype her up.
They were all just busy looking at this ball going, there's no way anybody's here, right? Look at that! Zoella doesn't even jump until already Eva has taken the shot. I can't blame her, though, because you're sitting there going, well, yeah, she's been a more passive third woman. Why would she dive here? And that little bit of change-up, that catching them by surprise, was enough to give Pulse the lead here. I know we haven't finished the series, and I know they haven't even won it yet, but if they do, I am absolutely giving the MVP to Eva.
Yeah, what a read by Gibbous, too, from the setup of Yellow to the second. I think that was Zoella in the net. That was such a cool setup. And the defense just that much quicker as Yellow tries to bring in the speed, forces everyone to jump for it. Pulse regains mentally and makes another heroic save. Somehow Extra net 0 goals out of that entire encounter.
And Chat, if you guys would like to, take a quick little guess here. Who do you think made the save? I'll give you like 3 seconds to put it in. Oh, by the way, it was Eva. She's doing everything. Offense, defense, anywhere in between. If Pulse is playing on the ball, there's a good chance that Eva is involved. She's been so crucial in this series, and she might have the single goal that separates these two teams to end this one off. 3 minutes to go. Plenty of time for either side to find themselves another goal, but I still continue to maintain the same thing we started this game with. It is all of Pulse in the driver's seat and in control of this game.
So far, so good. As Lauren dribbles across, now 20 boost, drops it off. This ball remains in the air. Look at all three of Pulse. The triple commit double, I don't know, but Extra couldn't capitalize on it, and they couldn't even fight back for possession. So Pulse build the wall brick by brick and hope to hammer down Extra's defenses to get more than the singular goal. But in the second half, Pulse just narrowly have a lead.
Barely have the lead for now, but it still feels like, as we've said, they have control here more than their opponents in Extra. Extra have had opportunities here or there, but overall, it feels like Pulse have had the forefront of all of them. They've had a better midfield control, a better offense, a more frequent offense at that, as possession continues to stay in their favor. More shots rip here. Gibbous puts one on target, forcing a save out of Extra, and maybe now giving Extra a chance to counterattack. Lauren looks for a shot, denied in the corner. The 50-50 bounces out to midfield, where shockingly, everybody on Pulse will dive and immediately start up an offense. To say maybe a bit over eager, it was not. Zoella 50-50 back into the extra half.
I like that Lauren is playing with her food, kind of faking, trying to fake and see if she can catch the defense lacking. But Extra with an opportunity, and Zoella gets the cross. Lauren picks it up, threatens the double, and Pulse put it to the side. Extra with another chance. Zoella collides. The 50 goes to the side, and Zoella goes for round 2. But now the 50 goes back to Extra's half, and oh my God. Did Pulse block their own shot? I can't even tell, but man, that was scary.
I don't know if they blocked the shot, but I can tell you this much. It wasn't going to be there if they had not gotten that demo. Heads-up play to try and take out the final defenders, but honestly, at this point, they don't even need another goal. They just need to keep this pressure on for the next minute or so. Extra, as we've mentioned, have had far and few opportunities in this game, and it has not been an unintentional strategy here out of a Pulse that have just controlled this midfield line. All they have to do is hold on, and this series will be theirs, or Eva can just get another goal. She's been electric, and she's looking for the final nail in the coffin. Oh boy, but they also might need to find another goal. If not for Ren, another save from her to keep it at a 1-0.
Yeah, Yellow was in such an awkward spot with no boost, just trying to flip and finish off the play. All of Extra were building up and trying to materialize these goals that would be so incredible in the highlight reel if they could just pull it off. But Pulse's defense is just that good. 20 seconds left, and Extra has the ball behind them. Lauren is getting shoved around, and Zoella side flips, but it still doesn't make its way into the net as Lauren with a shot off the cross. She's done it!
Ren can only save the ball so many times. She kept trying to bail out her team, but this time it's just too awkward. Swarming our Yellow and Lauren, and even if the save had been made, you know the follow-up was drilling that one into the back of the net. We might get an overtime. If not, for some kickoff shenanigans, we mentioned it. Pulse love these special kickoffs. They're looking for a special teams play, and they will not find it. 1-1, we head to an overtime. Make or break for Extra. You lose this, that's the end of your tournament.
And it was a 42-second overtime that ended in Pulse's favor last time off of a defensive fumble that Pulse just ate up. And here's Eva attempting, at least a ground pinch, or at least bouncing this away from Extra to crack through that defense. But Yellow launches this, whereas Zoella puts it off to the left side, where hopefully Lauren was ready. She still makes the most out of that situation. Now Hudson the net as Yellow went for the shot, but too many cooks in that blue kitchen.
Bulls starting to find their defensive hero in multiple different players here. Throughout the regular game, it was mostly Eva who's making save after save. Here, who's going to step up? And it is Eva yet again. But I'll give credit. Ren, the majority of the saves at the end of that game, and Gibbous making a crucial save there to keep this overtime alive. Everybody having to play their A game for Pulse and having to make even more saves. Credit where it's due, though. This is probably the most offensively minded I have seen Extra throughout this 6th game. They need to keep this up if they want a shot at overtime.
And Pulse can't keep the ball close to them. So they keep clearing this to the orange half, and then Lauren brings it back, and Pulse missing these challenges. The ball goes back to Extra, and now the pass to Yellow, to the back of the nets. We go to game 7.
Oh, can all of you hear that? Can you hear that? That's the sound of the axles breaking on Pulse! Fake out! Nobody the wiser of it! And Extra will find a game 7 that merely a minute ago, no one would have imagined. Last second heroics, a final goal that barely sends them into an overtime, and an overtime in which they dominated. Extra, the odds were stacked against you, and you did not care. You find a game 7, and now you might find yourselves a huge victory to make yourself $715 richer. Lemon, we asked for a game 7. We finally get it.
Yeah, the 2 sweeps we had were just an appetizer because this has just been a treat. This one we thought Pulse were going to get back on that horse. They had an OT, they clutched up, they looked like the more composed team. We go to game 6 with that equalizer from Lauren to force an OT to give Extra a second life in this series. You just got to commend every player from Extra from putting it all on the field.
I gotta say, we still got one more. We're not done for the day yet, but I'm very ready to give this series of the day for the efforts that are being shown out of both teams. We mentioned it before. It's a Pulse that has shown resiliency beyond compare. They got shut out in game 1, and then all of a sudden they bounce back in the next 2 games. All of a sudden, we also see an Extra that prove, all right, when we're feeling ourselves, when we're playing well, we are dang near unstoppable, and they take a 5-1 victory. At that point, we're already saying, all right, this gotta be over. And then Pulse 1-0, narrow victory in overtime the last game. We get to this game, another overtime we never expected. Every one of these games has kept us on the edge of our seats, and unfortunately, one must go home. Technically, both go home, but one of them goes home with $750 richer. The other one will have to try again in the next tournament. Game number 7, 5 minutes on the clock, and a banger about to be played.
I gave so much credit to Lauren. The Yellow is on fire. That was close. And now the ball is still left unattended, but at least Gibbous can flip into it and be fine. Yellow had like 68 touches, 5 shots, 3 saves, 1 goal, like 600 plus score. Yellow is still playing so consistently, and when she plays like that, well, I guess it doesn't matter. Pulse can still score against you.
Oh, the Eva special continue to come through here. It doesn't really matter if that save is made. She perfectly readjusted, get ready for the dunk either way, and this has been the biggest problem for Extra thus far. She may have been a little bit quieter in the last game, but I doubt she's going to stay quiet here in this one. Maybe that 2-prong offense we saw before from Pulse, where it's mostly Gibbous and Ren, that might need to be scrapped for at least this game. Eva feeling herself, improving it early. A single goal here could make the biggest difference when every game we've had as of late has been a 1-goal ball game.
Yeah, Eva having one of her best games in game 6, helping her team get to this point and start off on a good foot. Pulse's defense just won't even be tested. Depends on what Lauren can do here, but at least the ball comes out to Yellow as Pulse play on the wall and almost let this slip by. It's a good save at the end by Ren as Pulse hope to fight back.
I hope to fight back, but at least at the moment, they don't necessarily need to get enough fights here to where they'll get back in control. The 1-0 in their favor is huge, and does it look like we got a Rule 1 here? I think we got a Rule 1, and the 2 teams respecting it. Credit to that. So many teams I've seen play, they get to a Game 7 with this much on the line, and they go, nah, forget the Rule 1. I don't really care about that. But it's like these 2 teams have got a little bit of honor system going out here, and we might get a 2v2 for at least the time being.
Zoella's like, I can help. You want me to help? No, respect the 1v1. So 2v2 as Zoella attempting the dunk there. Is Yellow gonna test Eva, and she puts it off for a second. Pulse are gonna need some help, but it's not gonna come quick enough. Yellow will tie it up.
Pulse playing this like they have 3 players. They see the space here in the corner, and Gibbous is expecting somebody to follow it up, but unfortunately, with your 2 players only being on the pitch, Gotta expect the unexpected, and a cut in there from Extra is going to do enough. Now tie up the game. Respect to Pulse for having the 1-0 lead and still being willing to play out a 2v2 due to a Rule 1. It might come back to bite them, though, if they're not careful. 3 minutes to go. A single goal could be the deciding factor here, as the last 2 games, that has been the case.
A Pulse turning the play around, but still 2 Extra players colliding, and Gibbous with the bouncer! Pulse in the lead!
This is so clever out of Gibbous as well here. You can try to rip the shot on, but that's what Yellow is expecting. And when you bounce it off the ground, it just becomes a little bit harder. Throwing a knuckleball in the middle of a bunch of two-seam fastballs definitely is going to work occasionally. Now, will it work out entirely? 2:42 to go. All Pulse have to do is hold on to this lead. But if we know Eva, she's not satisfied with just this lead.
Nah, she wants to bury them 6 feet under. An Extra. They got shovels out. They got Lauren. She'll do her best, but Pulse had 2 in the corner, so Zoella adds herself to the equation, but Pulse get around it, and Yellow will try to escort this out, and Lauren's like, okay. Almost was a bad spot to own goal, but here's Yellow trying to set up and look for bumps, but it's a good send away by Ren.
Ooh, and the beat out at midfield. Zoella, the final player back, dived at that one, hoping to try and keep it away, and instead it leads into an offense where Eva can't find the shot. 2 players close on this one from Extra. They got to be careful with this. They do eventually get it off their half, but I don't want them to overextend and overexert themselves. I get that the pressure is on, and sometimes, like we mentioned many times today, that full send attitude is necessary. With almost 2 minutes to go, I don't think you're quite in that position yet. Don't let the nerves get the best of you. You have to keep a calm head, especially in a Game 7 like this. 90 seconds to go. Pulse back into yet another offense, but not much to come out of this one as Gibbous can't find the shot.
Zoella with the pinch on the ball. Just force her way through that player. And Pulse tries some dribble mechanics, but you can't get past Extra. They've been playing so close together that you have just so many more people to deal with. It's a lot of traffic when going up against the Extra wall. But Pulse hunt down the ball, and at least we'll take some boost for the road, keeping Yellow at 0. Lauren on fumes as well. Zoella will do her best to try and bounce this out, but now Red stole this away, and it's off the cross, and Pulse wasn't there to follow up.
Oh, they needed to, too. She put in so much work on that one. It may not make a difference, though, because Gibbous out at midfield. The aggressive challenge pays off. 47 to go and a 2-goal lead.
And that's Lauren and Yellow play close together, which is a good thing, but sometimes a bad thing. And they both played in the same position, 2 extended, thinking they were just having a momentum push to a counterattack. And just one better touch, Pulse might have solidified themselves in Game 7, but there's still a lot of time. But with the possession that Pulse have, every second they shred down from Extra is more possibilities for Pulse to keep this. Zoella sets it up in front of the net, but Lauren didn't think that was the right time, so she waits for her chance.
Don't have a lot of time to wait, though. You gotta hustle. 20 seconds to go here. This has to be a goal. Zoella in a 1v1. Keeps it close. Great dribble. Looking for the bump. Will find it, and Ren won't allow it. I think that'll do it. Not enough time on the clock, not enough goals in the world to change the outcome. Pulse will take the Game 7 victory and will be $750 richer. A nail-biter till the very end, and Pulse Clan come out on top.
What a nail-biter of a series. 2 overtimes, 2 teams that didn't want to give up, 2 teams that shut each other out in Game 1 and Game 2, respectively. It was such a good series with teams trying to just synergize in these hectic moments, going for big plays, sometimes coming out and not being able to hit that open net, but hitting sometimes these incredible plays that you wouldn't believe that they were able to accomplish before.
I gotta say, I commend all of the players in that series on both Pulse and Extra, because we talked about it. We're getting towards the end of the day. They've been playing through a lot of Rocket League. The pressure is on, and sometimes you see teams that get into that final game of the series and crumble underneath it. We don't see that here. Both teams playing their A game to the very bitter end there. And honestly, as much as I was shouting out saying that he was the definitive MVP in my mind for that series, by the end of that one, I don't know if I can necessarily say that. Everybody from Pole stepping up big, but I also do want to commend everybody on Extra. It's brutal. We can only have a few teams that are able to actually win money here in this tournament because, again, we got to spread the prize pool evenly. But unfortunately, despite the incredible efforts at Extra, they walk away with nothing in their pocket, but they will earn my respect, and I think the rest of the scene as well. This is a team I'm keeping my eye on. They are a threat to behold. I can't wait to see how they develop.
And that's a lot of what gets you opportunities too at the very start, is earning the respect of people in the community. And it's how you take the losses and what you learn from it, and hopefully a positive mentality of improvement of what you really can achieve, because Extra were that close to beating Pulse, like to force an overtime, to come back from the brink of defeat. The best series of the day. I was entertained, and we still have one more to go before we close out North America, so don't go anywhere.
A shame, there's something new under the sun. You can't take back some things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No. But they all see is you need help. But still you try so hard to cover up your games. You try that one day, something gon' change. You waste all of your time covering up your tracks. Spend all your days running late. You got watch back, and that's the facts. You spend so much of your life scheming and trying to get over. Wondering why you come around when you get cold shoulder. Yeah, you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Star Chasers Showdown. We just had the tightest match that we've seen so far within the group stage across both regions in EU, but we're here in NA. Bass, I mean, break it down for me. What ended up happening? Because the back and forth was pretty insane game to game.
I'll try my best to break down what happened there. It really was a tale of just, I don't want to say two different halves, but it was really just two different sides of the team that we watched play. At the beginning of the series, it very much looked like we were going to see an extra that was going to dominate. Then we saw a Pulse that looked like they were going to dominate, and that pendulum continued to swing back and forth depending on the game. Really, it was only in games 5, 6, and 7 that we started to see a even gameplay on the two sides, and it developed into, honestly, at this point, the best series we have seen all day. Major credit to Extra for hanging in there, but at the end of the day, Pulse was just a bit too strong for them.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, just the improvement that we saw, I think, Lemon, throughout these matches and throughout the day in general. Like, Pulse, we saw, again, some glimmers of that brilliance in their matchup earlier against Gen G, but now actually being able to show that to the audience in full force here in a much tighter series against Extra.
Yeah, like kind of when we started this series, Bass and I were like, where was this Pulse early? And then we're like, oh yeah, we remember the type of players that you had to face. But look what Pulse can do with space and time, and when they're not constantly getting demoed or chased around or getting whatevered by better teams. Like, this was a more even matchup where Pulse looked like they were just in command of the series, and then maybe had one quiet game where Extra just dominated them, where Pulse let it slip by in game 4 and kind of took a step back, and you had a quieter game out of stars like Eva and Ren, or mainly just Ren in that game 4, that kind of made you think, well, can Pulse really have a clean series? And then once they clutched up in overtime, in the most stressful moments, that's when you saw the cleaner Pulse come out.
Yeah, some nice synergy, and of course the individual prowess in that kind of sense. So, speaking of which, talking about these players here, our ally match MVP is going to be Eva this time around. And Vass, I think based on what we saw on the pitch, it's not too much of a surprise here, but everyone on Pulse pulled out all their stops here in this last match.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, Eva was definitely the MVP, at least in my mind. We're calling her MVP really early into not only the series, but really into her performance as a whole. She was just looking electric at every moment. I do agree, there definitely could have been an argument for any of the players, especially with the way that we saw Gibbous and Ren step up at the very end of that series. But, I mean, just look at the stats. Yeah. Saves, assists, goals all across the board. Just unbelievable play out of Eva.
Absolutely unreal. And what's nice, again, is touching back towards that prizing that we talked about earlier multiple times. The fact that there is that incentive to kind of bring this level of, putting your foot on the gas in that kind of sense, Lemon, with the sense that you are playing out for that prizing. We managed to win out that 750, which sometimes it can be a little bit deflating, I think, in these round robins when you aren't doing so well, because so often I think a lot of those prize pools tend to only cover the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, the top 6 get a piece of the prize pool. It's only the bottom 2 teams that don't, and it's awesome that everyone can feel rewarded from an experience like this, because it's easy to... Your immediate reaction out of being a tournament is, what a waste of time. Wow, I played bad. Wow this, wow that. But imagine losing and still getting paid. Like, that's an extra chip on your shoulder. You can buy your meal that'll make you feel better, a bit of self-care at the end of the day. But it also proves that you're a competitor good enough to make money. And there's not a lot of people who can say that.
Yeah, and we do need those additional incentives. And again, a big thank you to Ally for being able to provide that here and putting on the Star Chasers Showdown, because it really does incentivize that growth within the scene, with Women's Rocket League being so grassroots in that kind of sense. But we do have one last match for the day here in the NA region. We are going to throw to a quick break, and when we are back, we will bring you the last one of the day.
fine, couldn't close.
Welcome back for the last matchup of the day here within the group stage of the NA region for the Star Chasers Showdown presented by Ally. We've got Torchics versus We Don't Care coming up here, Bass. And when you're looking towards We Don't Care, we did see them earlier today playing up against G2 Stride Luna, but Torchics yet to be seen on screen.
We haven't seen Torchic yet, but we have seen some of the players here. Ness, Kira, Jade, all familiar names. Know all three of these players, and they are talented players at that. The unfortunate truth is, though, both of these teams are going to have to fight up against momentum being against them. Both of them taking 0-2. No wins on the day thus far is going to make it really difficult to just kind of, shake that off entirely. But again, there's a lot on the line here. You're playing for $750, so as much as I want to say, the nerves will affect them, you can't let them now. You need to lock in.
Yeah, and that's, again, Lemon and I were talking a little bit about that prizing before we threw to our break earlier after our last match, and just the incentive that brings to the table to continue to push forward within a competition and not kind of just like, play for fun in a kind of a way. So that ability to kind of light the fire underneath these teams, Lemon, and really make them strive for more.
Absolutely, and this is going to be a fun match, like Bass said. Some money on the line. One person I'm really excited to watch is Jade from Torchics. She's been in the scene for a while, has a lot of women's cardball experience with Sapphire, making it on top 6, top 4 teams. It's the most cursed Torchic. They better not eat that poor Torchic. But Jade is an exciting player to watch.
Yeah, she definitely is. I'm looking forward to seeing what she's gonna bring to the table here today in this next match. But yeah, that logo, that's kind of feels bad. I know Lemon was eating nuggets. I was also actually just eating nuggets.
I'm glad I finished it.
So
saw this.
Feeling a lot of emotional guilt on the desk right now. But when we look at who Torchics will be facing off against, again, we saw We Don't Care. This very young roster as well, starting to push G2 late into that series earlier within the group stage there, Bass, and I think that this team has a lot to prove as far as where they could be in the future.
I do agree with that. I think this is a team that really represents the future of Women's Rocket League more than anything else. As we heard, 2 of their players are 15, 16. They are legitimately like the future, the next generation that will take over in this space. And I look towards them to hopefully try and make that march forward here and now. It's not going to be easy, though. Like you said, momentum is definitely one of the things that we have to factor in here. With so much pressure on the line, with such a long day of Rocket League, it's very difficult to just kind of, ignore that and move on. And that's why I state that I think for them in particular, it's going to be difficult. Young players, not a lot of experience. Pressure is going to be on them. It's going to be really difficult to just sort of shake those nerves off and play the series like it's, just any other series.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to see what the Youngbloods are able to pull off here. We saw a lot of brilliance coming out from them earlier today. So let's just get into We Don't Care versus Torchics.
I saw both of us rubbing our hands at the same time of let's let them cook. Our last match of the day, the Pokemon Chicken Nuggets versus a team that doesn't care.
I'm not sure how to respond to that. I don't know what to say to Pokemon Chicken Nugget. I genuinely think that is a brand new I don't think that sentence has ever been uttered before. We might say it a couple more times here today. Torchics, in my opinion, though, do come into this one the favorites. And the reason I state why, We Don't Care on the day, have only been able to get a single game off of their opponents. Meanwhile, Torchics, they were 1 game away from avoiding this matchup and avoiding this scenario altogether. A 4-3 loss versus Troubleshooters earlier. It's going to make it difficult for them to bounce back, but it might also give them the motivation to now try and stop or to end the day with a win. Oh, and also start the game with a goal?
Yeah, there was a weird double commit out of We Don't Care. One went up the wall, but then We Don't Care still trying to get organized there, and Torchics are not going to let them have time to figure themselves out.
Look, I feel like we keep doing this. You and I are taking notes. We're trying to get ready for the series. We're trying to take this one calm and collected. And the teams go, nah, and just immediately out with the kicks, the jabs, the punches, the everything in between. But this also kind of goes to show why I'm stating that I think this might be a Torchics win. We Don't Care, the pressure on, and for an inexperienced team, that's a lot to handle.
Just the demo from Jade, and it's just an all-around synergistic team of Torchics. that look, this is like another day at the office, except they're 0-2, and this is maybe the last hour of the day on a Friday type thing. And Torchics are not kidding around, and it's taken everyone out of We Don't Care to attempt a 50, and now there's almost an open net that Nessa could have gotten a third goal off of. Torchics, I underestimated your game.
I mean, unfortunately for us, we just haven't had a chance to check out their game throughout the day here. This is our first time seeing them on stream, and very quickly they're leaving an impression on all of us here in the booth, here at home, and everywhere in between. 2-0 here, very well earned, and We Don't Care that need to try and prove that they can still stay competitive in this game. I like what I'm seeing out of Yas there, though. Great readjustment off the sidewall. Fortunately, it didn't really result in much offense.
Well, We Don't Care. Now the game has started, okay? We can just forget about that first minute, you know, and just play from an 0-2 spot. Maybe familiar, maybe not. We don't care. They still have a lot of drive to them, and it's Paige and friends hoping to just have some real estate to pull off these plays with, but they're getting 50'd in their own half. Like, they can't even safely clear before people are throwing shots on their net.
Just more and more pressure, and you have to feel for We Don't Care right now. They're just trying to get some sort of understanding of this game, and meanwhile, while they're trying to look around and look, it's just Torchics come through. Quick jab, quick left hook, quick everything, and it's making it really difficult for them to even find their footing. 2 minutes gone here. Torchics back on even more offense, but Jade, contact there means that'll be the long ball downfield and give We Don't Care now a chance at offense.
You hope so, once they get this ball back to the orange half, but then as soon as they try to pitch it for it, clear, Torchics are crossing them up. Paige manages to dodge the bump and then save the following shot. Torchics were so close to making this an even more painful game one, as this goes back to the defense of We Don't Care that don't have a second to even get a few more extra touches on the ball. Torchics threaten the backboard. Nessa steps up. It's a shot, but it's saved.
Saved, and they're going to have to keep making a lot more saves like that on both sides. I'm starting to see the pace of play up itself tremendously as either end is diving at the ball with a lack of caution. Better or for worse there, as Torchics maybe needed to be a bit more cautious as the defense made contact there and didn't find an escape. They still will regardless, though. Paige not quite able to contain that one out of midfield, and nobody really prepared on We Don't Care here as all three players, a little bit like Pee Wee Soccer there, everybody clumped on top of each other, and again, this is where we talk about the nerves getting to them. We Don't Care did not look like this earlier in the day. They have to keep themselves collected.
Oh man, Nessa and Hira connecting well, but just a better read out of Daiquiri to force this out. As Paige tries to keep the play going, and now all of Torchics have just sandwiched themselves onto We Don't Care. So still some good midfield presence. Now a dribble from Daiquiri, heading towards the net. She's a rocket that can't be stopped.
That's the momentum they needed, and that's the Daiquiri they needed to show up as well. Great touch off the ceiling, great control afterwards, and really well prepared for whatever challenge might be found. You can see Hira flying through the air. They're hoping to meet for a 50, and no 50 ever even found. Complete control for We Don't Care, but it's only momentary as they are still down 2-1. With 100 seconds to go, they've got the time, they've got the abilities, and they've got the goal as well! Paige, an ego challenge off the ceiling. Love to see it.
Holy cow, I knew Paige had potential, but off the ceiling, no one challenges there. She's just the GOAT. An 0-2 spot. We Don't Care have generated 2 goals in what, 2-3 minutes, and have now equalized things. Torchics might have started off confident, but how can you be now? And Yas almost tucks this in. It's a good salvaged moment by Torchics, but you're not out of the not out of the woods yet. Not with We Don't Care still threatening the net.
They're trying to threaten the net, but unfortunately for them, the shots have been going just a bit off target. Be a bit more accurate, they could probably find themselves a win here in game one, especially as Paige is diving in and keeping the offense alive. Live though, as Hira will, I thought was going to say give away possession. She's a bit quicker than even I can anticipate, and neither can We Don't Care. Now they're pressed into their half. Now they're trying to escape. Now they will not. Hira off the backboard. Jade for the follow, also off the backboard. No shot will be found as we are under a minute to play. We Don't Care a breakaway for what could be the final time this game.
This could be kiss of death. Hira to Jade, and it just slowly rolls in through all the bumps and all the traffic. Torchics get back the lead when it matters the most.
Oh, that dunk from Jade. You have to feel for We Don't Care. They turn the momentum. They start to look like they're back into this game, but a single Jade dunk might set them back entirely. 35 seconds to go. There's still definitely time for them to respond, but as we mentioned, nerves at an all-time high. You have to make sure you're cool and collected here, and also take the opportunities when they arrive. Hira, great air dribble out, though, to defend there, and not give up the goal until a play later. Yes, on the backboard, camping, and finds the goal.
This is not the first time Yas has been the hero to save We Don't Care from the brink of defeat. She's done it in an OT situation before to bring her team into OT, and this could be the same thing. 20 seconds left. A 2-0 lead for Torchics has been minimized to a 3-3 scoreline, and it's right, floating on by as Zachary puts it to the side. Torchics centering this one out. Jade with her chance to shine. Yas hoping this lands on the floor for an overtime, but wait, We Don't Care have a chance. But Paige is all over Hira, and this is a chance for an overtime. Wait, she just keeps carrying it through. We're not done yet.
We're not. This one stays up a little bit longer. Yas trying to continue it and will not. Impressive flick, impressive composure out of We Don't Care. That's what we were looking for. Now, can they turn that into a win here in game number 1? They'll at least turn it into a kickoff. That's a double commit, though. The counterattack from Torchics here could be deadly. We Don't Care have to scramble.
And at least We Don't Care got back in time for this to not be left for a one-on-one situation. And a missed touch there from We Don't Care, and almost a finish by Nessa. But she got that long pass. Here's Yas's chance. Paige with the bump, but it lands off the cross, and Torchic send it away.
Torchics holding on by a thread right now. We Don't Care have had the opportunities. All they need to do is convert a single one, but my goodness, if this hasn't turned into a tennis match. Not a lot of midfield presence on either team, just these long balls downfield on either end. Boomer ball basically being played, and unfortunately, leaves us in a much more volatile state than I would say is beneficial to either team. Somebody's got to start trying to keep possession in their favor. Somebody's got to start trying to keep this ball a bit closer to themselves and turn them into passing plays. The attempt there out of Paige is not going to work out, though, as Torchics dive out at midfield and launch yet another attack.
Daiquiri going for demos and bumps and hoping to create plays for We Don't Care, but the ball didn't come towards that orange half when those gaps were being made. So Torchics have a chance. Jade looks for the bump onto Yas, and Nessa keeps the play going. Chance for Hira to strike. Torchics about to land this ball onto the net, but Paige puts it to the side. Quick counterattack. Yas, Paige can't get a touch. We Don't Care are extended, but Daiquiri makes the save.
Daiquiri stepping up big here in this game so far. Really has been an X factor for this team. I need somebody else to step up. Maybe it'll be Paige. We've mentioned their abilities on the line, and they'll show them again. Paige, their second goal, and the one that determines game number 1.
Paige has been on one today. This is the weirdest replay ever. Either way, Paige, had that ceiling challenge, and then We Don't Care can thank her at the end for this overtime goal. We Don't Care will start off game 1, 4-3. Something's wrong, very wrong, but we will get an update here in a second.
All right. Well, we'll figure out what's going on there. For right now, we can at least give you an update on what's happening in the series, and I think you guys all just saw it and know what it is. So We Don't Care who have proven they can keep themselves composed, they can keep themselves calm under pressure, and they can win games. Despite the fact that we said coming into that one, we thought Torchics might have the advantage. They did initially, or probably about a minute or two. And then all of a sudden, the response out of We Don't Care seemingly took them by surprise. What was it, 2-0 lead that ended up going against them in the 4-3 win in reverse for We Don't Care?
Yeah, I'm getting game 7 vibes, I think.
Oh, we're doing it again?
Our vibes were right last time.
True.
We can be right again. And we're going to reset the lobby here, besides watching Yas do some sick backflips and go for some Tony Hawk points. We will actually play some Rocket League here in a second with We Don't Care up in the series. But the fact that the overtime went that long, that far, and it was that hectic, this is going to be a good series.
I hope this series continues to deliver at the caliber of which we have seen so far, and I think hectic is probably one of the best words you can use here, considering how, well, how hectic it's been. The two teams really aren't playing with much of a possession game here. In comparison to what we were talking about with a good midfield presence that was suffocating, like we saw from the Pulse team we just witnessed, it's very different here, where we're not really seeing the same sort of suffocation, not seeing the same possession play, but rather individual moments of brilliance. We're seeing players send their first woman upfield to try and create an attack, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, but we're rarely seeing the second woman come in and back up the first. Right now, I'm kind of looking to one of the two teams to start trying to play that possession game, start trying to play a bit more precise. Whichever one does, I think we'll take the series, but right now, it's we don't care in the driver's seat with a 1-0 lead.
Oh, jeez, yes. A good narrow save there right at the end before Torchics went for the finishing move. Man, Torchics are already putting on the pressure, and Jade with a quick shot. She saw the challenge come in. Torchics have been quick to react, but this counterattack is just quicker, and the demo puts the red carpet down.
We don't care, starting off stronger than the first game. They don't need to go down 2-0 in order to find themselves a goal, and they don't need to play possession game if Torchics are going to dive that far upfield. Not a single player back for them. I get it. The strategy is understandable. At a certain point, if it's not working out on offense, you need to try and up your aggression and send the house. The issue is, you also need to play some defense, at least not on that play. That one bounces off the bar in a bit of a weird way, and nobody's prepared for it. But this is the concern I have for Torchics. We talked about keeping your composure for We Don't Care. I'll say the same for Torchics here, as defense does not seem to be the priority it needs to be.
Paige try to make it a priority. Oh, jeez, when Dacry has to make a save like that, I'd be a little worried. But what we can appreciate is the We Don't Care counterattack. That's how they scored in the first place. And yes, collides into Jade. The ball is free, and Dacry wants to take advantage. We'll go up the wall, and Paige has to assist. And We Don't Care have done a good job at supporting each other, but they're very much lacking in boost. So this is where Torchics could take advantage. They're also lacking in boost. So with all this chaos and people reorganizing, it's a net that looked open, and We Don't Care is still looking for that gap.
I'm not sure if this is more representative of the fact that we've seen We Don't Care step up, or the fact that Torchics are playing a bit more aggressive, but the defense for them really does not look anything like it did in the first game. A lot more disjointed, a lot more double commits, a lot more chaos on the side of Torchics here than what we were initially anticipating. Again, we talked about it. It's really important to keep your composure, to keep calm, to play to the best of your abilities in a game, in a series like this. Unfortunately, right now for Torchics, they just need to take a deep breath and recenter themselves. This is way too chaotic for them to find that possession play we have been talking about, and to find a defense that's prepared for shots like that.
Yes, Queen! Get yourself involved. Get you a job after that one. Even with Dacry adding on, We Don't Care styling right now against the Torchics. And yes, they took game one, but Torchics went the distance against them, and it was Torchics that had the lead, but We Don't Care the ones in the hot seat.
In the hot seat right now, but I don't think it's necessary. Oh boy, I was going to say it's not secure. That might secure it. My goodness, I don't want to call that bullying, but whatever is about as close as we can call it, yeah, that's what just happened.
They just get away with that? And Yas is still like part of that picture. Get a family photo, everyone huddle in, because We Don't Care are just like bopping Torchics on the head and then scoring on them. I think it's bullying. I think Torchics are getting put into a locker, and they got to find the combination. Right now, Torchics' defense will be challenged, and Jade has made magic happen before. She needs to link up with Nessa, and Torchics can take their time, but the 50s are favoring We Don't Care.
A lot of things are favoring We Don't Care right now, and I would also say the momentum is really starting to favor them in particular. As Torchics, I think they're just kind of desperate for a way to find some sort of control in this game. You can see it, a lot of individual dives, not a lot of team plays being shown, and even here is a great example. This Hero has to boom it off the half, but there's no intention behind the touch. It's just a boomer downfield to try and alleviate pressure, to try and slow down We Don't Care. Well, I do think that's a good idea. You need to make sure your coordination is intact, because plays like that are not going to happen often, and when they are, you need to make sure that all three of your players are on the same page.
Jade is on a page, all right. Well, so was Nessa. Just reading the defense and somehow finding each other from like across the pond. What a catch there by Nessa.
All right, Torchix, I see you. You're not quite out of this quite yet. You got a minute 50. You got the time. You do have a goal. I still don't necessarily feel like you've solved all the problems we have seen thus far, though. The team still needs to keep playing with coordinated plays like that. And also, oh my goodness, be careful out at midfield. The dive out of Hira there. She was the last one back. And now, Nessa the last one back instead. Double commit out of We Don't Care. And both teams starting to get super aggressive here. For a moment, we thought that We Don't Care were finding themselves a good midfield presence, a much more composed midfield. Now we're starting to see that super aggressive diving playstyle back yet again.
Yeah, Torchix are adapting and trying to be more ready for physical play. And what a challenge out of Nessa. She was the last person standing in that net. And We Don't Care. They like to collide many members into the ball. And look at this bounce. Look at this read from Yas. 4-1. We don't care.
Yas is coming to life here in this series, and she's doing it against however many players she needs to. One around Hira, second around Jade, and honestly, I don't blame Jade there. She's going, no way you're going to immediately be prepared for the follow-up touch. You might need to start treating them like that. We Don't Care are not the underdog rookies that they once were. They came into this one with little experience. They're walking away from this one potentially 750 richer if they keep playing like this. Beyond impressive. If this is the future of the generations for Women's Rocket League, I think we're in good hands.
We are. We Don't Care putting on a good show. But Jade received the ball and carries the momentum quite well. No boost, but a real chance. And what a save out of Yas! I thought that was in for sure. And that could have given Torchix a fighting chance to only be down by 2 in 34 seconds. But We Don't Care are slamming the door on this one. Jade gets that shot denied, and Nessa is going to try and stabilize the team. But oh man, this series may not be as close as we thought.
It really does feel like that overtime in Game 1 was the deciding factor for how the momentum would continue to swing throughout the rest of the series. I say that, though, when Torchix get a little bit of a fake, whether unintentional or not, it gets them their second goal. Lemon, do you believe in miracles? Because they got 13 seconds, 2 kickoffs. This is possible.
Yeah, Dakri kind of shoved her teammate forward and got themselves out of position. And yes, that was a difficult save to make. So 12 seconds. Yeah, let's see how it has to happen in the next 2 seconds or it's just chalked. And Torchix looking pretty torch-chalked right now. It's not going to happen. I'm sorry. But hey, there's always Game 3.
Oh, that... I gotta say, I don't know what's worse, the pun itself or the fact that I couldn't even think of that. That's brilliant. It's so good. It's like so good it's bad. You know what I mean? Either way, I don't think I can say the same about We Don't Care right now. There's nothing bad about what they're doing. They're playing such a good game right now. Again, we talked about it. Game 1 was really a boomer ball, a tennis match with the two teams taking super heavy touches to either side. Only one of the two teams really corrected that here in Game 2, and it was definitely We Don't Care, and it was definitely Yas stepping up. A hat trick in that game really goes to show she is the X factor for this blue team right now.
Oh, she's been killing it. And it's the value of her goals too, not only in this series, but in previous ones. She's really helped save We Don't Care from difficult moments, from finding the equalizer to just adding on to the tally. And We Don't Care have looked more and more dominant as they get more aggressive because they really are just a physical team that they don't really care if there's blockers in front of them because they'll add a second player to force their way through. And Torchix have done a good job of like reorientating their car to deal with that pressure a bit better. But the comeback was a little too late for Torchix at the end.
It's a little too late and also a little too disorganized still for me. Like we mentioned again, it's one of these things where I think they have these moments of brilliance, and that's really what football and individual play is going to be about. I want to see them be more cohesive. I want to see them work as a team. We've seen few passing plays from them, but when they do arrive, they're looking solid. I like the attempt there. It's unfortunate it doesn't pay off, but maybe Torchix can start off Game 3 with some offense and a goal to give them some momentum.
Torchix won't give up without a fight, and how do you stop Paige? Just like finding bounces and catching Torchix, almost lacking in that moment. What a play, as We Don't Care still hammering the back of this orange wall, and Dakri has a chance, and it's barely saved by Jade, who just got a hand up in time. And Torchix with a counterattack. It's in front of the net. It's low, and the shot is in.
And this is where it can work out. Sometimes if you are going to play with this aggressive, this chaotic of a playstyle, all you got to wait is for your opportunity. Awkward miss off the backboard. Paige recognizes she has to be the one to step up, tries to clear it away from the defense, but with so many Torchic players swarming the net, kind of just have to concede and move on. The 1-0 lead here for Torchic could be the momentum changer that we've been looking for, a pendulum that has ceased to stop swinging in quite a while. Maybe for a moment it can at least give us a bit of silence and give a chance for Torchic to get back into this game.
Oh, Daiquiri not able to carry this one through. Good early challenge by Hira, and no, Daiquiri's opening up the net, but Paige can't get it on target. Hira tries to start a counterattack. She's got Nessa as her second woman up, but shoved off the play. Almost was able to just carry this on through. As Paige, man, this ball is not slowed down. She pitches it off the backboard, but really just concedes this to Torchic.
Torchic, though, not finding an easy escape route off of their own half here. And it's really due to the low boost totals as they march off the pitch. Oh my goodness, aura of their pitch. Goodness, I did not expect We Don't Care to almost give up a goal there. They don't end up conceding, though, and keep the 1-0 what's the word I'm looking for here? I was going to say defeat, but it's not defeat yet. It's a little bit of a deficit. That's the word we're looking for here. As Torchic continue to play with really good defense, but an offense that still leaves me wondering if there's a bit more that can be found.
Yeah, just a very small deficit for We Don't Care.
Uh-oh.
And now Daiquiri, who just fakes it for Paige to look good in the end, and it's tied 1-1.
The moment I start to compliment their defense, and it's a bit of crossed wires here. Jay thinking, okay, Hira's going to cross net to go for that one. Hira slowing down, thinking Jay's just going to take it off the backboard. Neither one of them goes for the challenges, and that's the littlest bit of space being given to We Don't Care, and it's more than enough for them to capitalize upon. I like what we're seeing out of Torchic, but again, it's these individual moments that are starting to kind of drag them down. They're not playing poorly, but they need to be more coordinated. We talked about passing plays being necessary before. Their defense needs the same sort of team-oriented mindset. Otherwise, they're going to have problems in continuing here as Daiquiri just catches the whole defense sleeping.
You gotta wake up. Hibernation is over, but Yas has the ball, and Nessa climbs up to the backboard in time. Sends us back. We Don't Care. Swinging for a home run off the ceiling almost. Daiquiri sets it up, but Torchic managed to pinch it out. But this is just deja vu. With Torchic's clear, We Don't Care bring it back, and we need to see the fire. You can't pick Torchic if you don't have fire.
Well, okay, see, it kind of does work, though, because I'm not so sure this Torchic is long for the world, considering it's in a nugget box. So maybe not able to use the fire in any capacity. Somebody should at least find the fire. Within them, underneath them, whatever to get this team ignited, I will recommend it. It'll start here. Hira off the ceiling, has the reset and the dunk, and nobody to follow up. Again, we talk about it. There needs to be a quicker follow-up. There needs to be a 1-2 punch combo. The singular jabs do not find a follow-up knockout blow, and that needs to happen for Torchic.
Torchic were really developing some good presence, and the 1v1 and still saved. Fantastic job by Hira, and the counterattack. She's not Hira, she's a hero.
She had all the time in the world, and she knew exactly what she wanted. Flip, reset, and look at the accuracy. Slotted into the bottom left. And although we say those moments of individual brilliance will not happen often if that's your main game plan, when they do happen, if you can really stunt your stuff, I think you just might be able to find a win. With 80 seconds to go, now We Don't Care, who definitely are not content to take the loss here. They got to be careful. For a defense that has been shaky at best in this game, they cannot afford to concede a goal.
Oh, Torchic, almost a dunk. We Don't Care, gotta stop sleeping, as you said. They've just been stuck, and it's a nice flip, a good recovery out of Paige. Brings it right to Jade, though, who's right on her tail. Goes for the ball, not the bump, and puts it to the side where We Don't Care already. They're hunting for that equalizer. There's only 50 seconds left, and Daiquiri just takes a shot, but it's not one of quality, and not one that Yas could follow up with, not until this moment. We Don't Care are good at just throwing the ball to the orange wall, but what now? Yas with a powerful one, and Torchic save.
That's a triple commit, though, out of Torchic, meaning boost is going to be low and positioning is going to be a little bit frazzled. They need to play carefully as more shots bring on. Could there be another We Don't Care? Let this dribble out. This one's open, but if not for the final save there, barely keeping themselves in, and our Torchics, the game's not done yet. Out at midfield, Yas there, Page there, all of We Don't Care prepared to take this play and get a goal. They won't find it. Another save from Hira, and the offense will get booted off the half. Torchics probably going to take game one here, especially as they spike this down. Huge turnaround out of our orange team.
Wow. Torchics, what a bounce back. And I really think it's We Don't Care over depending on being physical on the play to get the ball across the net. And I just think that Torchics got more used to it and were ready to dodge the demos and the bumps and whatever it was. They got the initial block, and then We Don't Care would put themselves out of position being over aggressive like that, which led to moments where Torchics could capitalize.
Torchics did a great job at when the opportunity did arrive, they had a player step up, and it wasn't always the same player. It was always individuals who just found the moment. Speaking of moments, my goodness, Hero, what a flip reset at the perfect time. Yeah. These teams are starting to finally show why they are the best of the best that we have to offer for women's NA Rocket League. They are incredibly talented, but the biggest issue we've seen today, as we've mentioned too many times to count, I must sound like a broken record, is that the pressure is on and composure is necessary. You need to make sure you keep yourself calm. You need to make sure you got a game plan, and you need to make sure you start off game court strong. Torchic lose this one. We Don't Care are on series point, and although there will be many games of buffer room for Torchic to pull it back, you never want to go down 3-1 in a series.
Ooh, but We Don't Care we're just that close from making this look like a sweep. Until the one strat that they had, well, it didn't work out. But We Don't Care is still a mechanically fearsome team to go up against. And Paige and Yas were only just getting started. Now with these double commits from Torchics, they're just barely keeping themselves above water.
They barely are, but as long as they're at least swimming and not drowning, it should be good enough. And theoretically, the water wings could, have a puncture at some point, and maybe it starts to get a little bit more difficult. But for right now, I think they're at least treading. They're also getting an offense together here. We Don't Care, looking for something, but downfield, not going to allow them that. My goodness, I stuttered for a second as I did not expect the carry in front of Ned. We Don't Care. Maybe playing a bit more patiently than they should. I like the slowdown here to maybe try and play a more possession game, but oh my goodness, if they aren't playing with my heartstrings while they do it.
Oh man, this is so stressful. And Hira off the ceiling just to slow down the play and let Torchics get organized, and We Don't Care. Now shoot for the fences. Torchics will get in the way. But now you just throw this right to We Don't Care. He'll take it up high, and Torchics have to back away. But at least someone is going to shake this up. You can't let We Don't Care just air dribble bump you again. That's what worked out for them at the start of the series. The Torchics, who looked awkward, We Don't Care, were just hoping to tap this in. Jade hoping to carry this through, and it's still so back and forth.
I do like the fact that Torchics are starting to get way more prepared for these bumps, though. It's not that they're avoiding them. It's more that they're like, all right, cool. You want to send a player upfield that's going to have to be extra aggressive, overexert themselves? We'll just make sure that that player is occupied for long enough to where we have a second player behind them that can be prepared. It's a great adjustments here out of Torchics. It's what's kept this game so much closer than the last couple we saw to begin this series. Doesn't necessarily mean a guaranteed winning strategy, though, because We Don't Care. Continue to play aggressive, continue to play in the face of their opponents. And if they can find one good opening, I feel like they'll have a goal, because we're at the halfway point, and neither team thus far has been able to hit the back of the net.
Yeah, We Don't Care, only sending one up on their offense, so you can't find the rebounds, and you can't build pressure in that way. But maybe it was just cycling to get boosts, and maybe we'll see We Don't Care show a bit more strength on their pushes. But right now, Torchics are the ones still stuck on defense. Now that We Don't Care if the rotations through, two of them are without boost, so We Don't Care have to head back.
Don't Care do get back into their own half, but they seem very prepared for it as Torchics really diving at this play, but somewhat haphazardly because it's left Hira in a 1v1, 1v none, or maybe the diving player will make the save. Not sure who it was, but props to Torchics. We talked about this. Their defense needed to step up in this series, and it has been stepping up tremendously here in game number 4. Fortunately for both teams, though, they played good defense, good offense, good everything, and it's resulted in the two of them being about as even as ever. We go into the final 100 seconds with not a single goal for either side, and finally, the caster curse shows up today here in our final series.
Oh, Hira is having such a good series. The MVP of Game 3 with the highest score and an incredible goal to now kicking things off for Torchics on the best of notes that you can hope for. With time dwindling down, Torchics were good at absorbing the bumps and the physicality that We Don't Care keep throwing at them. And for Hira to land a shot like that says everything about what really matters. It's how you position on the field. And Torchics, they have a lead. And they've just been forcing We Don't Care to stack all their people on top of this wall and not really get anything going.
Okay, Jade, I see you trying to go for the cheekiest little final touch there. Would have been impressive. Unfortunately, We Don't Care, like we said, in a pretty solid defense. They just need to keep playing a bit more offense, though, if they want to tie up this game. Be careful on the double commits there. It won't come back to bite you in that instance, but it could in future moments, and it also could come back to bite Torchics if they only rely on the one player on defense. They'll muscle through there, but it's not going to end the offense entirely, except for We Don't Care that fully retrieve. They're so scared about these counterattacks now. They are sending all of their players immediately back into their half as soon as the offense is over. No sustained pressure means that for this final 30 seconds, they have to find an opportunity and find two of them. Jade, another goal, and that's secure. Game 4 for Torchics.
Man, it's weird to see We Don't Care look this muted and this lost on the, or this, I guess, slow on the defense, where Torchics are beating them at every step of the way, it seems. Yes, not consistently, hence why it's only a 2-goal lead for Torchics, but for We Don't Care to go from a 2-0 series lead to that being immediately responded to by Torchics, this is trouble in the We Don't Care camp. Now 10 seconds left. They had plenty of time to get 2 more goals going, but Torchics, their 50s on the defense just seem unbeatable, and We Don't Care will have to go back to the drawing board.
And this is where we talk about the unfortunate disadvantage of being such a young team in a tournament like this. They're feeling good. They're playing good through the first 2 games of the series. Now the pressure is on, though. They're starting to buckle underneath it, and we're seeing that in numerous different ways. Whether that be the fact that the team is no longer completely in control of that midfield and offense with an overwhelming amount of shots in their favor, as this game, they got more shots, but barely. 5-7 is not nearly the margin they need, especially considering 0 goals on 7 shots versus 2 for 5, 40% shooting on the other end. Kind of feels like the pressure's not only getting to them, but they are really struggling to find ways to alleviate said pressure. Even if it is individual challenges, that seems to be enough for Torchics to keep control.
And when you go from MVP Yas with like 600 score hat trick in game 2 to a very muted Yas in that game 4 of about 100 score and a couple of shots, but they just weren't able to put up the saves. So that's a weird We Don't Care that we didn't start the series off with, but it's also Torchics adapting to the main crux of strategy of We Don't Care being such a physical team. And then Torchics just have really nice mechanical accurate shots that can compensate.
Again, it's really not one of these things where I believe that it is, they're just straight up outplaying their opponents. But like you said, their individual brilliance, their individual mechanical skill is good enough that if We Don't Care do give them an opportunity, capitalize in every time. Unfortunately for We Don't Care, I think this is the biggest game for them. This is the make or break. If they let Torchics take 3 games in a row after having an initial 2-0 lead on the series, I don't know if any team would be able to fight that momentum. So do it here and now, We Don't Care. Prove that you can take this to at least a game 7. Game number 5 is officially underway.
This is Torchics, being forced to make that save. Hira does a good job against Yas. Page finds the rebound. Jade is ready on the backboard. So Torchics looks structured on the defense, and Yas went in a bit too early to hunt for that shot as the ball floated in front of the net. But Page will give them another chance at success. Look at this dribble, wanted the bump, but Jade gets rid of it in time. The demo removes a fellow Torchic, but We Don't Care don't have the ball.
And back into their own half, but with pressure against them. And a Torchics who have played a better midfield and are prepared for this one. Hira, great 50, muscles through, but Yas on the follow-up. And so quiet. You mentioned it before. Really, the biggest difference is that We Don't Care has been shut down, and Yas in particular just hasn't been allowed to show their abilities on offense. They can turn up here in game number 5. They can turn the series around. They can do it here and now, but unfortunately, the pre-jump not going to come to fruition. It's up to Paige out at midfield to stall the counterattack.
Winner of this game will go to series point. Yes, can try to carry this through, but Torchics, no, they can't let Yas have time and space. She's been deadly before, and I like that Yas is ready to have a bounce-back performance as Jade threatens the shot. Daiquiri puts it to the side, tries to pinch it out, but Torchics have such good coverage. Just all over this defense. She's constantly harassing and attacking the ball, and is this gonna net a very valuable opportunity? Well, Torchics gets sent away, so not really.
Do have no chance at offense there, if not for Paige. My goodness, what a dunk, and what a catch from Gas. Flip reset in the bag, a bunch of bumps. Where's the third player? Overextending, and that is an open goal for Jade. You have to feel for them. We Don't Care saw the opportunity, but by the time they recognized it, it was far too late.
I mean, We Don't Care are getting desperate to where they can find themselves in the rotation when they got shut out last game to feeling like they need to send the house, as you like to call it, to get the job done. They've been that very physical, space-creating team, and if they need to add more players, that's what it's gonna take. But Torchics punish it. They've been absorbing all of that power out of We Don't Care and spitting it right back in their face. We Don't Care now force Torchics to extend through the midfield, but We Don't Care can't seem to carry the ball fast enough.
They just can't seem to find any possession. We talked about it again, a midfield presence for Torchics, which was not a factor at the beginning of the series, absolutely is now. They're relying on this more boomer ball play from We Don't Care. They're fine if We Don't Care want to keep on taking these heavy touches out of midfield, these aggressive dives in their front third. They're cool with it as long as they are prepared for it. It does not mean a thing to them right now. But 2 minutes to go and a single goal lead. It feels like We Don't Care. You need to find a different strategy. It's been 3 games in a row of basically the exact same thing. These attempts at offense that are hyper-aggressive in the face of their opponents, but unfortunately with a defense that is no longer crumbling underneath the pressure, they need a different strategy, or they just need a freebie out at mid. Torchics let this one linger for far too long.
And Torchics were just so busy going toe-to-toe with Paige that the ball comes out to Yas, and that's not the first time Yas has been in a situation where she waits for the ball to come out of the defense and to strike when they least expect it. So that's now a different type of strategy from We Don't Care. Besides just the bully ball, they can just wait for Torchics to make the move first and have a better reaction.
Playing well so far here, and if We Don't Care can find that strategy, I think that it is a viable one. The unfortunate truth for them, though, this is where those nerves get back into being a factor here. We Don't Care have proven that if the going gets tough, they tend to have a little bit more struggles than usual. Maybe that goal of confidence they need. Not if they block their own shots!
Oh my god. I thought that just the initial shot was gonna get saved, and then, wow. 1 minute left. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to Yas, and she slams into Torchics, who now try to juggle the ball out of their side in the midfield. It's We Don't Care, but just barely with any possession. All this momentum they look like they were generating, it's gone, and Torchics just circling like vultures, waiting for their moment, and it's Jade's time to shine!
So clever here at Anessa. Watch her as she just lurks around the net, sees the shot, and goes, out of my way. Goodbye. Bump the final defender and give a free as ever goal that could lead to them finding series point. 39 seconds left. We don't care if there was ever a time to pull the ace out of your sleeve. It's here and now.
From an 0-2 series deficit to Torchics, about to slam this into series points. The resilience. Oh man, getting cooked to now feeding it right back to We Don't Care. Yeah, that'll pretty much lock things down in my opinion. Torchics, wow. To deal with We Don't Care bullying you around the field to now punishing We Don't Care's eagerness and hopefully not tiltedness.
You say hopefully not tiltedness. I can't blame We Don't Care if they're at least a little bit tilted from that game. A chance to get back into it and then an own save has got to be one of the most demoralizing things to experience in Rocket League. And I feel so bad for them because they're playing a good game. This is definitely a big step up from what we saw in the last game, but when goals like that just don't come to fruition, you can't help but look at yourselves and go, is the world against us? A 3-1 victory, a 3-2 series lead. Torchics take the win, but it's really all eyes on a We Don't Care that have been up and down in this series, and although up on that last game, it still wasn't enough.
Oh, but we wanted a good series. We wanted one that wasn't a sweep, and I'm stoked about this. I mean, you had Nessa, who just didn't even have to be in the play, like the lowest amount of touches I've seen, because you just have Jade and Hera just getting every shot. Like, they're taking shots from the sidewall, from the midfield, and it catches We Don't Care off guard, who are like, oh, we can just dribble, air dribble bump, we can try to pass in front of the box, and it just got shut down every time.
It really did. Again, so many different options, and unfortunately, all of them stamped with a definitive nope every single time here. All right, We Don't Care. I've got one last piece of advice. We've tried to tell you guys how to adjust your rotations, how to change everything in this game. I have one last thing to say. It's time to care. I don't care if you didn't want to. I don't care if the rest of the day you're going to stick by your namesake. It's time to care. If there ever was, it's here and now. You lose this game, you are out of the tournament without $1 in your pocket. And Torchics would be happy to send you there. Game number 6. It is do or die for We Don't Care.
Time to go Care Bear mode. And We Don't Care have the kickoff in their favor, but Torchic's defense is hard to peel back. And there's been moments where someone like Yas will kind of wait for the ball to come out to see what the defense does with it and then strike. If We Don't Care act too quickly, as silly as that sounds, they're the ones that'll get figured out.
Oh, 100%. Unfortunately, the truth is that, you know, having to be able to vary yourself is incredibly important in Rocket League. And when you continue to dive at every ball without hesitation, that becomes repeatable. That makes a team go, okay, well, we know how to play this. They're going to go for the 50. They're going to go for the dunk. They're going to go for the aggressive challenge. And if they put in a stutter step, they put in a fake here or there, they put in a misdirect play, it's going to catch them off guard. And so far, it's done exactly that. But breakaway here. Paige and Darkrai going for this one. And Dacry will nail that. My goodness, what a startup and what a finish.
Just really good communication out of Paige and Dacry. And where Dacry, if she gets set up like that, I've been waiting to see Dacry shine more and more as the series goes on, as this day goes on. And just links up perfectly with her teammate. We Don't Care off to a good start. And one that I feel like they desperately needed when they only got one goal over the past 2 games. Can they get more than this? And can they hold Torchics at bay? And almost a chance for Dacry to get another one.
Dacry's starting to light up here. We talked about it earlier in the series, having Gas be X factor for this We Don't Care team. Now it's turning into Dacry here as she is really starting to play with not just a good offense, but really the forefront of the offense, leading her team into every charge down field. That being said, it's only a 1-goal ball game right now, and as much as I want to say this is huge for We Don't Care, I think they still need to improve on this lead a bit more, because you know Torchics, with the individual brilliance that they have shown, all they need is one good opportunity and they're right back into this thing. Or maybe it's 2 opportunities, because here comes We Don't Care the other way. A second goal here would be huge for their momentum.
Now, it's all up to what Dacry can do on this 50. Wins it, brings it out to the net, but Jade smartly puts it to the corner before We Don't Care could turn the play around. And Torchics have been more aware of that too, that We Don't Care's 50s can benefit them really close to the opponent's net, and We Don't Care have scored off of that before. We've highlighted Yas in that occasion. And Torchics, their adaptability in these series is something to really look out for.
Full chance here for We Don't Care to maybe capitalize upon for a second time. That's an awkward touch off the backboard in. Be prepared for it. We're starting to see We Don't Care with a better midfield presence, though. They're starting to try and slow burn away at the Torchics boost, the Torchics positioning, just all around trying to make them uncomfortable and find their opening. It's a lot more composed. It's a lot more controlled of a game plan here out of We Don't Care, and really, it's everything we've been asking for them out of the last handful of games. So, good on them. It's not enough to guarantee them the win thus far, but it is definitely doing them the best favors possible to keep them in control.
Dacry setting up, yes, and dunks Torchics and We Don't Care with a solid enough lead going into the second half and just looking like such a revitalized team, which is what we wanted to see, which is what could send us into a Game 7.
I really, again, 2 minutes ago, I did not think we were getting a Game 7 based on the We Don't Care who, look, in every reasonable scenario, if they tilted out after the loss they just took, no one would blame them. That's incredibly difficult to bounce back from. Instead, they took what could have been a demoralizing loss and turned it into, I'd say, the fire underneath them, that it turns it into ignition that gets them going. It's the encouragement they've been looking for throughout the series, and that encouragement is, we're not going down without a fight, and they aren't going down without a Game 7, especially if they had scored there. Unfortunately for We Don't Care, though, they had a full field retreat. I can't quite excuse that one, though. Daiquiri trying to go for the follow-up touch, can't find contact, and with 90 to go, they're not going to give up the lead yet, but that could have been a big goal for them to cement this game.
And Jade has been such a stable person on the back front until Daiquiri just comes in and dunks on everyone. What is going on? Daiquiri having just a game of her life.
Daiquiri has decided that it doesn't matter who steps up in this game. She will step up, and she will send us to Game 7 here. 3-0. I don't know if I can think of the last time we had a scoreline this overwhelming in this one. As much as it is, oh, okay, 3-0, it's not that crazy. We got a minute to go, and it feels like We Don't Care aren't even done. I would not be surprised if they score a couple more before the clock hits 0.
Torchics, it's got to start with one, right? Every comeback starts with one, right? And this just sails above We Don't Care's head, and that was the comeback. I was trying to cast a curse or bless, depending on who you're a fan of, but oh my god, that was almost an open net. Thank God for the 50 out of Hira to just pop it to the ceiling. Now tries to ground pitch it, but Yas has a good read on it.
Every second that ticks off the clock, the further and further I think that our initial vibe check might have been correct. A Game 7 on the horizon, barring a miracle from Torchics, and considering they have all the offense in the world and still can't score a goal, it seems like it's destiny that we get there. 2 Game 7s in a row to end off the day. I can't say I'm complaining by any stretch of the imagination, but Torchics might be. They had 3 games in a row. It looked definitive that they would take the momentum they built through the back half of the series and close it out. With 15 to go, technically it's possible, but if I were a betting man, I'm saying we're going to Game 7.
And that initial shot at Anessa had everyone jumping, and not like the fun type of jump like at the club, like jumping at the ball and leaving the net open. But I guess you don't really care about mistakes like that when all the work has been done for 90% of the game. So Torchics on the defense too. It's going to take time to sail across to the other side of the ocean. And to not our surprise or to not our expectation, we will go to a Game 7.
I'm just going to let the entire audience take this one in. I'm going to let you take it in. I'm going to let the players take this one in. I did not think we'd be getting here. I will be the first to admit, like we said after our Torchics, who took 3 dominant wins in a row. Really, I'd say the third of those wins may be less dominant, but more demoralizing for how the defeat happened for their opponents. The bounce back here from a We Don't Care that we had many questions about. A young team, a rookie team, one which is unproven and many other cases might buckle under this pressure and the nerves of a Game 7 on the horizon. How do they stand up? I had doubts before. I have no doubts anymore. This team has proven they are up there with the best of the best that Women's Rocket League has to offer, and regardless of their age, regardless of their experience, they're ready for a Game 7. They're ready to close this series out.
This Torchics did a really good job too of shutting down We Don't Care did a good job of shutting down Jade, who I think had this heroic performance in Game 5, having like an 850 score, 2 goals, like was just all over the place. Nessa could sit back and just watch, because Jade and Hira were MVPs, both of them, but especially Jade. And now you just had the other side happen. You had Torchics just be muted all around, not really know how to set up someone like Hira and Jade for success, and not really get the other team to make mistakes.
Well, let's see which team plays a more perfect game here in game number 7. Stakes really have been one of the biggest factors in this series. If you see your opponent slip up for a moment, you know you have to capitalize before they can react. That's what might have to be the X factor, the difference maker, the individual thing that separates these two teams in this game. Or maybe it's just the shots that don't go on target! The follow-up will! still, Nessa will get it, and what a chaotic way to start game number 7.
Yeah, what an absolute scramble that happened in front of the net, where Yas comes out, leaves room for Paige to save, and then it just goes from post to post, from coast to coast. Torchics will have a lead, and this has been sort of a trend this series, that as soon as the game starts, somebody scores.
I gotta hope, though, it's not gonna be too demoralizing here to We Don't Care, a team that we've talked about, needing to make sure that they keep their nerves about them, to make sure that they don't just start to see the Torchics warm up and get nervous, get scared of the gameplay that's in front of them. When they play confident, that's when they play the best, and an early goal could be... Okay, never mind. It will not be something to set them back. It'll only encourage them further.
Oh, welcome back, Yas, to the show. Just a show-stopping play. Oh, Yas with the solo play. We don't care. We'll have a response. Picked up the phone, and now can just get themselves back in this game. Daiquiri just diving at that one. We don't care. Still have to be measured on their aggression. That's something Torchics have been punishing them for before.
They punish here. No, not quite. Half volley. He'll send it back out to midfield where Daiquiri, time, space, and a lot of boost. Yeah, I can understand immediately sending a player at the net! I have no words! A huge chance for We Don't Care! A huge mistake from Torchics, and all we can do is say play on!
Yeah, We Don't Care. We're gonna keep the press on, and this ball comes out. Jade, you just can't get past her once she's set up and comfortable on that defense. But We Don't Care. Keep finding the rebounds. Nessa helps get it out. No, Daiquiri is just trying to draw out Torchics from their den. And We Don't Care. The offense seems like it's relentless. Finally, some space between them and the ball. They just keep booming it towards Torchics to keep them stuck. Jade didn't get the second touch, but off the ceiling, it lines up the drive for Nessa!
So clever out of Nessa here. Watch the final defender as they just kind of try to skirt the side edge. Paige is expecting the shot across. She's prepared for it. Snipes it just behind Paige and makes it way too difficult to ever get a save. Torchics, clever play and great capitalization upon an awkward defense. 3 minutes to go. We don't care. They have a chance to get back into this game, but they need to just shake that goal off and ignore it. Play the same gameplay. Get a goal here. Follow up there. Shot denied, and it's an own goal from Hira!
Forced out of Daiquiri, though. All three of We Don't Care. Putting it all on the table, risking it all for the equalizer at 2-2. As Torchics just couldn't handle the heat in that moment. It's game 7, and there's money on the line, and everyone's getting locked on this kickoff, and Paige flicks it above and makes them all look silly.
This is the most chaotic game we have seen all day, and I am absolutely here for it. The lead continues to flip-flop back and forth between the two teams. We Don't Care who refuse to ever let Torchics get a moment of reprieve. Wait a minute, we're only 2 minutes into this game. We're not even at halftime, and we've got 5 goals. Let's make it a 6th. Yes, denied, but the offense back for We Don't Care.
There's Torchics. I couldn't launch this down the field enough, not with Paige there, and Daiquiri part of the equation. You might as well get subtracted as Yas swings for the fences, but We Don't Care might have extended far, but the ball is slow enough that We Don't Care can get reorganized and apparently come back for more, but Yas has no boost. Had fun off the ceiling, but it's Torchics that are gonna squash that real quick, and it needs to be Hira that dribbles this above and beyond, below the defender, and stopped right at the line.
Barely keeping that one out, We Don't Care, and they got to be happy about that save and the follow-up one we see there. A 1-goal lead for them is definitely not secure enough, but they'll be happy to take it if it is what's required. They'll be happy to take, I think, another own goal. Torchics, the defense, just failing at the absolute worst of moments.
Oh. At least they can high-five each other with the own goal. Trying to go for the demo there. You try not to demo the ball into your own net, right? It was the player intended. I think they got in each other's way, and gotta shake that frustration off. Torchics have been composed, playing from an 0-2 series deficit to forcing a game 7, and We Don't Care. Have kicked them right where it hurts. And We Don't Care. Just gonna escort this ball out. Yas hoping for the redirect out of Paige, and it's Daiquiri in a front position to keep Torchics unable to fly, but Hira just brings it across. And now Jade can take a shot. No, sets it up for Nessa, but we don't care, Hole.
Torchic still not going to give up in this game, though, with 90 seconds to go, and the only thing separating the two teams being the own goals here. You know they do not believe that they are out of this game. You know that they believe they can still find a way back, but they need to score on chances like that. Waterfall off the ceiling. The two defenders back for We Don't Care, well prepared for it. Not needing to be prepared for a follow-up shot. That one just a bit wide of target, and time ticking away. Valuable seconds off the clock that Torchic cannot afford to waste. Another march downfield shut down by Daiquiri, and maybe even scored by her as well. Setting up Yas. That should be the dagger. 5-2 to We Don't Care.
Yes. Oh, man. Love to see her just get gas back into the tank, too. And when she has her moment, she always waits just for the ball to come out. And this has not been... Yas has done this so many times when the ball comes out from the back wall. She's ready in the box and always shoots through the gap, threads the needle, and We Don't Care at 45 seconds are up by 3. Torchic would have to capitalize on this crossbar, and Hira just pops it up, but it gives time for the defense to get this out.
At what point do you believe the universe is against you, Torchic fans? You have to imagine that right now. Opportunities falling apart as in front of your eyes, and so many chances that you just wish could turn into a goal. The time just not there, but this is a breakaway. Triple commit. If this goes in, there is a chance, and it does. Nessa plays with us a little bit there. That almost rolled out, but with 18 to go and 2 down, this is possible.
What a great catch. Yeah, almost, that post almost ruined it all. 18 seconds, 2 goals is what separates us between another overtime, or maybe We Don't Care ending this best of 7 with money in their pocket. And yes, crashes into the corner. Paige demos Torchic, who try to race down the field and get a goal right this second. And it was Jade that threw it, but it was blocked, and time runs out, and We Don't Care take the game 7.
Huge win out of We Don't Care. We talked about it. The rookies, the inexperienced team comes in and proves it does not matter. They are the future generation, and guess what? The future is now. Taking home a 3rd place in their group means they take $750 home. It's gotta feel good, especially in a tournament like this.
It has to, and I'm glad we got treated. We saved the best matches for last. Clearly 2 sweeps, but 2 game 7s to cap off our day. I'm just so entertained, and I'm just so proud of all the work that these players did and the grind that they either did behind the scenes, or maybe if you name yourself We Don't Care, maybe it's like a scrimless team, I don't know, but the work definitely showed on the field, and that's all that matters. A big congratulations to We Don't Care in the end.
Huge congrats to We Don't Care here. And honestly, I commend their opponents at Torchic as well. It was a well-fought battle. Both sides really playing fantastic. I don't even really know what to say. I mean, you said it yourself. It's saving the best games for last. It's saving the best series for the end of the day here. And it's also showing the levels at which we've got. Our 2 frontrunners in NA, you can really tell why we keep saying they are the frontrunners. And the rest of the pack is so incredibly close. All I can really take away from what we just saw is I'm not only excited for tomorrow, I'm excited for the future of Women's Rocket League as well. These teams are continuing to develop, continue to step up, and I mean, I got nothing else to say, but I think you deserve this one because you've now officially done it. Yes, Queen. Well done.
Yes.
Well done.
Well done. And if you guys should fight in the chat over who you think our ally MVP is going to be. And to give you even more time, we're going to throw to a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Track. I felt a bit of bad, but I came back. There's still a little light in the light crack. There's still a bit of good, so good. And I know just what to say. And I know just what to do. And I'm so sick of pain. But it's all too quick when you Showdown. Please me now, 'cause we're about to lose. Whether we buy or hello, whether we stay or jello. Sometimes funny me, you put a little bit of gasoline. I burned out, so to speak. Come a little closer. Here's some disclosure. Do you mind to quit your pretending? Truth or false, this shit never ending. Hear me now and stop condescending. You see, I'm begging, you hear me beg. If you're sick for love, don't try to hide it. Find it deep inside and try to hide it. If there's a way, I wanna know we tried it. Quit your games and now that you denied it. Losing this game, I can't afford to be losing this game. And I know you're the safest bet. Losing my mind, can't find the words, no, I can't seem to find. But I'm really trying to get reason right. Let's take our time and choose. Whether we green or yellow, whether we deep or shallow. Please me now, 'cause we're about to lose. Whether we buy or hello, whether we stay or jello. I got room and make amends, but can't go through the same regrets. It could feel so good on mine. Not about love, again. And I know you're the safest bet.
What a way to end off the day, heading to another Game 7 here for the last match of that round robin. Again, a big congratulations over towards We Don't Care for their 4-3 up against Torchics. But Levin, I mean, when we're looking at how this series kind of panned out, I know it seemed like somebody maybe spilled spaghetti on the pitch in that last game with like some of what was happening there. But overall, both these teams, aside from some of those own goals that I was just joking about, they both looked really, really good in this head-to-head, and Torchics even took us by surprise.
It was a fun series that didn't look like it was gonna be fun with how it started. Like, We Don't Care, we had already saw their gameplay, so we know sort of where their potential was, and I say sort of because they faced a very, very difficult team in the past, and now that there was a one and more at their level, we were wondering, were they going to be better? Were they going to be worse? Who knows, right? Because sometimes you underestimate your opponent and you play worse. So it was what version of We Don't Care we were going to get, and we saw the solo mechanic potential out of people like Paige, out of people like Yas, who maybe got frustrated at some points when Torchic started to come back in the series. But we were entertained nonetheless, where We Don't Care were just cleaner and closed out in the end.
Yeah, they really picked things up, but looking at the way that they were struggling, I guess, mid-series there, Bass, what was going on? What were you reading on the pitch as far as what Torchics were able to take advantage of, making it that much tougher for We Don't Care to close it out?
In my opinion, it was more on We Don't Care than it was on Torchics at that point. I think that the nerves got to them, and that's, again, understandable. You're playing up against the highest level of Rocket League. It's very difficult to keep your composure. As we mentioned many times throughout the series, this is a We Don't Care that don't have a lot of experience. They're a very new team. They're a very young team at that. And when Torchics, who it was 2 games in a row where they just kind of like cruised on by, all of a sudden, that same Torchics team steps up, and you're sitting here going, and you gotta fully adjust. That's hard, and I cannot blame them for having a little moment of where it just took them a little bit to adjust. I'm glad they did, though. Their performances in Game 6 and 7 were monumentally better than what we'd seen prior in the series, and I think they deserved the win after they were able to step up like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty insane to see the adjustments that these young bloods are able to make within these matches. But we've also got speaking of one of these young bloods as well, our ally match MVP is going to be Yaz for this one. I think there's no surprise there. Levin, have your moment. I'll just give it to you.
Yes, oh my god, what a killer. Like, such an innocent looking normal name, but an absolute demon on the field. Like, she was just playing in the opponent's half. Like, you just don't know what she's up to. She looks like she's just cruising, having a Sunday drive, and then boom, turns her car around as the ball comes out and she scores on you. Like, expect the unexpected. Yas is on the hunt. She was incredible to watch.
It's pretty insane just considering how young. Again, I know that Vass, you guys talked about it so much during the game, in the pre-match as well, that this we don't care roster is, you know, Daiquiri being the eldest at 20, but then Paige being 16, Yaz being 15, in that kind of sense. They have so much room for growth, and who knows what their peaks will even be.
I don't know what it's going to be, but I am ready to find out. Again, I have to remind everybody, this is the first of multiple events this year. There's tons of stuff going on with the women's team within Rocket League. If you think that this review of this player is impressive, wait till they get some reps. Wait till they start playing with different teams.
Grow up,
tryouts with different people. Right? Exactly. Like, again, difficult here for me personally, when I always have to take into account that these are literally like they're kids. They've got time to like both mature and also mature in their gameplay. So the combination of the two should turn them into a superstar.
Yeah, it's going to be insane. GG's to both these teams. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing Torchics or We Don't Care tomorrow, but well, you got to actually talk about who we will be seeing over into day 2, who has actually made it into the playoff of this event. It'll be a single elimination bracket here. And now looking, Lemon, over towards this playoff bracket, how are you feeling about these semifinal matches?
Oh, that's a lot of bricks. Is it going to be enough to face G2, though? In Y12, I need to deep dive into some lore along with Troubleshooter. We've had just really incredible names, but will it be a J2 Gen G final, a GG final? Will it be, I mean, is it going to follow the script or not? It's up to Troubleshooter and 12 bricks to be the upset queens.
Yeah, that's the big story, right? I think consistently when you're looking within the Women's Rocket League scene in general, there's always that story of, okay, these top teams who have very consistently stayed within like the top 2, top 3 kind of placements, and then everyone who's trying to almost play that catch-up game. But the same story goes to show over on the EU side there as well, Bass, because looking over towards the playoff bracket for the EU Showdown here within Star Chasers, I know a lot of the names have changed up from last year, but the players that we're seeing here have not.
No, it's similar people last year. Shout out to Guild, though. I do want to give them credit. One of the few orgs that has stuck around for a year now. They're back yet again. And again, huge shout out to them. Big fan of Guild, big fan of Guild Academy, big fan of the players, and also probably still going to be realistic in the fact that they are facing an uphill battle right now. That ACD team has been unbelievably talented as of late. They went 3-0 on the day in order to make it into playoffs here, dropping, guess how many? One singular game. One game the entire time. So ACD definitely looking to be the number ones in their group here, but I do not want to count out either of the teams on the other side. I think both Shorties and Cat Jam have a chance to make it to that grand final. Whichever one does get there, I kind of believe in both of them to give a heck of a fight to whatever team comes out of that upper side.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what day 2 does end up bringing now that we do have to say goodbye to a few of these teams here within both NA and the EU region, and seeing that top 4 heading into tomorrow for both regions here. But that's a wrap, guys. I mean, thank you, Levin and Bass, for being on the desk with me today here for Star Chasers Showdown NA. Big appreciate to you guys for the cast and everything. You guys are phenomenal. And again, a big thank you to Ally for putting the Star Chasers Showdown event on as well. And of course, the production is brought to you by Radiant here. But it's going to wrap for day 1. We will see you guys tomorrow for day 2. Don't forget to tune in. EU will be up first.